Hello, everyone. This is Defense Politics Asia, and welcome to the Open Mic. And the World Cup final just finished. So there's a delay because of the World Cup because World Cup. World Cup final. So hello everyone. Why am I looking around crazy? So hello everyone. I just want to say hi to people. Give me a shot, Bella. Let me. Oh, I can actually stay. Okay, so scrolling all the way up first. Hi, Ilian PZ. Hi, Lens Play. Laugh aloud. Hi, Joku. Hi, Vaughn's. Hi, Mount Beer. Hi, Dan. Hi, Ruthless Efficient. Hi, Rakesh. Hi, Wallace. Hi, Ugly Toad. Hi, VM. And hi, Charles. Hi, J. Relo. Hi, Deems. Hi, Charles K. Hi, Benzin. And hi, Benzin is Singaporean. He write in Chinese. Okay, so hi, Drunk Bear. Hi, Sebastian. Hi, F Monkey. Hi, Divyam. And hi, Martin. Hi, Andy. Hi, Dan Castle. Yeah, no, it's Blade. It's Blade because the World Cup final just don't want to end, and it caused a lot of delay. No, I drew this. No, I drew this. I drew the mustache. No. Hi, Harris. So okay, so we're gonna do the open mic. Let's start. Let me turn off. Okay, let me move my stuff around. Okay, so invite link. So as per usual, to join the open mic, you need to have a webcam and a earphone. And talk about earphone. I need mine. And so that there's no feedback when we talk. So invite link. You need earphone and webcam. No face, no enter. Invite link. And hi Aky Abrol. Hi Beverly Pereski. So gonna put this in. I'm gonna pin this. Let me pin this. So the link is pinned. So as usual, if you don't show your face, you're not allowed to come into the stream. So there is a back room. So there's a back room. So it's not like you log in, you immediately will appear on the screen. But I have to let you in. So hi, Chris Redpig. Zelensky is a pro footballer, is it? So let me look for my earpiece. Give me a while. Where's my earphone? Be right back. And I'm back. I'm so sorry. I need to take my earphone. So, hi Vaun, hi VK, VM. Okay, let me put in one of my earphones.
Hi guys.
Oops. Give me a while. Whoa, let me turn off.
Where's Johnny?
Ooh.
Where's Johnny?
So hi everyone. Oh, so we have all the regulars around. And hi the 51 of you guys that's on the stream. Oh, Aky is in. Someone new for the first time. Hi Aky.
Yeah, hey, nice to meet you.
Cool. So so the title I put is Bakhmut is in deep something.
Nice to meet you.
And And then Russia lately have been flaunting about the nuclear weapons as well. Like they really put out a lot of videos about all their nuclear strategic weapons, and of course Serbia and Kosovo is getting a bit itchy. So, but of course we can talk about anything. So what do you guys
First, I have
think?
a question. Do Germany send Leopard tanks to Ukraine? I heard like rumors. Is it confirmed?
No,
I think they've been. I think somebody asked permission to send somebody else's tanks. You know, like Germany's like, we're not going to send them, but maybe the Netherlands will. And I think it's kind of like in limbo.
Yeah,
But it does come,
Germany.
I have seen some stuff about it, but I think they're just talking about it to try to figure out if there's a third party that can feed them tanks.
No, not gonna lie. I feel like Germany's kind of restrained of giving weapons to Ukraine. Honestly, like
I think Germany requested one of the countries get turn over some of its old 35 or 30 millimeter stock, and they didn't want to for the Gepard. So I think, like you're saying, probably is Germany's trying to like act like they're not in it, but they're kind of skating around the outside, finding people they've supplied the supplies.
At the
Is this
same time,
because
I think
of-
Germany doesn't have too much either. I don't think they have a bunch of it and all the good supplies. I think if it was me, if I was a German, I would probably keep it to myself rather than give it away.
where are you from,
especially
Aky?
if you're being realistic, you know, it's
I'm
That's
originally from Canada. My parents are Indian. Right now, I'm in Vietnam.
Wow, that's Vietnam. Oh,
Yeah,
wow,
yeah,
wow. So you're just as late as me.
yeah.
Oh, so high things.
It changed from Lil
Yeah, how's
Things
it going?
Adjutant.
Yeah, yeah, and Little Things is kind of like the channel name, and I just upload random bullshit, and it fit well in the stream. And since Wyatt keeps LARPing on with the commander and whatever, I thought I'd just LARP along with the adjutant and whatever. So, and of course, since this is an audience name, you know, I'm pretty indifferent. If anyone thinks the name should be changed to, I don't know, stupid things, coping things, something like that. Then.
Over time, people will start to recognize you. No,
I kind of like coping things. I think that one's pretty good.
Okay, I got one vote noted.
Why is that on your screen?
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's scary.
All right.
So the Leopard tanks, I don't think Germany wants to send the Leopard tanks because they to me they don't feel like they really want the war to carry on for too long, but they have no choice. It seems like Germany is being forced into supporting Ukraine rather than they really want to. Like the kind of action that they take, you know, the kind of things that they say, it feels very reluctant. So, you know, to sending the German Leopard tanks is going to like just escalate the conflict and make it even harder for them to reconcile with Russia, you know, after the war. Because I'm quite sure that they still want the North Stream to be working after that. But I think they are in quite a difficult geopolitical situation right now. I think they have no control over their foreign policy, and I'm quite sure they know who did the Nord Stream 2, but you know, but they just unable to talk, and I feel that that's actually quite sad. I don't know. If I'm German, I would be so pissed.
Yeah, I feel the deep state presence in Germany hard because the mainstream media is still on the Russia losing side. It's just not true.
In Germany, the next time you see Stoltz speak, you see if he's like blinking his eyes in Morse code, like under duress, like the Vietnam POWs were doing. I mean, you're not joking, though. I mean, they really have no control over what's being done. I mean, I think the only thing they can control is like maybe they don't give it out of their stocks and try to get it from one of the smaller countries that they've supplied like Leopards to. But it seems to me like they're really reluctant to try and really do anything, but they
honestly,
like they're slow walking as much as they can, but it's still going to happen.
Honestly, the way it's going right now, it's kind of good that Russia's making mistakes like the Kharkiv and the Kherson. So like when they learn from their mistakes, they can do better when they actually go on the defensive. You know, so like making mistakes is bad, but also you can also learn from your mistakes and then try and do it better next time and not to let it happen ever again. So yeah, it won't really happen ever again. So basically, they have to learn from their mistakes and make sure it never happens again. So that's why they're being hyper focused right now.
If you look into Russian history, it's always it's always the same. The Russians gets beaten up very hard in the first stages of wars. Like if you look the First World, if you look any war really, the enemy is always pushing deep inside Russia and beats them badly, and then they end up losing always. Like I think it's the same with
That's
Ukraine.
exactly what Alex Mercury said. Somebody asked him, like, what is Russia's war strategy? They're like, he said that they're just like losing in the beginning. For a while they're gonna lose, and they're gonna win, and they're gonna win. That's their strategy.
I think
what can actually Germany really do? Because isn't that where like a fairly significant proportion of American military bases are stationed? If I'm not mistaken, that is also where much of AFRICOM, which is during Obama, if I remember correctly, was the section of the military that was expanded the most. And that was for the U.S. presence in the Sahel region in particular. But the African nations there weren't too keen on having more U.S. bases or more U.S. presence. So in addition to the French, so they as far as I've understood it, much of those who are intended for intervention in the Sahel region, they are actually stationed in Germany and maybe France as well. I'm not sure, Vlad, if you know anything of that.
I think we have 16 military bases or something in Germany, so we are still more or less occupied.
I mean, for the U.S. Army in particular, Germany's like a major staging area. I mean, there's all kinds of pre-positioned stuff there from the Cold War. I'm sure
they do like drone strikes out of Germany, right? I heard something like this.
I would assume so. At Ramstein, they probably got a setup they can do it. I mean, they could do it from Nevada if they wanted to, but I would assume it would make more sense to have something close by. But yeah, I mean, if you think of all the stuff they had, I mean, it's just like Russia now. I mean, if you think of all the depots and places they had during the Soviet Union days, and like what the U.S. had in Germany in the NATO, Cold War days, there's just a lot. I mean, not anymore because of all the wars. Everything. A lot of that equipment's probably been shipped on down to the Middle East, and then how much of it even comes back? Because they always talk about how it's too expensive to bring it back, so they just leave stuff.
Are you guys aware of the latest demand that Zelensky put out for supplies?
So.
Yes.
Sorry again.
Are you guys aware of the latest demand that Zelensky put out as far as supplies, or what the demands Ukrainians have, or Zaluzhny rather?
Zaluzhny.
Yeah, Zaluzhny. What he asked for?
It's what, like 500 tanks, something like 600, like an absurd amount of stuff.
500 tanks, 600 troop personnel vehicles. It was like 250 howitzers, or 250 or 400 howitzers. It was an insane number of equipment that he was asking for. And
the only way you can get that from the United States is it would have to be Bradleys and M1s, because there's no way they could pull anything out of storage.
They'd have to get, how they fight with World War II equipment at this point. But now
I just want to say something. Even if they gave all that material, I'm living in Russia. I've been living in Russia for the last 8 months. I've seen the railroads packed with tanks here in Russia from Irkutsk all the way to St. Petersburg. Even if they sent everything you're talking about, they have no chance of stopping. You have no idea. In September 28th, they mobilized my village.
Right.
And within a week, my buddy who got mobilized was already in the front. More people registered than they needed. So you're looking at a number greater than 300,000. The talks you're having now, and I got on here because it frustrates me, the talks you guys are having now is insignificant. Just wait 5 months. Russia is playing the long game no matter what you say. I'm an Afghanistan war veteran who fought 3 tours. We gained 10 kilometers and lost everything the next day. And I know it's a non-conventional war. This conventional war is going little by little. I'm not going to say who I'm supporting, because I support nobody in the war. But it's getting strange. I just hope that you guys are documenting this, because in 5 months you're gonna see what's gonna happen.
Even if they give them all that equipment, though, they don't have the ammo. They burn through too much ammo for all that equipment to even matter.
I've seen it. I've seen it. I can send you photos, but I'll get in trouble.
Wait.
Then can you like introduce yourself a bit, because you talked to me before, I think on chat or something, but
Yeah.
you introduce yourself to the chat.
All right, my name is Dan Tasso. Like I said, I'm a United States Marine veteran from Afghanistan. I moved to Russia in early April, and I've been here the entire time during this whole thing, and I just pay attention to what I see. I try not to cross the line, because I do get it. I have been talked by FSB a couple times, so I'm trying not to say too much, but it's true. That's it. I mean, I watch your channel because you're kind of just reporting what you read, and I like to see what people say. But the guy that says that Russia's running out of stuff, you have to come see. I invite you to come see.
I didn't say that. What I said was that even if Ukraine got all the equipment they asked for, they wouldn't have the ammo because they run through too much ammunition. I didn't say. I already know that. Listen, I already know about Russia's history. I have no doubt they've launched. The estimate now is they've launched 4,500 missiles so far. So their production line probably running pretty. Yeah. But I'm saying the way Ukraine burns through ammo, even if they get that equipment, they're gonna run through it in a month.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's weird how it's turning out.
Didn't the Zaluzhny just say that Russia was going to plan some kind of attack on Kyiv again?
He's predicting.
He's predicting that, but I'm guessing if Russia wants to attack Kyiv, they'll just want to pin down the Ukrainian army, right? Or I don't know.
Well, he also did say that he's not sure about it, because Russia can also launch it from the south, so nobody's really sure about it, not even him.
So he's basically not saying anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just talking to the press.
I think the better idea is to go through Zaporizhia first. I think Zaporizhia is the better place to start an offensive, in my opinion.
Festus, so you trying to say something? I see you raising your hand.
Oh, I just wanted to say. I mean, I don't think that we're wasting our time talking about what's going on in Russia. I think we're talking about what's going on, and then what we think might happen, and why things aren't happening.
Yeah, no.
I wouldn't take it either as we're biased against Russia. I think most people here probably look at it and say, when they say Russia's winning, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're pro-Russian. It's just the facts of the battle on the ground can't be denied. And yeah, there may be bright spots here and there for Ukraine on one particular day here and there, but overall, in the long run, it's over for Ukraine. The only thing that, they can surrender and quit dying for a fucking cokehead and an old fucking pedophile, but
real though,
they're ride or die.
I'm sorry.
It's sad.
Could I
but I meant in general,
Dan, sorry, I just want to add one thing, which will be contributive for. Because you make an observation, and I just want to make an observation I came across here was yesterday or 2 days ago, where someone I know very well who works quite off the coast here. So I live by the Arctic Circle of Norway. So we are not so far away from the border of Russia. And for the past 2-3 weeks, they have been observing a quite unusual amount of NATO warships using the flags of NATO countries. Going northwards and not coming back. And recently we had a U-boat that was towed back, and our suspicions, what happened to that? Why did it have to be towed? The Defense Department, they insist that no, it could definitely go by itself. It didn't need to, but it takes much more time, a lot more gas, and so forth and it's more precarious also to be towing a submarine along the surface. You wouldn't necessarily want such military equipment to be so obvious either. So it kind of it begs a lot of questions there. Why would they if it is okay to drive to sail as they said? I just wonder what you guys had, because Dan pointed out, these are things that aren't necessarily reported. It's things that we see, right? And some things we cannot necessarily sure, they are rumors. I'm just making a statement. Maybe I'm just making it up, right? But considering that I've observed that going up, and Dan says that from Irkutsk, that's far east in Russia, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Yeah. Right. So tanks from Irkutsk to Moscow, to St. Petersburg. That's it sounds the Ukraine war is kind of over in a sense. I think most of us have kind of tacitly understood it as it's not Putin stated it clearly, but it seems to be like gearing up like more and more and more to be yeah, like it seems like escalation is the only thing going on. With Merkel's statement here the other week, with the the Minsk agreement was never meant to be upheld. We were actually just trying to arm Ukraine more, so it would hurt Russia more. Obviously Putin's response would be that like negotiation, suck this, and now what's going to happen, right? Yeah. Any
I
thoughts?
think
I'm sorry, go ahead.
agree. Okay, yeah, you go ahead, Jay.
What I was going to say was a question for Dan real quick. You mentioned before that the recruitment was well over what they initially asked for. I had heard that they only needed a 300,000 that they were requiring for the partial mobilization, and then on top of that, they got 70,000 volunteers. Has that number inflated since then?
So where I'm from, and I traveled up and down the Trans-Siberian Railroad, because I have buddies all over. In my experience, when the Afghanistan kicked off, like people would just show up because you could see the young people volunteering, and in the villages you could see every time they do a ship off, they lined people up in the square and they wave their flags, and the buses come and they take them. And for our small village to have 2-3 since September, we have a small village. You have to imagine Moscow is huge, all these big cities. It's huge. The number is huge, in my opinion.
Because I keep on hearing different things. That's why. I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming most of you guys follow Gonzalo Lira. I'm assuming some of you guys do, at least, because he's. I mean, obviously he's in Kharkov, so he would have a better idea of what's going on, at least on the front lines. But he's been saying that he heard reports that the mobilization went upwards of 500,000 so far. I don't know how true, because I've only heard the 380,000. So that's why I asked you.
In my opinion, it would be between like 400 and 500 easily.
But most of that's going to be occupational forces, though. That's not all going to be frontline troops.
Logistics, a lot of logistics.
Right. Because I mean, what of that? Even if you have 500,000 of that, that's probably another 200K that's meant to be frontline troops of that.
Yeah, because infantry is like 10% of a whole entire military, anyways. In my opinion, because I have my friend who was in Syria, and that's why he went so fast. They take those guys up really quick. Like you say, yes, very few will be infantry. So who knows?
Yeah, and also to add on that, I think some of the troops are probably going to be protecting the rear, honestly, because usually when Ukraine tries to attack, they go for the weak spot, and then I think they learn from that. And to me, I thought Luhansk, the northern Luhansk, was like gonna fall like pretty fast because it was basically open terrain, but that didn't really happen because of the mobilization, as you can see. So they're just trying to put, like, I guess, some of the mobilized soldiers in the rear area, so the Ukrainians won't be able to break through like they did in Kharkiv.
What I found interesting was Alexander Mercurius brought this up, that after the mobilization was completed, after they finished getting the troops and training them up to speed, he didn't believe that the next step for Russia was going to be full-on aero attacks, like en masse aero attacks, similar to what happened at the start of the war. He believes that it's going to be more of what they're doing, just with more troops. They're going to continue to grind down the Ukrainians. I tend to agree with him with that. But are we getting bait and switched, maybe? Like, maybe is that the idea, to lull them into this sense of it's going to be a grinding war, and then on the front they're not expecting, hit them with a large aero attack? Is that what maybe you guys think is going to happen?
I think that's a possibility, although I share the same opinion as you. I think it's going to be more grinding with some attacks here and there, not too big ones, because I think what Russia is really hoping for here is that Ukraine runs out of the will to fight, runs out of weapons, runs out of. All they need to do is make sure that the weapons are not reaching, or there's not enough weapons, and the whole front collapses. And I think that's what's going to happen, like how Wyatt was talking about, like what happened with Confederation. Like there was a fight, and all of a sudden it just collapsed out of nowhere. I think that's what
I agree. I think it's also a strategy of going after the EU and NATO and trying to get that preferably to disintegrate. As I made this prediction before, and I'm going to stick to that one because it seems to still hold true. Alan, you only have, if you are watching the stream or will watch this later, you have 6 more days. If the Russians don't make an offensive by Christmas, nothing happens. Yeah, sorry for interrupting on that one. This is an internal stream thing. We have been.
Vaun, what do you want to say?
Oh, I was just going to say, I think, it's going to be the grinding kind of battle. And I think, like I said before, I think it's just going to be targets of opportunity. When they find a point in the lines that has broken or been abandoned, they're going to push through, exploit it, create another Papasanaya flower. And, as it's getting colder, that's eventually going to happen because there's just too much Russian military force along the entire front that can start probing and pushing. I mean, you can see how cold it is with the thermals on the drones already. I mean, anything hot stands out. Nothing's going to hide. I mean, you saw the video of the drone dropping a grenade down someone's breathing tube in their bunker.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine when you're flying drones around at night with thermal on, looking for chimneys. And obviously that's a plausible tactic since we watched it happen. And I just think, they're going to just keep probing and grinding away. And when they find an opening, they're going to take full advantage of it. And I was going to ask Dan, with all the volunteers, how you said you had way more. I mean, I don't want to get you in trouble or anything, but is Russia going to utilize that man pool power of extras anyway, like at least equip them or maybe put them in the queue?
In my opinion, well, I'm going to give you two opinions that I haven't shared with you, man. The first one, I'll talk about how life here in Russia is. I'm an American. I see that it has not demoralized the population at all, right? So when you have a war going on and the population supports the conflict, it will make it so that Russia can go prolong this as much as they want. A lot of people on the internet talk about, it's the long war will not benefit the Russians. It will benefit them if they're supported by the population. I, as an American, would have, that's all I see. They support it, so it's going to go on. And as far as how they utilize their men, they're weary of the soldier's life. You can tell that they care about their lives, right? I've noticed also that they say the Russians just throw bodies, but it's not that. So they will use them resourcefully in the upcoming. What was the question? Sorry.
Well, what I was saying is like, since you had extra volunteers, like more than they required, are they like at least giving those guys uniforms and maybe getting together with them and training them a little bit on the weekends and just getting them kind of ready in case they do decide to need them, since they're obviously in support of the war and they want to do something? I mean, basically, I think make them a reserve that you just like.
Yeah, they have enough supplies. I know that they've shown that they lack supplies, but I think Russia is plagued by the same problem it's always had in its past wars. It's kind of delayed, very delayed. Organization is delayed, supply is delayed, but it just happens, and that's all I have to say about that. It's just delayed, and they have the time, and they have the support, and that's why I was saying I wasn't trying to talk bad about you guys, but I just can't wait to see what's going to happen in 7 months, in 1 year, because they have the time. And like the gentleman said, they will cripple Europe because the Europeans and us Americans, we don't like change in our economy. We don't like change in our prices of things in our daily lives. So I'm interested as an American to see how it's going to fuck with me. Sorry, how it's going to affect me. I'm excited to see. That's what I have to say.
I think one thing too, I think the only other reason Russia would drag it out, I don't think they would drag it out militarily just because it's just coming to a point where something's going to give. I guess they could slow things down and just try to drag it out more. But I think the only other benefit for them dragging it out is just how much they want to damage the EU and the Western economies.
I said they can. I don't think they will.
And I think that's a calculation Putin and them will make. And if I'm thinking like Putin, if I'm them, I don't want to drag the war out. I want to get things done. But at the same time, if I can hurt my main rivals economically and put them down, why not?
Yeah.
Especially when you got a guy like Biden in office.
If I can respond to that, I'm not so convinced that Putin necessarily wants to hurt the Europeans per se in any fundamental way. I think he's more keen on trying to get them out of the grip that they have with the United States, because the fact of the matter is the reason, you know, we are tied. We are not really allies, right? They presented as allies, but we are actually vassals, right? Like that's the crux of it. And Putin understands that, and I think what he wants to do is to try to let the sovereignty of the EU or the European nations thereof become sufficient enough that the US cannot push them. But whether that will happen, yeah.
I mean, I think he's going after. I think he's going after the governments. Is what he's doing. As the way I look at it. I don't mean not so much as hurt the people. Is he's taking out the governments. He's hurting the governments.
They seized assets. They broke, like, you know, having travel bans on every single Russian citizen. You know, even if it might be someone who is against Putin and so forth, or someone who hasn't been convinced. Right, like they've taken all the steps to consolidate. But you know, no wonder, like Dan can say that, yeah, they seem to clearly have Putin seems to have popular support. Well, I mean, our government or NATO have taken every single measure to kind of demonize them and generalize and equate it as, you know, Putin is a demon, and Putin is also Russia, incidentally. So, you know, and we also have to take these measures that make it clear to the Russian people as well that they are to be considered as something distinctly different.
You know, someone brought up the point.
There's two more benefits, in my opinion, for prolonging the war. One is an economic one. So, for example, Kharkov and Kherson. So now Russians do not have to worry about paying their salaries, paying the employees, paying the defending the bigger area, and at the same time the electricity. How they bombed it, they don't need to worry about providing them electricity, gas, all of that shit. I think they're doing. It's one of the reasons that prolonging kind of helps them, because all of that extra added cost has to be on Ukraine. Now Ukraine has to worry about the people in Kherson who were left behind, people in Kharkov, and providing them electricity.
And that is a double trap as well, because it feeds right into the PR that they actually want in the beginning, namely getting more support, right? Now the EU actually loses an out when they Kherson. I mean, Kharkiv is one thing, but then you take Kherson. That's such a big city that they try to now negotiate for peace, like we're not going to pull out, and you cannot pull out. You have to support Ukraine, which is going to wear down the EU further. So,
yeah, but I have a question.
Trying to end it quickly, though. They tried to end it. They're trying to put it away quickly. That's how they started the war. They started off by trying to blitzkrieg into the country. They just had bad intel. The population, most of the population in Ukraine, obviously wasn't on their side like they anticipated.
That's the second benefit, and it's not just the Russian population, it's also other countries that have started not supporting directly, but at the same time kind of leaning towards Russia as they see West or USA doing their sanctions and whatever, demonizing Russia, and they see it and they feel threatened that could happen to them. Like Saudi Arabia, about this price cap, they're strictly against it, and they're like, if this happens, we're not going to support a price cap, and they see it and they feel if it happens.
I just want to address the super chat we got here, the person who donated, because it kind of ties in a little bit. He said that yes, thank you. Russia PR advantage with long, boring, grinding war. Well, less interest in the Western public and more difficult for Western politicians and NATO to escalate. And let's take this into consideration, right? Any government may want to push for war, but without popular support, that doesn't happen. And that's where the propaganda machine tends to try to get us geared up to want to join and support this war. And if you have popular support of war on both sides, then, you know, escalation is truly out of control, right? And then it has to, historically speaking, then it has to burn itself out. But however, we are kind of feeling the pinch ourselves. This is not some abstract thing, as most wars tend to be for Europeans. We are feeling it directly, and we are also noticing that more and more of those who adversaries of the U.S. or people who kind of are like lesser allies, shall we say, are either not obeying or they're siding with Russia, or they're making closer trade deals as well, which further demoralizes. So. And I actually consider that to be a somewhat of a good sign, because that means that if at least there's only on one side popular support for war, and they don't, and you know, the Russians don't seem to want to actually do this war of conquest. They so far have not really indicated a very clear, like, not only in a limited sense, if at all. And so this might actually be like a good sign for us that you know, our governments in NATO may want to try to push, but they have been so over the top with all this propaganda for such a long time. And whether accurate or not, the fact of the matter is people are not only fatigued, they're also now feeling it, and they're starting to actually genuinely ask questions, like which they should have asked in the beginning. Is this our war? Like we're NATO. As I try to tell people in my country, like, yeah, fine. Like I would like to support Ukraine, but by doing it, we are at war with Russia. It's not a full-scale war, but we are technically at war. That's why we send military aid and so forth as well. And we are now recently for a few months we have been this comes frequently on the newspaper. Discovered like a suspected Russian spy, some people with a drone or some people taking a camera, whatever. And sure, they can't just be tourists. They can indeed be spies, but it's just like ramping up even more. And like they're trying to do that. But yeah, I think the commentator who he probably I think he's correct. It will take more time, but I think in the long run, it's I think the commentator made a mistake.
I disagree with the conquest part because the territory Russia holds, they're keeping. That's Russia from now on. That's never going back. But
now it is. But they did not have it. But that wasn't the prior inclination. That was after like before annexation.
Right. That's the blood price. That's the blood price. Is territory.
No, but the territory was not a premise for them leaving. They were demanding autonomy in the Donbass, right?
Correct.
Ukraine could still retain Ukraine. Now they have conquests, that they have conducted conquest, but that has not been their overall war aim. That has not been the war, right? So that's why when they are actually so prepared for war and they have popular support for any defense, whereas the NATO countries, clearly losing its waning, then we can kind of see where this is going, right? It probably is not going to go. I don't believe that Putin is going to. Oh, now the NATO is not going to have any popular support. Let's see if we can reach Berlin, right, or something.
What I was going to say was, you don't believe that even with the Donbass region, you don't believe that eventually, even if they were able to secure its sovereignty, it wasn't going to end up joining the Russian Federation anyways. You don't believe that this was just an inevitability, those two joining.
Inevitability.
100% they will be joining Russia for sure.
I think
I'm sorry,
that
was
it really depends on, I think it depends on where you start. If you stay from 2014 and the coup, then I would say, yeah, from that point on was probably inevitability.
Okay.
Before that time, no, I wouldn't say it was an inevitability.
Yeah. But how would you say it wasn't a war for conquest? Because they went from Nikolaev to Voznets, and I think the Ukrainians and those partisans smashed those units that tried to go to Odessa. So they had to retreat back to Nikolaev because they couldn't get to Odessa. But that's conquest if you want to take Odessa to cut Ukraine from the sea.
Well,
the traveling to Voznets is actually to hit the nuclear.
They tried to hit.
They were trying to reach there because my understanding was that the Russians are suspecting that the Ukrainians are developing some kind of nuclear related things, maybe weapons or something, and they're trying to get evidence, which is why they were rushing for Voznets, even though their logistic was actually not ready for it. They're rushing up north. They're going for Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and they got the Zaporizhzhia one, but they cannot reach the one at Voznets. Yeah, they cannot get there. The forces that was at Voznets was like totally destroyed. So,
real quick, Wyatt, I'm sorry, I mean, a question for you. Where did they locate the biolabs at? Do you know which part of Ukraine it was? They located the lab. It was all in Kharkiv?
I heard they were all over. I mean,
I thought it was multiple locations.
Multiple locations, but the main one I think is in Kharkiv city.
Is this confirmed that they have like biolabs, or is this just propaganda? Like this is
no,
like
it's confirmed. Even Victoria Nuland confirmed it. Victoria Nuland confirmed it because first she denied it, then she admitted that there was some kind of lab there, then she admitted there were labs there, but they were for something.
I mean, would one
bad purpose. So if Victoria Nuland says they're there, they're there.
The labs is confirmed. It's just that what they research in the labs it really depends on whether you want to believe the Russian government. The Russian government are saying a lot of things. They show the documents and everything, but who knows? Yeah,
you'll never know what the truth is on those, just because one side will say the other side's lying. So
that's true.
I think one thing too why it's hard for the United States to get as people rah is because we've never been touched like Europe has by the wars. I mean, from Moscow to London, there's people there that have seen entire cities destroyed and people just slaughtered in mass, and tanks rolling through the streets and, whatever time period you want. Whereas in the United States, yeah, there's people like, yeah, Russia's bad. And there's people that are like, Ukraine's bad, bad or good or whatever. I mean, I think the fact that our population has just never seen cities wiped off the map and burned to the ground and enemy forces rolling through it, we're rah about it to a point, but we don't really understand the actual horror of it. Whereas there's still a lot of people in Europe, they may be old now, but depending, you got the 60s with the Soviets and some of the takeovers, and then you've got World War I, World War II, and then all the other shit in between. So, I mean, we just, we get involved, but we're always at a distance. So, yeah, guys come back fucked up and everything, but that's not the same as, whole families being gone and entire cities being gone. And I think that's one reason it's hard for them to get.
Just be a naval power, man. Don't be a land power.
The guys believe the New York Times article about the Ukrainian attack on the Gerasimov, that Americans tried to stop it. And the Ukrainians were like, we already sent the missiles. Did you all see it?
New York Times.
Yeah, apparently Ukrainians attacked the position where the Russian Ministry of Defense guy, Gerasimov, was. He was apparently injured. I don't know if it's true.
Yeah, I saw that story. There was a story about there was an assassination attempt on Gerasimov early in the war. And it was probably, I think, wasn't there an artillery strike supposedly where he was? And then that's when they were saying, oh, they killed all these generals and everything, but he was still alive. So that might be what you're talking about.
I heard he had died like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, it's one of those guys, the ghost of the first Guards tank army or something.
Or died 5 times?
Yeah, there have been like 4 or 5 articles.
Yeah.
Or Putin dying or about to die for another like 4 and 5 times also as well.
Guys, he
like
has
fall down the stairs, pee himself.
Guys, he has cancer, dude. I'm telling you.
Cancer, palsy,
and Parkinson's disease. Yeah.
And Parkinson's.
Has anybody seen that article where Putin he fell from the stairs and shit himself? This was a recent one.
Someone,
I mean, I don't even know if that's true or not, but because I can't see if you were in security detail and you leak that out.
That's a clear sign that the war is turning. If Putin shits himself, then you know the war is turning. So I mean, that's probably what they try to get across.
I mean, they talk always about Putin, right? But look at Biden. Everything that they talk about Putin is true for Biden. Like not on the scale, but
story.
it's
I
just
don't know. I
projection.
keep on getting.
No. Sorry, I would have to strongly disagree with you there. I mean, Putin, he can actually complete a sentence.
Yeah, did Putin fall upstairs? Did Putin fall up the stairs? Then I'll be concerned.
No,
yeah,
no.
well,
I don't know if you guys heard the story.
He's a
If
Udon
Putin
master.
falls up the stairs and shits himself, then we should worry.
Okay, I agree. Then I do agree.
When Putin shits himself while talking to the Pope, that's when we should worry.
Why the Pope?
Because apparently Biden shit himself while talking to the Pope.
Oh, so that's
really
something about world leaders, huh? Like,
Yeah,
I heard if it's cat parties or what's really going on with those folks.
Wait, when did that happen?
This I read this article. This one probably wasn't real, but there's a story that
propagating fake news
Yeah.
now. You're propagating fake news now.
No, but I mean, like either way, it's like this happened. I don't know,
So-
6-7 months ago.
So
It's
audience, now you
hilarious to
know.
read.
Actually, this is a very elaborate, misinformation campaign. Actually, all these people that is on screen is actually all paid by me.
Where's my paycheck at?
Dude.
Did I reveal it? Was that too obvious?
Yeah, remember Vaun just said no. We do not know anything for real, right? No, you also do not know whether this entire open mic thing is actually all paid by Kremlin. Nobody knows.
Dude, I wish I was getting paid.
Right?
Can we get paid in gold bars?
That'd be lit.
I did see a funny meme that had Viktor Bout and it said, "Looks like is back on the."
You cut out.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Again, repeat again.
It was a meme of Viktor Bout saying, "It looks like 762's back on the menu, boys."
Oh yeah, yeah. I saw that one. Did you guys hear he got put on I don't know, he got he got appointed to some position in Wagner. Did you guys hear about that? Viktor Bout did. Yeah, apparently Viktor Bout was appointed by Prigozhin. I think, I don't want to say vice president, maybe deputy vice president or deputy something, but he's like very high in the company.
You know what I could see Viktor Bout doing? I mean, look at it this way. You know, like during World War II, we had the museum guys that went around collecting all the, artwork and stuff like that. I mean, with Wagner, since they're the guys usually doing the most advancing and probably clashing with the best armed troops on the Ukrainian side, who's to say Viktor Bout's not out there with a gang of dudes with trucks collecting that shit, either to sell it or re-engineer it, or
what was that? War Dogs, the War Dog scene where they're just like speeding across the field. Yeah,
I mean, he could be. I mean, he'll have a Wagner escort probably. He'll have some trucks, and they'll probably drive around and collect shit.
Well, the Russians already collected a ton of NATO weapons. You see, if you have,
that's what I'm saying. NATO weapons galore. You know, he can. He can sell them to whatever country wants to buy them to reverse engineer.
Have you guys heard about the weapons showing up in around Nigeria and the Sahel region, where the Wagner PMC incidentally also has an increased influence?
Yeah. The best spot for him to sell them would be exactly where the United States is launching a new invasion, Haiti.
Really, the best spot for him to sell would be the United States, to me.
Think about it, because the U.S. plans on sending in troops to Haiti. I forget the guy's name, but apparently there was a gang that took over the government of Haiti. Yeah. And I know Bout still has connections. There's no way after all this time he lost his connection.
That guy that took over Haiti, I'm not even lying. I think his name is like Johnny Barbecue.
It's something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. I was laughing my ass off when I heard. Yeah, it's like, he's like a badass. You know, Johnny Barbecue Johnson is the baddest motherfucker on Haiti right now.
Because right now, the way I see it, I think we're just in the second Cold War at this point. You might as well just call this Cold War II. At this point, what would be the best way?
They gotta have money though in Haiti to buy that shit. There ain't no credit.
Listen, Russia just wants payback at this point. Once they're done in Ukraine, they're just going to want payback.
Yeah, that's true.
Why not?
I can see videos of Haitians waving Russian flags, too.
They got all those NATO weapons for free. They could double them off to Haiti, train them how to use it, bam.
But hold on, Jay, hold on. Like, the situation in Haiti, like, they're kind of very, very under the thumb of the U.S. Like, how do you kind of picture the Russians being able to actually send the weapons and the training and the advisors and even get that stuff rolling in any capacity before the U.S.? I mean, the U.S. is already waiting outside there and already kind of made it clear.
I have an idea.
Right?
I have an idea. So, you just book a cruise ship, but instead of a bunch of old people, it's a Spetsnaz unit, and then you have a freighter pull up in the port and they unload all the weapons and stuff, and then the Spetsnaz guys walk off and meet up with their Haitian advisors and get it done.
Do you one better?
So you need to
by boat. I mean, there's so many ways they could get in right now. I mean,
just Russia sends all the shit they need to Cuba, right? Let Cuba hold on to everything, and then let Cuba be the
training place, like Poland was for Ukraine.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Guys, I have a question. Regarding this, Russia can do things to USA. Can they start a proxy war to the United States like the US did to Russia?
Not the same scale. Not the same
Haiti,
scale.
I would say, though.
Well, yeah, maybe in Haiti. Haiti's a very small country. I mean,
like Mexico or something?
No
chance. No. It would be Haiti because Haiti right now we're about to invade Haiti. That's why.
Okay.
That's why the U.S. is gearing up to do that because of what was it, Jimmy Barbecue? They're literally.
This is also why I think it's too late. Like if Russia were to start a proxy war, it would be somewhere else. No?
America said that.
But think of the symbolism behind it. Think of the symbolism because right now, the Ukrainian war is a U.S.-funded proxy war on Russia's doorstep. What better way to answer that back than with a proxy war on the U.S.'s doorstep?
No doubt about it. If it won't become a proxy war, I think they will crush it like that because they're already ready.
I think that the best way to beat it is by not starting a proxy war.
Actually, Dan is correct. I agree with you because if you want to mitigate these things, don't do it yourself.
Yeah, the way that Russia is winning
is
is doing the China plan. China is buying people with gifts. Russia is going on this path, in my opinion, where they're being good people to the rest of the world. That's how you beat them by making them look bad. And in my opinion, it's working. because if you go to Africa, like you guys said, a lot of African countries are supporting Russia. Why? Because they're not coming with like war. They're coming with gifts. Like China brings bridges and brings roads. I think Russia, to beat the United States, is doing it this way.
Russia tried to send several ships down to Africa for free. Because of the sanctions, they would say, okay, why don't we have it anyways, why don't we just give it? And they still said no. And then as they got the grain deal going, it was like a ridiculously low amount of the grain that actually went to the so-called poor countries that the NATO countries had said, like, oh, no, look at Russia, they're starving the whole world and blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as they kind of opened a little bit and they restricted limitation, most of it went to Europe and the US.
That's a very good. I actually didn't know if that comment is correct, that Mexico is arming and training Haitian soldiers. I actually don't know about that. I haven't seen anything about it.
All I know with Mexico is that they have kind of made some more formal stances that are clearly like, we're not going to toe the line as much as you.
Well, I mean, I'm not disagreeing. I think it's definitely possible for there to be Haitian troops to be trained in Mexico. It's just, is the scale possible?
Talk about with Cuba would be at least something. I mean, they cannot fight the U.S., of course, but they don't need to defeat the U.S. They need to survive the U.S. That's really it. Because for the U.S., the strategy is often it's like take a weak enemy and finish quickly, unless you want an endless war, right? If it's a matter of control, that's the enemies they go after. Traditionally, during the Cold War, that's how they operated, with a few very noticeable exceptions.
Yeah, what I was trying to say is that a good proxy war Russia could do is to like give like Iran nuclear weapons, because Biden said that there will be military intervention in Iran if they obtain nuclear weapons.
Wow, Manny, you're shrewd as fuck. That is like an insanely shrewd and actually a kind of like that's just so bonkers. I mean, even U.S. planners would probably be impressed.
But if Putin wouldn't do that, he's not that crazy.
No, I also think it's far out of the. I mean, we cannot be in Putin's mind nor his administration, but I think there will be too much resistance within the Russian administration to do, because it's a destabilizing threat for Russia as well. Giving Iran nukes is like, okay, one day it won't be different than the U.S. placing nukes in Turkey, right? Now Turkey may not be as like easy to control as they were in the beginning, but the same would be the same conundrum would be for Russia if they gave nukes to Iran. Like now, maybe they are on good terms, but maybe the U.S. manages to do a coup in Iran, and suddenly they have a U.S. client state with nukes. I think they were their nukes, right? So I'm probably sure there will be a lot of resistance to that.
So quiet.
I mean, that was a good point.
Like,
can we talk about
that?
Sorry.
Okay,
guys,
well,
can we talk about Bakhmut, because the topic is like about Bakhmut and we never talked about this.
Let's do it.
Yeah, this is the stream where at least an hour before we hit the title.
The title is just for show.
Okay. Never ends up to be discussed, right?
It's a hidden rule. We never talk about the thing that is.
Okay, well, actually, we were alluding to it earlier. Was it you, Vaun, who kind of mentioned something that they will do tactical opportunities? They will try to make a few breakthroughs like Popasna. And I think that's pretty close to what they.
No, I think that's not happening, because I saw an interview with a Ukrainian artillery guy, and he was saying about the Popasna push. There was actually a lot of Ukrainian casualties, more than in Bakhmut, because Russians had a lot more artillery pieces back then, a lot more ammo. And he said that now in the winter the cloud cover is coming, so the Russian Orlan drones, the Mavics, there's a lot of Mavics without thermals, and it's hard for them to get positions for the artillery to shoot. So I think for the winter it's gonna die down. It's not gonna pick up just because of the winter.
You don't think there's gonna be a winter offensive?
No, that artillery. I watched it on YouTube. He spoke in Ukrainian. He said that Russians in April and May had like 10 times more artillery.
But we're
now.
seeing a
So-
larger volume of
But
artillery.
the artillery is more for the breakthrough, though. Like if Bakhmut falls, wouldn't necessarily the same
Yeah,
moment or
but
similar
in April
momentum
and
be
May,
achieved by the Russians?
Russians could just like pull up 200 Mista-S and howitzers and shoot. Now Ukrainians have some counter battery and they can shoot back. So he said that it's not that bad like it was in Popasna, because we saw in Popasna they just broke through. VDV pushed all the way down to nearly cut off Severodonetsk, then they stopped them. And now you see in Bakhmut what's happening. Who's pushing? Wagner's pushing. Why? Because you need like apparently they recruited 20,000 prisoners from Russian and they just like send them in waves and
no they don't. That's unbelievably over the top. Sending waves of soldiers, that's
no, like how are you gonna prepare a guy to go to did you see pictures
let me help clarify it for Bozzo, because Bozzo, the thing is that we have come across a lot of that kind of propaganda where they state that the Russian army is just sending waves, which is clearly
no, it's not Russian army, it's Wagner.
Because we're talking about the business partner, yes, yeah, because that may actually be that's because they have a 6-year contract, a month contract. If they survive, they are freed. So they were told that you join, you can get freed, but you are going to be sent in a pretty dangerous situation. There's a very good chance that you will die. So I kind of not to in this. I think Bozzo might be, Vaun, please.
Yeah, I was going to say, as far as Wagner goes, I mean, you can go on and do research and look at articles, but from what I've been able to figure out, a Wagner recruit gets paid $1,100 US a month equivalent. So they're getting trained for a minimum of a month. There's no way so those prisoners, they signed the contract. If you look at Wagner's recruiting, they don't just hire stormtroopers, which was what those prisoners are. So those guys are going to be trained in CQB and assault, and that's probably all they're going to be trained on. And they're going to take higher casualties, but they're not doing human waves.
No, I didn't mean like human waves in World War One.
Yeah, because that's what I was thinking. I could
Wagner has its own electronic warfare specialists, its own missile specialists, its own artillery, its own pilots. It has everything the Russian military has, and if they need more, they just call up and get it. They do not need to send human waves. They are basically sitting there. Yeah, they are assaulting. They are doing the part.
Also, were you meaning from?
But they're not wasting those guys. Those guys are too valuable.
Vaun, I think also meant frontal attacks, right? Like you meant that they made very concentric, harder frontal attacks, like ceaselessly, like they did in the beginning.
But they also have a rule that if you retreat, you're going to the, your head goes boom. So that's the only thing that keeps them pushing in Bakhmut, because no sane people would go to Bakhmut.
You can look at their. You can look at Wagner's code, and you can look at how they train and the fact that they don't allow drugs and stuff like that. I'm not saying that they don't die, and I'm not saying those guys aren't getting killed disproportionately compared to regular forces, but they're not wasting those guys in human wave attacks. Those guys are just doing they're doing the dirtiest fucking work in Ukraine right now, period. And that's why they're dying. They're sending the hardest motherfuckers to do the dirtiest work. And you can look it up and you can do all the research you want. Wagner, and I'm not a fanboy, I'm just saying based on what I've read, those are some hard motherfuckers with lots of experience, and they get to pick the choice dudes from the Russian military to supply their guys, whether that's infantry, tankers, SAM operators, drone operators. They got everything. Our PMCs in America are a fucking joke compared to them, because our guys run around with fucking flak jackets on and carry M4s and do like bullshit security and convoy. These motherfuckers could do a breakthrough and they got T-90 tanks too, so they got everything. They get whatever the fuck they want.
That's kind of what I was getting at, Bozzo. I don't think that you're wrong. It's just I kind of agree with Vaun more. I would imagine that Wagner is not sending their first line contract prisoner guys they pulled out of a gulag in Russia into Bakhmut. If anything, Wagner's sending their like prime time top guys they can to Bakhmut, because I mean, sure, there's a lot of dirty work to be done, as Vaun says, but Bakhmut is also it's an image for Wagner. If Wagner can win in Bakhmut, if Wagner can do that by themselves, imagine like the clout that they're going to win across the whole face of the world.
And that's the other thing I don't think people understand. Wagner has a lot of clout. Wagner's going to get more clout, and Wagner utilizes and exploits their clout. And they are very efficient at it, and they capitalize on their position in the Russian Federation. And the idea that those guys are clowns that just get
regarding the prisoners. So regarding the prisoners, they are to be considered basically as from here on a long-term investment for the Wagner. Right?
That's how I thought. Yeah. Why would you?
I mean, that's St. Petersburg.
Well, like it will make strategic sense for me considering that Wagner operates around the world, especially like as mentioned, Africa, but and of course also in Syria. But you know, this is also a money business, right? And this is not exactly a very compassionate business. So I wouldn't be so surprised if they found out like, oh shit, we got like 5,000 too many that we're not going to be able to we don't have the profits if you can't, the revenue stream we have to kind of hold on. And then they might decide, okay, so these are the ones that seem to be least promising for us. So why don't we just let them take the brunt of the first? And they don't do it like a human way, First World War, but they will be like, yeah, you are the sacrificial lamb for us for our victory.
Okay,
you're on.
I mean,
I totally understand that. That makes complete sense.
They cannot retreat in Bakhmut. If they go to attack, they have to capture the position. There's no other way. They capture the position or they die because they cannot retreat. That's the only problem for them.
I would say can I say? But they have objectives and they're set. And when they are given an objective, they got to complete it. Like if you watch Wagner guys talk, they say we're given tasks and we complete the task. It's very straightforward. And that if that means 100 guys died, I guess that means 100 guys died. But they're all about the business, and that's their business, and that's all they do. And that's why I think that, there might be guys that are slugs that get picked off and they get sent on the shitty jobs, or you're always on point. But they're if you want to say NCO Corps, their cadre of men that are experienced and blooded that they send all over the place or use them to train with, they're not wasting those guys. There's no way in hell. I mean, look at how well they're equipped. I mean, they've got the best AK setups. They've got premium aftermarket stuff. I mean,
they've got all the crazy stuff.
Not to mention,
I guess my question is, those upper level guys.
You're not going to give a fucking $3,000 AK-47 to some guy that's going to get killed 5 minutes later.
And where's the proof that they can't retreat? Like, if they make a pause or something, like, it's not a retreat.
Are you trying to say they get, like, is it like they have, like, a machine gun line set up back home to kill them if they come home? Like, I'm not sure I understand.
Yes.
I believe if you retreat, you get killed. But that's like, but they can retreat as a unit or stop as a unit and decide to hold up because they can't advance. But if you decide to say, fuck this and run, then they're going to shoot you in the back. That's what they say.
Yeah.
I would say that logically speaking,
they also say that they don't surrender and they give them a grenade. And you saw that video a few weeks ago of the guy that shot himself with his own AK because he didn't want to get captured.
So that I would say that, we have to think logically. You can't. It is, in my opinion, impossible that you put an entire squad with all prisoners. They are going to just defect, like for sure. As a whole group, my opinion is that it's definitely a mix between the prisoners and also their regulars. There are no paid contractors. It definitely is going to be a mix. So they have the the NCOs or the sergeants or staff sergeants, which are the ones that have been the veterans that have been working for Wagner for years, and then they are staffed with all these prisoners that is acting as their riflemen or So I think it's going to be a mix. It's not going to be like, you prisoners just rush. God, they're all armed. They're going to just turn around and shoot the Russians, in my opinion. It doesn't make sense that you'll be the whole group. So it's going to be a mix.
Yeah, it would make sense that you would mix in new guys and unexperienced guys with different levels of veterans.
And then they get trained, right?
And then they get trained as they're working. And then when they get there, you've hopefully got them up to speed enough to be able to perform.
There was a video of Wagner training.
Guys get medals and get their pardons. So
yeah, I've seen videos of Wagner training where the guys like walk around with like AKs and just like shoot it past the guys' heads while they're crawling around. It's like some of the scariest shit.
So, like for example, the one that suicide with the grenade, perhaps is one of those long time Wagner contractors, like long time soldier. I don't think the prisoners will do that. That's my opinion.
Didn't Ukrainians?
Well, I mean, they might be,
and they
you know, the
exchanged
prisoners killing. Oh, sorry, I
and
meant
then Wagner.
the Ukrainians have been shooting prisoners. There were videos coming out, and I would not be surprised if the Russian military used it for all that it's worth, you know, just to make sure that they wouldn't. But, you know, this is also there's a problem with using that, because if your side doesn't take prisoners, like if your men are not willing to surrender because they're under the belief they will be killed anyways, even though that may only sometimes be true, it may only be with those more extremist cases. Well, the one problem with that is that because there are also Russian troops being captured at you know, Ukrainian troops being captured, and this is how they do prisoner swaps. And considering that, again, they want to be conservative with their troops and make sure, like, for PR reasons, to have a few taken. Yeah, it's a bit hard to say, but like, what do you guys think would be a reasonable approach for the Russian military when it comes to propagandizing their soldiers into like, if you surrender, this will happen or may happen, or like, because those are two very clear distinctions.
I've actually got a really interesting story. Some of you guys might know this from the Battle of the Bulge. Right when the Battle of the Bulge began, the Nazis, when they were pushing past the Rhine, they actually captured a group of about 100. It was about 80 something American soldiers, and executed all of them. And upon word getting out that this had happened, instead of the Americans saying, okay, well, now we have an enemy that's brutal and they're going to kill us all, it's now none of us are going to surrender, and we're going to...
It was actually exactly what the Germans noticed in the Eastern Front as well. Yeah. Because at first, that's why they had millions of Soviet prisoners in the beginning, because, you know, but you know, as they found out that they were just killing them in droves as well, along with civilians as well, the Russians were, the Soviets, I should say, perhaps, were increasingly,
Has anybody in this chat been to war? In combat? Anybody here decorated for combat? Okay, I'm going to give you a quick story. Like I said, I'm a Marine, combat engineer, 1371, multiple tours to Afghanistan, combat decorated, whatever. What you're talking about, when you have an enemy that presents itself as having zero mercy, takes no prisoners, you will never go be taken alive at all. Your buddies and you are aware that if you don't kill me, I'm going to kill myself. So it doesn't matter what's happening in Ukraine now. Whether it be if you have stories where you know that they're killing prisoners, you're going to off yourself. I don't know. If they're prisoners who are in Wagner, they're going to off themselves. If they're regular army soldiers, they're going to off themselves. At this point in the war, when it's a front line like Bakhmut, in my opinion, they're going to off themselves. If it's somewhere else where it's more calm and you know they're taking prisoners, they won't. So it's all in different parts of the line. They're going to kill themselves if they're stories, and they're not if they're not. And going back,
if I understood you correctly, what you're saying that the intensity of the battle in Bakhmut would limit the opportunity for the soldiers to even surrender. Like the intensity would just simply make it like you can't put up your hands. You're definitely going to get shot anyways because it's so.
Yeah, intense. Mentally and mentally too. When you're in the trench or you're in that position, and you can feel when it's close. You're going to off yourself. And I feel that the men in that particular region of the war, I think they know they will have to do it. I don't see Ukraine taking prisoners. When you're in a defensive position, like Bakhmut, like a Ukrainian, and you have the opportunity to take a position, you're going to kill everyone. You're not going to take prisoners because now you're wasting time. You're wasting logistics.
But wouldn't the same be the case for the Russians as well? Because you don't want the momentum to be held up as well, right? So
yes, but the Russians have
a recipe for no prisoners. Okay.
But the Russians have a different option. If they take prisoners, man, you could blast that on all the channels. It benefits the Russians. As you're an attacking force, if you can take prisoners and put it up in media, it benefits the Russians. It doesn't benefit the Ukrainians at all.
Even if they capture Azov? Even if they
Mariupol was a PR victory.
For capturing Azov was a big win because they could criminally prosecute them.
They can.
Because these ladies were filming what they were doing and taking, like when they were killing people, torturing, beating kids and stuff like that. So
that way, it could take a year for the execution.
That was a very big win.
2 months ago, Zelensky recorded a video, and it was for Ukrainian forces. And what he said was he wants them to take prisoners, because if they get prisoners, they can actually exchange them for their own guys. So I think there's that factor also playing in.
That's actually really interesting, because that kind of gives away a little bit of information about what the Ukrainians are doing.
Yeah.
If you're saying, hey guys, start taking prisoners, we need to trade our own guys for theirs, it's like, are you implying that you're executing every single person you get, or the majority of the people you get? It's like,
yeah, it's a pretty tacit admission.
I mean, if you look at what they claim the Russian casualties are, then you look at the exchanges, it's like, where's all the prisoners? I mean, it's like, I mean, you can see Russians taking prisoners and stuff like that, and sometimes you'll see Russians getting taken prisoner, but it's like, they're like, oh, we've killed 50,000 Russians. Well, that would probably mean there's at least 5 to 10,000 prisoners, and then you factor in the wounded wherever they went, and it's like, it's 35 here, 60 there, 100. It's never 1,000 for 1,000. I mean, the Russians have plenty. And the other thing I was going to say is in regards to like getting captured. I mean, Dan probably knows this. Like in the U.S. military, like when they trained us, if you get captured, you're required, name, rank, and serial number, and they say you can resist as long as you can, but at the same time, they're like they expect you at some point to break because they'll do ungodly shit to you, and then they just
here's another one.
Basically, like just get through it as best you can. And you whereas before it might have been like, well, if you fucking talk, we're gonna fry your ass. Whereas now, it's a little more understanding because I think they realize what the other side's capable of. We always talk about the Geneva Convention, and people argue and say we follow it or don't follow it depending on what kind of tactic we're using. But when it comes to prisoners, generally we take prisoners and treat them pretty damn good. And whereas the countries we go up against, it pisses me off because you think about when they captured 2 Rangers in Iraq and dragged them behind trucks and set them on fire and flayed them and all that. And it's like, you don't hear nobody say shit about that violation. But, an F-16 bombed a wedding party. Now that's fucked up, but I'm just saying, and it's like the end of the world. You never hear the end of it. So, I think that plays into it too. There's, and you got to figure, like Dan would know since he's been in those places, it's like you see shit like that going on. I would imagine you're not really keen on taking prisoners after that because you know what they're going to do to you.
Right.
And I think you're more likely to prosecute Dan because he doesn't take a prisoner than we are to catch the guy that did that to those guys and prosecute him.
You see a lot of propaganda being put out, right? I mean that's the whole thing, right? Every time you capture someone, right, you have to show it off. It's like, look, people are giving up, or we're taking prisoners. Why don't we see videos of the Ukrainians showing these big camps of Russian prisoners that they supposedly have, right? They're capturing a bunch of Russians. The Russians are giving up. They have a bunch of Russian casualties. Where are the big camps of Russians who are giving up? Where's all the videos?
There are some, but that's like 10 people in Kharkov, I think, when they retreated from Kharkov, and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
You also have to think about that
Russians are really good at retreating. When they do retreat, they just bomb the fuck out of, they just shell the fuck out of them, out of Ukrainians, and then they retreat very, very, very quickly. They don't care the equipment that they're leaving. They do, for example, Kherson. Everyone expected them to take at least 1 or 2 weeks, but they were out in like 2 days, I think. Not even.
I think
sorry.
I think
it's harder to
stuff beforehand.
I want to answer Alan's question about why you don't see Ukrainians videos. When you're like I said, when you're an attacking force, you're more likely to take a prisoner. Ukraine right now is playing a defensive war. So no matter what they say, what offensive, what counteroffensive, Ukraine is on the defense. It's the one taking on the Russians, right? Would you agree? They're being invaded, yes?
Yes.
So when you're being invaded, you're on the defense more likely than being on the offense, and therefore it's less likely for you to take a prisoner. You can't convince the man, hey, stop attacking me and give up. And so that's why you'll see less, and that's how it works.
Yeah. Good to know.
That makes sense if you think about it, because if you're attacking and the attack is stopped, your only chance is if you're wounded that the Ukrainians climb out of their trenches and come out and get you. because obviously you're not going to be recovered by the Russian side if it's close enough to the lines to take fire. So that would make sense that we wouldn't see as many casualties or captured because nobody's going out in no man's land to pick wounded up.
And I feel that psychologically, right, for the Ukrainians, because they are the one that they were under the artillery strike more often. Psychologically, they are just more pissed off. So when they do come across any Russian soldiers, the first thing they want to do is just revenge. I don't think that, which is why it's much harder for them to get prisoners of war, because anyone that they see, they will just shoot. Because it's just so pissed, because you are constantly 24/7, every single day for maybe 3 months. You're under bombardments, mortar, artillery. When you come across the freaking Russians, you just got to just shoot a guy. I think that's just natural psychological thing. Whereas for the Russians, it's a bit different because they're always rotating. They are rotating troops, and they are being inculcated that we have to be professional. If they surrender, we will take them. It's a bit different. Whether the Ukrainians are fighting a total war, the mentality is just different. So I think that might explain the lack of Russian prisoners. This from my point of view.
It's basically an eye for an eye, because I guess their friend died to the Russians, and they just.
I mean, even when we watch some of the World War II, films, we do see, even the American soldiers, when they are already winning the war, but they just cannot take it. They just shoot the prisoners, the German Nazi soldiers.
Yeah, the SS guys got executed all the time.
Yeah. They just. And anyway, there was a super chat. So NGS was talking about how it is strange that the stories are not covered in the media. It's gone. There's no one talking about the Nord Stream anymore. They're not talking about the Russian bombing Zaporizhzhia anymore.
Yeah, amazingly how quickly that was it seems to be a sabotage going on.
I think what I've noticed is that slowly they're changing into the up till now Ukraine was like, we're gonna win, and slowly they're changing into the ideology that if you do not give us weapons, we're gonna lose. They're slowly doing that, not completely, but slowly. Especially the General Zaluzhny's interview, it was clearly asking for weapons, not because they think they can win, but because if you don't give it to us, we will lose.
But that was from the start. If you don't give Ukraine weapons, they're gonna lose automatically.
Well, they're gonna lose either way. It's just they have an image. They have an image to upkeep with the rest of the world.
Has anyone seen the video? Did anyone see the Telegram video of the Russian troops that were captured being kneecapped? Did anyone see that?
That was quite a few months ago, right?
I know, but I'm assuming that everyone here has seen that. So if they're doing that and they're willing to show that they're kneecapping Russian soldiers, what do you think they're doing, behind closed doors when no one else can see, when it's not being captured by video? I mean, if Russian soldiers can see that, okay, wow, if I get captured at best, I get kneecapped. Why would you ever surrender at that point?
No, there's that video that came out a month or two ago.
Yeah. Hold on, folks. This brings us back to where we started. Would the Russians actually try to use this kind of footage to propaganda their soldiers, or would they not?
When you're in training, they just sit you down. They sit you down and they have a TV and they just play video after video after video. If you surrender, this is going to happen to you. It's that's simply how it works.
And this was also, I think, Nazi units, right? Like a Kraken or something. So it played to the Russian propaganda machine. It was a very big mistake for the Ukrainians to do stuff like that. Internationally, it was also a hit, right? Because who want to support a regime who is doing things like this? And
but look at it. I mean, those videos are out there, and in the Western media, they don't even really give it any play or any kind of, like you said, it should be condemned.
In Norwegian media, they actually thought it was Russian.
It should be condemned. It's like
in Norwegian media, they explained it as being a grace that was done by the Russians when they invaded. They explained it the other way around. Or these were massacres that happened before.
Have you guys seen? There was one video that was really bad that came out of civilians being thrown into a hole. It was that naked guy who got thrown into a hole after he was shot. How is that? That's a brutal violation of just human decency. I'm not talking about Geneva Conventions. It's how does that video exist and people will just be like, yeah, it's That's the Ukrainians. They're trying to fight back for their country. I mean, like, there's got to be like a line, right?
The line is whether or not the U.S. agrees with the agenda being made. That's the line. Does it benefit the U.S.? That's what the line is drawn. It's okay if the atrocities happen if it's better for us. It's only bad if it doesn't work for us.
Yeah.
I was actually shocked.
Good bloodshed, bad bloodshed, and the one they don't care about. The good bloodshed is the one that the other side is doing because that you can use for propaganda. And the bad bloodshed is the one that you do. It's bad if others know about it.
Yeah.
But it's not really a bad. Then you spin it in the other way. It must be turned into one of the good bloodbaths. And then you have the ones I don't want to care about. That's like you might focus on that and distract in that direction. That's often how the modern propaganda works when it comes to war propaganda.
It's good to hear about it. I mean,
I was actually shocked that FIFA didn't agree to Zelensky speaking at the final ceremony.
None of the Arab countries supports Ukraine. So Ukraine was asking for FIFA for an opportunity for Zelensky to speak before the final, I think. So then FIFA like rejected. None of the Arab countries actually supports Ukraine, as far as I understand. None of them, because all the Arab country hates America. So, and then they see this as the Russia versus the West or versus American interest. And so most of Middle East and the Arab world actually prefers to support Russia, and which is also where we've seen where the oil price situation where none of the OPEC plus countries want to support. And that includes Iran and Venezuela. Both was under severe sanctions for years. So who want to support the West when it comes to this kind of thing?
This is like the second and third world's opportunity. Really to get back at not only the United States but the West as a whole. Like they're looking at this, and I don't think most of the world even looks at Russia as a Western country. They don't regard it, even though it is partly in Europe. I don't think they really regard it as a country of the West. Like they regard it as.
And it's even weird. It's even weirder when you're here, and the feeling you get, like if you go to St. Petersburg, and that's all the way in the west of the country, and if you go all the way to Khabarovsk or Irkutsk, where I'm from now, all the way in the east, the Russian people feel like they're part of the Western world, but they know that the rest of the world doesn't think they are. So it's a weird
Dan, are you familiar with
Gopnik?
Are you familiar with Gopnik? Are you familiar with Gopnik? Yeah, I came across that like a couple of days ago. Like this guy mentioned this. The most hated subculture in the world, or the Russian subculture in the world, and that was supposedly the Gopniks who were dressed in Adidas, and they were actually really like pro-Western. They came out in the 90s when they fell, and before that, as far as I understood it, the Soviet Union had used the East German, because Adidas is actually from East Germany, which was then under the USSR, and they had two stripes, and then once the Berlin Wall, the Cold War ended, then the real Adidas came and rebranded itself within the Western market. And
it's huge still here.
Yeah, it's as far as I get, it's like the Russians have a peculiar obsession with Adidas, and the Gopniks were kind of like street thugs that were always squatting around and kind of like hanging there with their grits. And
wait, is that like in the movies, your stereotypical Russian mobster? Is that what what they were?
No. It's more like sort of like a street corner gangster of the U.S.
It's like a hoodlum.
Gopnik means just like.
I've it's funny. A few times I've tried to find like a Russian Flora camo Adidas tracksuit with the white stripes, just so you can stand there with my get an AK and stand there and.
I'll put on my tracksuit.
Oh, Alan, you were asking what Gopnik meant. It was an abbreviation of a Russian word of.
Oh no, I know what I'm saying. That's what I was kind of leading the conversation. It's like, yeah. It's
yeah. Okay.
I think, but now Gopnik is just a meme, right? Because Gopniks were like in the 90s, right, where Russia were more criminal stuff. But now it's just more of a meme, isn't it? But to a serious topic, like if you talk about the Russians are more Western than people are getting them credit for. They play the same computers games. They chill on the same English Discords.
I mean, I fucking hate playing Russians on fucking War Thunder. Those cheap bastards.
They put always a Z on their T-34 tanks. Yeah. Yes,
Yeah,
but
you know,
they
I got
want-
my fucking Tiger and some bullshit fucking armored car comes out with a machine with a Dushka on it and just
Where's the point of contact though? Real quick, where's the point of contact to where Russia is no longer considered Europe? It's considered Asia. Where is that point of contact? That line drawn?
I think
It's
it's in the
mountains?
mind because they all think, oh yeah, geography-wise,
Geographically,
maybe
yeah.
the Ural Mountains, maybe the Ural Mountains.
But you said all of them. So basically, all the way from the border, from Belgrade all the way to Siberia, they feel they're Europeans.
My woman is born in this city.
Mm-hmm.
I asked her, she's born in.
Because the European border being stretched into the Urals, isn't that necessarily a Eurocentric perspective? Like what the Ukraine, wasn't that? Then the meaning of the name Ukraine was the edge, like the border, and as far as I understood it, the border of what? Russia, no? So like then it will be the border of Europe would then if Russia is not a part of Europe, it kind of stops there, or like.
I'm kind of just talking about the mountains. I'm just talking about them as like a geographic boundary because like once you go, like I mean, Europe has kind of like this idea. Europe has like this idea of like it's not the biggest continent, right? It's not going to take up like half of Asia. You can't count
the smallest continent, actually.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like where do you really draw the line?
But are we specifying by like this? Like, because I know that there's a. Russia is fairly ethnically diverse, and like Muscovites are kind of distinct, right? So when we're talking about where to answer Jay's question, where does kind of the European part of Russia end, so to speak?
Yeah.
And you said Are we talking about like the Muscovite section of the part of the population that has its origin from? That was the origin of Russia, pretty much.
Because keep in mind, your geography is going to dictate your culture.
Well, sure, but does that make it? But Europe is a fairly arbitrary. Like, is it a peninsula? They call it a continent, but it's really more like a semi-peninsula of some sorts.
It's a peninsula with peninsulas.
Honestly, you could fit the rest of Europe.
It would be more reasonably closer to the. Like, it wouldn't be up in the Ural Mountains for a European peninsula. It would be much closer to the sea. Then it would be like more like. Right?
Am I saying that though? Couldn't you fit the rest of Europe inside of Russia? Like, couldn't you fit all those other countries? Pretty much.
I want to just explain to you, Jay. So, like you said, geography can play a role in your culture.
Yeah.
But if you ask somebody who's 1 hour away from Japan, all the way on the east coast of Russia, are you Asian? They'll say like, "What are you talking about? I'm European." Doesn't matter. My woman, geography wise, she's born right above Mongolia in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
But you ask her, she's got blue eyes, she's like blonde, and she'll be like, "What are you talking about? I'm not Asian." No, I'm European. And that's mostly what the Russian people in this part of the world think, because they're genetically, in their eyes, they're Europeans, even if they're Buryats or any other tribes.
But hold on, Dan. Isn't also the eastern part of Russia fairly ethnically diverse? Like, would people who look significantly more Asiatic, would they also call themselves European?
Yeah. The people in this, they feel like they're Europeans.
European, just by being a part of Russia.
From what I've seen.
What's the race, real quick, Dan? What's the what are the people called? Native Siberians. What are they referred to as?
So the major group here in this region are Buryats. Like that's what I've learned. The Asian-looking people, they colonized Lake Baikal, which is the biggest lake in the world. This is where I live. And the Mongols took over the city.
You're lucky.
Yes, I am very lucky.
It must be beautiful out there, honestly.
I feel like in that part isn't that part of Russia now bad, like of like sanctions and all that? Because I think they're like so right in your
the gas price hasn't changed. The gas price hasn't changed in 8 months since I've been here. Food prices haven't really changed that much. Like the sanctions, we don't feel them. And if we don't feel them in villages, I can imagine the people in Moscow, they must be living it up because we have everything in the stores. I've shared my email. I can get in contact with you. I use VPN for Instagram. I could show you guys photographs and stuff like this. As long as it's not too crazy, I can make a little group for anybody who wants to see it really gas
Let me ask you
prices.
this. At what point you brought
Mark?
something interesting, Dan? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, what are you saying?
No, I was going to ask. You brought up something interesting when you mentioned the sanctions. You said you guys weren't really feeling them, but early on in the war when it started and the initial shock and awe sanctions started, did you guys feel it then? Was that the only time it actually like shook up the populace?
Only in the beginning.
Right.
Only in the beginning, because it was like, whoa, milk costs $2 usually. Now it's $2.50. For Russia, it's a lot. 50 cents is a lot, but then it stabilizes. That's it.
So
Okay.
basically,
Like
life in the
restaurants.
eastern side of Russia is like basically pretty nice, right?
It's beautiful.
Man, I wish I was.
Dan, you
I
are
was gonna-
you are a very
I was gonna
good
say-
agent, bro. Bro, you're a very good Kremlin agent, my guy.
Oh my God.
I was going to ask.
I'm teasing.
With
I
the
The only place that really Russians really feel it is when they're trying to transfer money to the other countries or trying to
see
buy
that a
something
lot.
online. Because my wife,
And
she's
that's
from
the hardest
Ukraine.
part for me.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
actually the same thing with my family. We can't send any money to them, or they can't send
Yeah,
money to us.
my wife, she's from Yekaterinburg, and it's very close to Kursk, actually. Yeah.
It's my region. I get goosebumps.
I was
Listen,
going to ask with the like when you talk about the sanctions when they first hit, and that was the only time you guys felt like you were affected. Would you say that was more just adjusting the supply chain to the new reality versus the sanctions actually hurt you?
Well,
you know what I
the
mean? Like
supply
you had to
chain was
scramble
still there,
a little
yeah.
bit, maybe repurpose, find a new source for a particular item. That's all it was, really.
We still have the same companies supplying what we have, but I don't know if it was like a scare where they upped the price, because we still had everything stocked, right? But the prices went up, so I don't know if they were delayed or they had problems logistically, but with the supplies were there. And Aky Abrol, I want to tell you, we're opening up a bank account. If you email me how we can send money, there's a bank in Russia that's coming out of like Europe that's not sanctioned by the United States. So that's what I'm gonna do instead of bringing cash. That's all.
Yeah.
Also,
there's
I was
also
going
a
to say
website that you can use in cases of an emergency. It's advcash.com. You can just it's like I think the fees is 3.5%, and you can just convert your US dollars to rubles, and it goes directly to your account, just like Wise and TransferWise, those companies work.
So
Okay, but in the chat, please look at my email and help me. And you can email,
I heard that a lot of the big companies that pulled out of the U.S., especially like the fast food chains, they allowed them to be nationalized. They allowed their locations to be nationalized, but they kept the contracts to supply them the materials. Is that true?
And
Bro,
they changed
I went to the
names,
McDonald's.
Right? They changed the
the
name.
name changed.
Right.
I have photos of me and McDonald's eating, but it tastes the same.
So they're still
have
supplying.
the same.
They're still supplying them the same materials.
I don't know. Yeah, it's the same.
Well, I
That's
would
what I'm saying,
assume they
though.
have local suppliers in Russia, and they just because I saw the change. They did a logo change for the McDonald's, so I would assume all those local suppliers in Russia, because they're not sending Big Macs from America. So
No.
I would assume it. Like I said, I would assume it was just a hiccup in the supply chain, and then once they got it figured out and everybody got renamed, it was all good.
That's what I'm saying, though. Those suppliers still work for McDonald's. So McDonald's, for example, kept a contract with those suppliers to keep supplying those people. That's what I heard. Is that I was asking, was that the case? Can you confirm that? Because I'm thinking all these companies are just really just doing it for face. Okay, we're going to pull out of Russia, and then basically they let them get nationalized. But the suppliers keep the contracts with McDonald's, and they still end up getting the money back anyways by selling it to those nationalized chains.
Well,
They would be dumb if they didn't do something like that, because
that's what I'm saying.
Bro, there was
one of the biggest examples is Coca-Cola. They said that they were going to pull out, but eventually they reintroduced themselves as Dobre Cola. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
Ours is Cool Cola, by the way. Over here, it's called Cool Cola.
Yeah.
Probably tastes better too.
Добре, коли
It kind of helps the businesses, the local businesses, because
I
they
think-
never got a chance to like represent themselves, you know.
I think
No,
where
market.
Russia actually suffered was the automobile industry, but they're again getting back on track because they're getting the Chinese and even the Persians getting those contracts.
I mean, all them washing machines y'all looted out of Ukraine, we know y'all could go
Wash machine cruise missile. Did you see this?
Yeah. I love this.
Hey, speaking of China, has China been able to get around selling equipment to Russia yet? Or are they doing that on the low? Do we have an
They're
indication of
selling
that?
it to Iran, and then Iran just transfers it over.
Actually, it makes a lot more sense.
I saw, I think it was the new Atlas, and they were talking about the cruise missile production.
Mm-hmm.
And they were saying that either the Russians stockpiled a shitload of chips before the sanctions, or they found a way to get chips, because they said they found in some of the wreckage of the cruise missiles that were manufactured this year in September, I think, and maybe October. So they're obviously able to still produce cruise missiles, and they're, like they said, it's either they have a supply that no one knows about or wasn't aware of, or they're still finding ways to get around it. And I would assume
would it be inconceivable that they can
his
produce
conclusion was it was a little bit of both, that they have a stockpile and they're still getting chips.
I mean,
If
North
it-
Korea can make them.
I don't think it's far out of this world that Russia could be able to produce them themselves, or would that be like completely unrealistic?
Why does Perun sound so familiar? I've
Is
seen
this a
that
YouTube
name
channel,
on-
or
I've seen
what
it on
is it?
YouTube before.
Yeah,
Why
it's
does
a
that sound
YouTube
so
channel.
familiar?
Yes, Nela. He's pretty big though. He has like a lot of subscribers, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot
He's
of
at
a
least
lot
3
of
times bigger than me.
a lot of YouTube channels started coping, right? Is it just me, or a lot of like history war channels?
Dude,
I can name
started
several.
bro,
hardcore.
okay, I'm a big history buff. I love reading and watching as much stuff about history as I could. Like the first 3 weeks of this war was just
coping.
just propaganda vomit. There's this one channel I watch. They just like literature breakdowns because I'm a fucking nerd. But they made a video about Ukrainian history, and I'm like, what?
What is?
Oh, I think
I'm not
know
even
which one.
going to say some of those motherfuckers' names, but there's some fucking crazy, sorry ass dude. I mean, it's like the shit that, like, Russia got bought, like when the Crimean Bridge got hit. This motherfucker was talking about how it was cut off and it was over, and it's like he's sitting there saying this shit, and I'm watching fucking cars driving on the other side of the bridge and shit. It's like. But the guys, he sells subscriptions and all that kind of shit, and he supposedly he's some kind of inventor, and he worked in Ukraine and stuff like that. So he gets pissed off. I can't talk in this chat. I'm banned for permanently because if you bring up Azov and stuff like that,
Guys,
he gets.
you don't understand.
Because he brags about working with those guys and talking about how they're not like that and shit, and it's like. Okay, dude, but there's pictures of them doing exactly what you say they're not doing. But, there's plenty of guys like that out there. I mean, you think it's that one guy, he's Dimitri or whatever the hell his name is. And
Dennis or what?
Dennis something, whatever. I mean, it's like, dude, if you can report on the war.
It's just propaganda, bro.
And report honestly, just because it's not going good for your side doesn't mean you. But I don't know. Maybe the guys in Ukraine can't tell the truth. So who knows?
He claimed that he got his arm injured from the war because he was in the sling for the longest time.
Really?
Well, he knows the truth better than
I think the Ukrainians are actually not allowed to say anything, because you cannot. They're banned freedom of speech when it comes to the war, right? So if you post anything that may be true or not,
he's located at, so he might not even be able to really even cover it legitimately.
Well, but he can have his ass on the line if he actually reports it.
I'm quite sure that some of them that they are Ukrainians, right? I'm sure that they get permission from the SBU to continue their YouTube channel if they are.
They get contacted.
Well, you gotta look
quite sure for sure because their channels are so big. Some of them.
But look at Intel Slava. I mean, he was running guns and got captured in Moldavia. Then Wagner had to save him.
No, I mean that story. That was hilarious.
I hope Wyatt has Wagner on speed dial if something ever happens to him.
No, that story was actually hilarious because for like 4 hours after the post came out that he was arrested, it was just like the best memes I'd ever seen. Like, oh my god.
Yeah. And then when that Wagner story came out, that just fucking topped it off. I was like, Jesus Christ, this is great.
Didn't Ryber also get some prosecuted or something?
He did. He was talking a bit too spicy for the Russian government, I think.
Yeah, I think he got a warning. You know, like they'll investigate him if he doesn't chill. So but I would imagine a lot of them, they don't want people giving away stuff.
So I think the Russian one was that the Russian OSIN circle one was that there was a rumor that some of the generals or high-ranking people are getting a list of these OSIN people that they want to crack down. And War Gonzo was very vocal about it. Then after it started to spread to everyone, they are talking about it. So they were investigating. So the OSIN themselves are investigating and try to sound out from their context to see what the hell is happening. And they realized that it's actually not real or something, or it's not something that is government sanctioned. So after that, they become very vocal about it, just talk about it. Then the whole thing just disappear.
Okay.
So not sure what is it about.
I've actually got one on top of that, though. Wyatt, you might actually remember this. This was early on in the conflict. There was one map-making channel or one map-making account that got totally shut down because they were
Ukraine map.
Yeah, something
Twitter,
like
on Twitter,
that.
Right?
Was it Voldoga? Was it Voldoga mapping?
Balkan mapping?
Balkan? Or was it Voldoga?
Balkan is still around. The
Balkan's on
Ukraine
there.
map.
So it was a Voldoga, right? Or live map.
No, not live map. It was a different map.
Ukraine map. He's also called Ukraine map. So there's actually two Ukraine maps on Twitter. So there's one that is very pro-Ukrainian, which always kind of argue with me on Twitter. There's another one that is actually pro-Russian. So the pro-Russian one after that got kicked out of Twitter. Then he was on Telegram. He still continues a bit, but after that he stopped. So he used to be one of my sources.
Well,
so once he's gone, then
I could be incorrect, but either it was him. I really just don't remember the name, but I so vehemently remember there was a somebody who made maps who was contacted by the Russian government and been like, "Stop, you're being too accurate for our."
Was it the voice of reason? That guy, BOR. He did pretty good maps for a while, but
because it had unit locations on the map. It had locations where specific units were located.
I've seen Dima do that, but that's been lately.
Yeah, this was early
That's
on.
Ukrainian, dude. It's not Russian.
Hey Wyatt, do you plan on doing any collabs with other content creators who are covering the war?
Nope. The only one that I'm really I actually in contact with a few that are considered neutral, but my best friend is a history legend. So, but otherwise, no, not really, because there's no time. There's really no time to do anything. Whatever I'm doing is oh my god, I hardly have enough time to do everything that I want to do.
I don't know how you do it.
I gotta email you because we talked about.
I do like.
Oh yeah, and another thing, someone's putting a military summary, but for me, honestly, in the chat, honestly, he's a pretty good guy, but I kind of hope he would be a little more calm and accurate with this information.
Okay. Who here has heard of Caspian Report? This was
yes, I've heard of them.
That guy went off the rails for me.
He went crazy.
Yeah, that went off really fast.
I know. I only pay attention to this man Wyatt because you can troll and go play the line in the middle. You can troll and do it all you want. But these other channels, they go fucking crazy off one side or the other. And I think that if you're going to report on something that you have no idea about what you're talking about, and you can only speculate, you should never clearly go to one side like some of these channels go.
But they earn so much more money than me, man.
But that's what makes the money.
Yeah, the money part. Because this is the thing here is that this is actually in stark contrast to how propaganda tends to often work. Because when you censor, right, we have freedom of speech, right? So when you censor, one big problem with that is that you automatically attract attention, right? And so you start getting things like we have, right? So I'm not sure if you guys have come across it, ever been asked that, ever asked anyone. I tried to ask them, do you think it's a little bit strange that they wouldn't, if our side is right, why are they so keen on the banning RT and so forth, right? But I kind of have had a hard time struggle against sure, you might say the political motive would be simply because you want to have the war motivation at its absolute maximum, no matter how ridiculous. But they haven't provided any war aims. And, this war is also very much incentivized by money. And so what you just said there, like, they will get so much money just to keep on pro-war, that they will be okay. That there's any voices that try to kind of bring, to kind of, show that the censorship is obviously bringing us some bad information here, right? Instead of that, it's like, yeah, so what? We're making money, and then they keep on going.
It did not
But
take long.
when the conflict started, even if people will comment, they will.
So what's the most gutted thing, right?
Posting videos
So what's the
saying
most
Russian
gutted
tanks
thing?
suck, and then with a crazy thumbnail that gets 2, 3, 4 million views. That's
And
money
Ukrainian
right there.
flag.
You can see how the whole tenor of media changed. Like, it didn't take but what 3 weeks into the conflict before you saw all the content creators covering the war. About 90% of them shifted towards pro-Ukraine. It didn't take very long at all, honestly.
I do like. I don't know if you guys watch Gonzalo Lira's roundtables when he's up.
Yeah,
he does. He's called out some of these guys like Kristjan Stewart and stuff to come on his show and talk, and it's like they won't come on, but every post they put up, every video is pro-Ukrainian to the hilt, and it's like, you can have that point of view, dude. Just go on and defend it. It's like, why are you afraid to talk to Gonzalo Lira? What? Because he's in Kharkiv and he hears bombs go off and siren.
Yeah, he's there.
Speaking of round,
he's not gonna say a whole lot because he's not gonna have the SBU come fuck with him. But he's still
not again
it like it is. And it's like, so get on there and talk to him. There's a ton of guys out here making videos like, they talk about the Patriot and how great the Patriot is. Yeah, the Patriot's great. Like General McGregor said. It'd be great if you had about 1,000 of them, because then you could actually have an integrated network of air defense that would actually provide what they want, instead of just 8 batteries with 128 missiles that could be basically shot out in one cruise missile raid.
No, they'll shoot down drones.
So on Twitter, right? I did throw, I think a month ago, I was saying, why are you only asking this amount? Why don't you ask for aircraft carriers? Ask for 2,000 F-16s, and 4,000 MA1 Abrams.
Look,
your ambition is too low.
That makes a lot of sense. If you're negotiating for something, aim super high, right? And you'll get something in the middle. But they're asking for like 3-4 HIMARS systems and Patriot systems. No, they got to be shooting for whole F-35s. Maybe they'll get an F-15.
But surely
500 HIMARS, you're going to win the war, man. 500 HIMARS. Also, even if you hold whatever you have now, you have 500 HIMARS. I tell you, Russia will be.
They can't make enough rockets. It takes the U.S. like a month to make 50 rockets.
That's kind of part of the joke, right?
Yeah.
And then they bomb Donetsk City or something instead of Russian positions, and you're like,
this is kind of like these trolling over the top things. I do have a question for Wyatt.
Well, you mentioned this. Let me ask you this.
Over the border.
When you guys found out, let me ask you this real quick. When you guys found out that Gonzalo got captured, how many of y'all thought that he was dead? Once you found out he disappeared, I know I did.
Yeah, after a few days, I was like, "Damn."
I thought they got him.
Did you figure you'd hear something if it was only a couple days and they just took him in, and it was like a week? And I was glad to see a lot of
they beat him crazy though.
But then him and Scott,
they did a lot of content creators. People would chat it like Tim Pool and everybody else, and he would start. He's like, "I don't know who Gonzalo Lira is, but people are asking about him. Just to get it out there." And like now he does those videos like every couple of days, just so people know he's alive. It's like, hey, if you don't see me in a week, something's up, because I've been picked up.
I've been picked up by the SBU.
Roundtable.
You know what made it worse though is the fact that what's his face jumped the gun. What's his name? He's the former colonel.
Oh, Ritter.
He jumped the gun. He jumped the gun when he put out something on Telegram, and Gonzalo called him out on it.
He took that Azov press release and ran with it.
But Gonzalo called him out about it because he didn't like the fact that his kids found out from that press release that he put out, or that Telegram release he put out. That's why the two of them had a beef for a little bit. I don't blame Gonzalo for doing that, because as fast as information travels, you should know better than that without even being able to verify it, that his family would eventually find out if it was the truth. So I feel like Ritter's in the wrong for that, for not checking his sources.
100%.
That might be why they had a falling out, because I think he was on Gonzalo's show early on, and then he talked some shit about him, and maybe it was over that.
No, Gonzalo confirmed it. No, Gonzalo had a show. Look back around. I think back around March. I think when he no. back around April when he came back, when they found him again. He confirmed it. He said that's exactly the reason why that he doesn't mess with Scott Ritter anymore, was specifically because of that, because his kids found out.
Because at that time I don't even know who is the Gonzalo Lira. I was like, what the hell, why the hell is all my sources talking about him? I was like so confused.
You could probably do a round table with him, seriously, considering you've got good.
I'm just saying, round tables. Wyatt, have you ever considered doing drunk open mics?
Oh shit!
Hey, I got something to say to you,
you guys can get drunk yourself.
There we go.
I'm not stopping you guys to get.
I'll be right back.
Responsible with non-alcoholic.
I have one last thing. Last thing to say to you, Wyatt. When the war started, or the special military operation started, I messaged this man, History Legends, because his videos didn't make any sense to me. Ukraine lost when they started a conventional war against Russia. When you start digging trenches, when you start going into industrial zones and putting men there, you're going to lose those men. If Ukraine wanted to fight this war, they would have to do it unconventionally, but now it's over because now the artillery pieces are grinding the land down little by little. And that's
what
why
do you mean by
I stopped
unconventionally?
watching.
I'm sorry.
I think he's talking like insurgency.
Yes. So what you're supposed to do is, and it's proven that it worked, is when Russia expanded too far in, it was harder for them to hold these positions. So if Ukraine wanted to fight, the way they would have to do it is let Russia completely come in and then start an unconventional war.
They hid in the cities.
No, they didn't.
No.
But
now, a really good point. Dan is making a really, really good point.
What I'm trying to explain to you is
Ukraine is fighting the war. They're not fighting to win. They're not.
Yeah, now, but before.
They're not fighting an insurgency war.
Well,
Dan is
let Dan
absolutely
finish.
right here. I think this is like one of the most important points that's been made on this channel in a long time. If you have a look
What
at
I want to
the way
finish
the Ukrainian
saying,
is fighting, they're not fighting to win. They're fighting
Hold
for
on.
NATO.
Let Dan
They're
finish.
waiting for NATO to come in, right?
Let Dan finish his point.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, so in the very beginning, when, like I said, when it started, that man from History Legends told Wyatt to mark on his little map where the industrial places were. And I, to myself, saw the video and I said, this guy's stupid. This is a bad thing for Ukrainians to load men into industrial places. You're going to have Mariupol over and over and over and over again. So it's unconventional war that they needed, that they kind of started too early. They were supposed to let Russia come in for maybe 5 months, okay, and then start their offensives, because now they got stomped and they're just going to be grinded down. Trust me, that's what happened. For us in the Taliban in Afghanistan, that's what they did to us. And if you fight an unconventional war, you're going to lose long term. Now, since it's conventional, Russia would win long term, and that's just all I have to say.
Insurgency.
Well,
I mean insurgency.
Imagine an insurgency in Ukraine. Imagine an insurgency in Ukraine with armored vehicles and tanks hidden like one per town or something like that. Like, imagine the capabilities that they could have had. With
But they cannot. I don't think they can manage. So my counter argument is that if you look at the situation in Kherson region or Zaporizhzhia region, the Ukrainians just don't have that guerrilla warfare that is happening. They have a few, doing assassinations, do some small sabotage that does nothing. It seems like they are unable to conduct this kind of Taliban style because there's no mountain per se. So it's much harder. And the Russians also did not want to push. They seem to go to a line, then they stop. They got to the Zaporizhzhia line, they stopped. So that also perhaps is a problem for the Ukrainians because the Russians do have a limit to how far they want to go. Like I have expecting them to push south of Zizium for like a few months and then they just stuck there. They just didn't want to go further south. So I'm not sure if the Ukrainians hold it or if the Russians stop it.
Well, if I can speak,
doesn't it prerequisite the popular support?
Sorry, I don't know.
Does it prerequisite popular support?
I was going to add balance to what Wyatt said and say that sounded defeatist.
I was going to talk about the structure of the Ukrainian military because, I don't know how much you guys know about it, but a lot of it is what's called territorial defense forces. And what that means is each region, each oblast recruits its own, you might call them reservists or part-timers, but anyway, they're called territorial defense. And this is actually 70% of their military. So a lot of their military is still stationed in each oblast. And so if they wanted to fight an insurgency war, they absolutely have the structure to do that. It's very, very interesting that they're choosing not to. It might be that they can't because they don't have the cultural cohesion, the sort of thing you had in Vietnam or Afghanistan.
I think they can't now. I think they can't now because they've committed to the. To
I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
But the question is like why? And you know, like you guys know that I'm a big fan of the like Polish and Russia are carving up Ukraine theory. And so when I look at like the way that Ukraine has managed its business, they've always been very, very open to the idea of Poland marching in. Now, albeit under the guise of NATO. Ukraine, a day doesn't go by where Ukraine doesn't say, help us, help us, help us, right? And they've passed laws and they have negotiated to allow a lot of Polish police in. I think the Ukrainian plan was that once Russia takes over a certain amount of territory, then Poland would come in to liberate the West, and then they'd fight their insurgency war once Russia is occupied. And I think that that's one of the big reasons Russia is not occupying central Ukraine. They don't want to fight an insurgency war. And as long as they leave it as it is, it's too big for Poland to just swallow up. If Poland try and swallow up what exists as Ukraine now, it's too big. There'll be enough nationalists there to say, we want an independent Ukraine.
If I can try to get one thing clarified, Dan, when you were talking about an insurgency as a strategy for the Ukrainians, and Toby, you mentioned the territorial guard. Now, like there was a lot of mutinies in the Ukrainian armies. That's how the civil war kind of started to a large extent. So,
Yeah.
wouldn't it kind of be sort of like quite indicative that the reason, because they could do both, they can do conventional warfare and insurgency.
Yeah. When
So
I said
I
I don't think Ukraine can win at all. But what I'm saying is the best way for Ukraine to the best way they could have fought was that way, not how they're doing it now.
I agree.
There's 0% chance that Ukraine could win, and that is because it's just because they can't.
So you're saying they should have let off more territory. Is that
Yes, I think they should have.
They don't have.
I think they should have given more territory. Given more territory.
The only way Ukraine. I think the only. I think the only.
Take the Iraq solution, like the Iraq war as an active strategy. What the Iraqis were forced to do against the Americans, that's what the Ukrainians should have actually allowed to happen.
You said they should have given more territory, Dan?
I think yes. So when you allow people to come in, now you're making them waste logistics, waste men. It's a nightmare, man. You don't want to overextend yourself, and they did overextend themselves in the beginning. We saw that. But if they could have let them come in more time, in my military experience, it's a fucking nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
In Afghanistan, if we went 20 kilometers one day, but then the next day we went 30 kilometers, coming back in our logistic train was a fucking nightmare. That means more houses we have to fucking secure, more people we have to watch out for. And now the conventional war in Ukraine is Russia just has to go like this, boop, 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 boop,
Right.
boop, boop.
Vaun, what were you going to say?
Vaun,
Look at just the sheer distance that material has to cover to go from the Polish border to Kharkiv. This is thousands and thousands of kilometers. When you know all your substations are blown up, it's very difficult. Dan's making a good point. If you're in a tactical environment, logistics is hard. And Ukraine is huge. They are moving thousands and thousands of kilometers to get everything from
real quick. Hold on. Someone in the chat said that Russia has already lost 400 to 500 self-propelled howitzers. Can anybody verify that?
Yeah, actually, the person in the chat was basically trying to say is Russia lost 400 howitzers, 67 million men, and all of their money.
Oh. Hey, I was going to say, in regards to Ukraine,
is that it?
Being able to hold.
It's not available, so the guy in the chat can just join us and elaborate.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I stopped reading the chat. Like if you want to join, I mean, I'll step out. You just got to tell me in the chat if someone wants to join. It's like if you think what we're saying is completely fundamentally incorrect, come and say it yourself. You know?
I mean,
how it's still.
I was just going to say, in regards to Ukraine, is when Russia initially invaded, they were NATO trained, and if you look at when I was in, granted the Cold War just ended, but we were still basically trained on it was called Airland 2000, and what we would have done in Germany is we would have met the Russians, and as we fought the Soviets, we would have kept falling back until and hitting them, fall back, hit them, because we at the time, even though we both had big armies, we didn't have. The Russians have 50,000 tanks, we had 10,000 tanks. So
group tears. Everyone got a drink. Raise your glasses. Group tears. Everybody in one shot.
One shot. You want me to die?
No,
oh, you can handle a shot. Stop that.
If Ukraine was actually going to fight to try to win or at least stop Russia, I mean, it would have been hard for them to do, but realistically, they would have had to probably drop back to behind the Dnieper, consolidate a defensive line there, and probably for the foreseeable future give up eastern Ukraine. But at the same time, they would have saved most of their military, most of their hardware, because they could have just done rearguard actions as they fell back behind the Dnieper and hit the Russians as hard as they could.
You're talking about the Ukrainians, right?
Especially since they had all kinds of support. But then you got to look at the egos involved and the people like that. It's like, was Ukraine going to give up eastern Ukraine to save itself and maybe have a shot at taking that back down the road? Or were they going to just do what they're doing, which is basically suicidally try to hold territory in the face of just an overwhelming machine that's going to just grind away at them?
But don't you think
it's a hard call to make? I don't know if I would have made that call, but I'm just saying I don't think that's the only realistic chance they would have had, is to employ NATO doctrine, which would have been to fight and fall back, fight, fall back, fight, fall back, until you got to a point where you could start a counteroffensive. But that would have been, like everyone else is saying, you have depleted the Soviets as they moved in so far, and then extended themselves, and then you hit them and push back when they're at their weakest. But the Ukrainians obviously aren't doing that. They have no intention of doing that. And if they're trying to do it now, it's too little too late. You're not going to do that with 10 tanks and a couple BMPs and a few hundred guys. Just not going to happen.
But don't you think that the Russians are going to regulate themselves with how much territory? I'm saying, don't you think the Russians are going to regulate themselves with how much territory they take? So, like, once they get, say, for example, they have a huge push, they take the rest of, not Kharkov, but they take the rest of the other one, Kherson. They take the rest of Kherson and they push all the way through Mykolaiv, and they get to the border of Transnistria. Don't you think at that point the Russians will stop? Like, they don't really take more territory than they need to, because they have no need for the rest of Western Ukraine.
If I can interject, let's talk about the fate of Ukraine, right? Because what is Ukraine? Ukraine means an independent state. I think it's worth pondering here. Like, what conceivable outcome is there even a Ukraine to speak of, right? Because at the moment, it could be argued that the only people in the world who are looking to form an independent Ukraine in 2025 are the Russians, right? Because what the Russians want is, they've already got all the East. That's now part of Russia. It suits Russia at the end of this war to have an independent Ukraine, a buffer between them and Poland that is not in NATO, right? That is the original buffer state. Now, they win all the territory that they've got already, and then they get a buffer. A loss for Russia is that they keep what they have, and the rest of it goes into the greater Polish Empire, right? And it might be that the Russians would rather have an independent Ukraine that is neutral than they would give up Lvov and the West to Poland.
But Toby, wouldn't that be kind of counterproductive because Poland is part of NATO?
So you've got to ask, who actually wants an independent Ukraine? Because it's not clear to me that NATO do.
Well, but wouldn't that be a problem for Russia too? That because you basically still get NATO closer, and this one is already an ally, and Poland is already a NATO ally. So wouldn't the Russians be more keen on cutting them off?
Have an independent Ukraine that is neutral, that is not in NATO, right? That is also like much smaller than the previous Ukraine, and that is hostile to Poland culturally. Because traditionally, right, Ukrainians are hostile to Poland culturally.
I would say
that. So you are saying it will be like a secondary civil war?
So the strategic objective probably will be to have a buffer state, regardless what country it is. So be it is it Ukraine, or if Ukraine continue to want to resist, then Russia will just invade deeper, then they will clear up, and then they will just declare this, oh, this is a new People's Republic. But then they will never accept them into the Russian Federation, so that they will all forever be, you know, a Transnistria kind of situation. They just
what
they
if
just
Russia
create
just
multiple
wants
of
to
them.
put their boot on the neck of Ukraine? They can't run an economy, right? They've barely got the lights on. What if Russia basically says, we're going to sit where we are, we're going to keep the provinces we've taken, and we're going to surrender you economically until you form an independent state that's not in NATO? Right?
Toby,
they can do that indefinitely. They don't do
Toby,
that. Yeah.
Toby, there the Russians may actually have a fairly good discount, because since the West has started confiscating Russian assets, you know, the Russians, if they do take Western Ukraine, you know, it's a terrible debt for Western Ukraine to be connected to NATO. If they're taken over by Russia or made a new republic, right? They just take over and set up a new puppet republic and say, no, they don't have the debt from the former ones, and that's it. And the reconstruction will be significantly cheaper for Russia than it would be like for NATO anyways, having to deal with the debt, which they wouldn't do anyways, right? They would keep Ukraine in perpetual debt situation, and then, you know, maybe give them arms, if anything, if we're back to the tensions where we are. But if we're talking about a status quo, I kind of like a struggle to kind of see. Yeah, I hope you get my points.
Question for the panel. Question for the panel. What do you guys think it would take in order for NATO to get a catastrophic loss? And I don't mean militarily, but I mean politically. Like, say, for example, Ukraine ends up either is losing severely or they lose. What do you think it would take for, or how pot would the sweet have to be for Turkey to leave NATO and side with Russia fully?
Okay.
Do you mean NATO, the organization, or do you mean NATO, the all the countries that are in NATO?
Yeah, that's what
I mean. NATO, the organization.
Because you know, the organization could suffer catastrophic failure, and nothing would really change in the world. Because NATO is just like a bureaucracy that is unelected. It's actually like a mini state. It's because what I mean is it's like a state government. It has departments and it has bureaucrats. What it doesn't have, it also has like visions and policies and wants to expand like a government too. But what it doesn't have is anybody there that's elected. So it's one of these like quasi half corporate, half government organizations that exists in the world, operating much like a little state.
Right.
And the thing is, like, you know, what would be catastrophic to that is all the member states deciding to go off and do something else.
Well,
like
that's what I'm saying, though. Like, couldn't you see Turkey doing that? If I'm not mistaken, I read an article somewhere that Russia promised to make Turkey the hub, basically the energy transfer hub into Europe, so and pay them. Basically,
I think it's not Russia wants, but Turkey wants. More like
well, I mean, I'm sure Turkey does want that. But I'm saying, would that incentivize Turkey to NATO?
That's another question. If NATO collapses, what would it take? Okay, here's my personal theory. I don't think there will ever be this grand announcement of NATO has lost or NATO is being disillusioned. I think it'll just slowly whittle away while everyone inside of it pretends like nothing's happening.
I think
Syria.
I was
Syria and Turkey and NATO and Russia there. Like, how is that? Anyone know anything?
I couldn't hear
you. Hey, do anyone here know about the situation with the Syria and Russia? No, yeah, Turkey and Russia in Syria. Like how with the U.S. Like they seem to have like some cooperation going on, but
they were supposed to have a meeting. I think they're all going to get together and meet, but I haven't heard anything else.
So from my limited understanding. So from my limited understanding, which I did a video on it, is that Turkey wanted a bigger buffer zone or an extended buffer zone. They don't want the Kurds to be anywhere near the Turkish border, and then they are demanding it, or they will launch a ground offensive. Whereas within Syria, the Syrian Democratic Forces, basically the rebels, together with the Kurds, they are already cooperating with the Syrian government mostly. And then most of the border is actually secured by the Syrian government forces, but there are certain parts that are actually still controlled by the SDF, the Syrian Democratic Forces, and the Turkish don't want them to be there. And then the Americans trying to back the SDF, they actually send accompany the SDF forces on the border patrols. So these are spotted by some of these whoever. So, and then the Syrian government is currently also talking with the Syrian Democratic Forces, that government, on trying to incorporate them back into Syria as one country. The currently the differences is that the SDF part, or the what they call Rojava or Rovaje, I forgot the name. So the rebel side, the Kurd side, they wanted they wanted the SDF to be part of to be recognized as the Syrian government forces. But then the Syrian government do not want to recognize the SDF as regular forces. They only want to see them as a related organization to the government, to that rebel government. So currently they are breakdown, and then the Syrian government and the Russians also did negotiate with the SDF, tell them to retreat away from the border, which is rejected by the SDF. So this is the last thing I know. Currently the situation is that the Syrian government is sending a lot of forces to the border region, where the front line is between them and the rebel forces, the one that is supported by the Turkish side. So that's the situation at the moment. The fighting has not started yet. So yeah, very long-winded.
I was curious why they
invade the Syrian Democratic Forces or something like that, or not really?
Sorry again.
You think Turkey's going to invade the Syrian Democratic Forces in northern Syria?
Yes, 100%. So if the Syrian side cannot make a deal between the Americans, the Kurds, the Syrian government, and the Russians, they cannot make a deal, the Turkish will invade. And now the fear, the chatter is talking about maybe the Syrian government might actually attack the SDF. Impose.
I was going to say that kind of makes sense to preempt the takeover, because in that theater, Russia also has an issue with the Americans being on the eastern part of Syria with all the oil and everything, which is kind of confounding. Why haven't the Russians kind of armed the Syrians even further and kind of ramped it up and said, like, no, this is no longer a civil war.
Russians
Now
have
we're
a pretty
talking about a war.
serious air campaign going on in Syria, though. Like,
but we're protecting that oil. We're protecting it. Making sure the bad guys don't get it. No, I was going to say one thing real quick about it. Hurt NATO. I think the only way you're really going to see any damage to NATO, like, is with the economy, like how each country in NATO is hurt economically, like Germany. I mean, I could see some countries taking a pretty bad hit next year or over the next couple of years, and then it's just not economically feasible for them to stay in NATO because they can't maintain the requirement, how they're supposed to spend a percentage of their GDP per month.
2%.
Or per year. And then on top of that, trying to figure out how to keep your country warm and fed and everything else that might be going wrong. It's like, I can see that.
Vaun, you're making a very good point.
The thing that will kill NATO, right, is the thing that replaces it. And so what you've got is a big collection of countries
about things getting bad within like a year or two, right? And then we can probably cover that comment. I haven't read it yet, but
dude, listen, if Germany's economy tanks, NATO's fucked.
It's not just economy though. You guys need. I still have heard no news about any Western countries resupplying their fertilizer, let's
take a comment here. Do the Western countries in NATO have an off run?
Yeah, there is a plan. Right? There is a plan to replace NATO. It's been around since like the fall of the Soviet Union. It's called the New European Security Architecture. If you look it up, people have been talking about it for ages. Putin was talking about it in Munich in 2007. The whole point of the New European Security Architecture is to redraw up all the contracts for who gets to make what in NATO, right? And Turkey's an interesting case here because Turkey has always had its own defense industry, even when it's not very good. They make their own stuff, right? This is like a point of national pride, and also industrial contracting as well. They want the industrial contracts to make their own stuff for their own army. And they've been in a position to negotiate that because they're very powerful. They've got a lot of leverage. They're stationed nukes there. They're on the front line. So this is what Germany wants. This is what everybody wants. Instead of buying hardware that is manufactured in the US and supporting the US manufacturing base with your 2% per year or 3%, they want to do that in their own economies and create the jobs at home. Russia also wants into that because Russia has got a huge defense industry, and Russia wants to supply all the Eastern European members with NATO, just with things like canteens and shovels and trenching tools and things like this. It's all money, right? It's all part of their industry and will boost their industrial base. The new European security architecture is all about Germany swapping gas and oil from Russia in return for Russia getting access to all the NATO members for their small arms and things like that, so they can sell Kalashnikovs and AKs. The Americans don't want Russia in there because they currently have that market, right? The American military industrial complex is very good at supplying small arms and all of that stuff for the manufacturing base. So they don't want to let Russia into that market and have to compete. However, it's looking increasingly likely that they're going to have to, because Germany is going to grind to a shuddering halt unless it gets cheaply available hydrocarbons. And if it has to get those from Russia, then they have to have a new club. And a lot of people have been talking about making this new club, this new European security architecture for a long time. What we're seeing now is like really good evidence that this should have been done 10 years ago. But I think it's inevitable, because if this keeps on, if Russia just keeps on with its foot on the boot of the neck of Ukraine, Poland is bleeding money into that conflict. And Germany is energy poor and energy insecure. So I think we will see the death of NATO, and we'll have like a new thing come forward, and that would be the peace solution, right?
And also the UK, right?
But this is why Stoltenberg is throwing his toys out of the pram recently and saying Russia is going to be like punished forever, even if they make peace, right? This is NATO seeing the writing on the wall, which is that if this war ends and we have peace and Russia and Europe become one economic community again, NATO's got to go. And so that's why Stoltenberg's freaking out in the last few days. But anyway.
Well, that's the primary reason why Russia wasn't admitted as a NATO member. As far as I've understood it, it was because it was implicitly understood that by geography and size alone, the European nations would, over time, invariably gravitate towards Russia and away from the United States.
Well, the Russian
military. The United States that kind of prevented the...
Hold on, Vaun, you want to say something?
Oh, I was just going to say, like, when you're talking about the economy stuff, I mean, I think, like the United States is trying to, keep people out of the market and control the markets and stuff like that. And I think, like earlier, someone was saying about Saudi Arabia and all these countries that don't like us, and BRICS is picking up speed, and all these alternative, alliances, if you want to say. And I think the biggest problem that, with the United States is, like, my government's trying to get me to hate these countries like India or China or Russia. It's like, they have a right to industrialize. They have a right to come into the 21st century. We got to build railroads and coal plants and steel plants. And now it's like we're all high up on the horse. And for some reason, people in our government feel like, well, nobody else can come up to the same level.
Well,
like, yeah, maybe they'll never get to the same level.
We have to keep them from doing it the wrong way. And the right way would be to rely on us forever, of course.
And people, and the thing is people resent that around the world. And it's like somebody said, right now with Biden in office, if you got a beef with the United States, now's the time to take your beef up and make your move, because it's right now it's the path of least resistance. Because if you're going to make these breaks and make these major potentially country changing moves, you better do it while we're down and out for the next few years. Because like I said, to me it's just mind numbing. It's like you're going to shit on these countries in Africa because all they want to do is modernize their fucking country. Maybe they're tired of living in fucking mud huts and fucking killing each other over because they're different tribes, and they have they have all these resources. If somebody could come in and help them and do the right thing for them and get them going, China wants to industrialize. India has a right to industrialize, and it's like we shit all over that and try to keep them down. It's like, well, now all of a sudden we got to give a fuck about the climate. You didn't give a fuck about the climate when we modernized the entire United States and most of Western Europe and half the world. But all of a sudden it's a fucking problem. South America wants to modernize, or India wants to modernize, or China wants to modernize. It's fucking ridiculous. It's like, there's plenty of money to be made out there, you greedy ass fucks. All you got to do is make the deals and do it. It's like, we don't have to have wars and shit over every stupid ass little thing. But, it seems to be the way. And that's one reason why I think Russia, this whole, it's a bad situation, but at the same time, it might actually fix the situation by causing enough damage that changes will happen. Because the damage is too great.
One thing you said though, that whatever countries that have beef with our government, have beef with our leadership, they better do whatever it is they're going to do now. Because I'll tell you right now, once 2024 hits and a new president gets elected, okay, whatever kind of BS they try to pull, they're going to get the hammer, literally. The bombs are going to fall.
It's like right now's the time. I mean, if you're Iran, you want to get them nukes, you better hurry up. If you're Turkey and you want to make a better deal and play both sides of the fence, you might as well do it. I mean, look at Russia. I want Viktor Bout. Okay.
Got him too on the cheap.
It's like Viktor Bout was so valuable. You could have got back everybody for Viktor Bout.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't. They gave him away. And now they're talking about trading for some Russian assassin that the Germans have. And it's like, you might as well probably get it. You'll get it.
Trade to get Wayland? To get Wayland back?
Yep. So, that's talking out there, and it's like, you might as well make the deal. You might as well ask. It can't hurt to ask.
America probably could have gotten.
What are we going to do? We're going to try to fight China and fight Russia at the same time? I mean, China can exert its influence more because they know that we can't really respond like we want. Yeah, we can send a carrier over there and all that shit, but everyone knows Biden ain't going to pull the trigger. So
what were you going to say, Alan?
Be right back, you guys. 1 sec.
Got you.
I'm saying, realistically, if we played our cards right, we could have probably gotten Snowden for Viktor Bout.
Yeah, I mean, they'd give him up. They don't give a shit.
No, no. They couldn't have, because Putin himself offered Snowden Russian citizenship and he took it.
But that was recently.
Oh, I know,
right?
I'm saying before
he's a
that,
citizen now.
Yeah.
He's a naturalized citizen.
And Snowden is not a prisoner. So there's a difference. Is that he's a free person. So Russia cannot just arrest him and just give it to the Americans. So it's a bit different. If he's a prisoner, then then they can be used for trading. So I think that's the difference.
Okay.
If Putin really wanted to do something amazing, he should say, "I'll give you Whelan for Assange."
Oh.
It'll work too. It'll work too.
And see if Whelan means that much to Joe Biden and the Americans as they say he does.
I'll tell you what,
they would make that trade.
If he does, so much.
I'm gonna tell you what. If he didn't do, if that was on the table and Biden didn't take it, that's gonna galvanize the American public. That'll galvanize them for sure. You will see a red wave from 2024, and you really will see.
You gotta look at who the head guy is here. It's Biden. He's more than likely to make the bad decision and the stupid choice than he is to ever make the right choice. So he's always going to make the bad call. I mean, it's documented history that Biden's been wrong for 40-something years that he's been in office. Every major foreign policy call he's made has been fucking dead wrong. So
that's the deep state that is just puppeteering Biden.
Well, I mean, he's part of the deep state. I mean, he probably says what he says. He may believe some of it, but I mean,
he's not all there though.
Where you are, you got to do what you're told. I mean,
he's not all there though.
He's not as rich as Soros or Gates or anybody like that. So I seriously doubt he's making all the shots.
He might not be all there. He might be a puppet now, but he wasn't a puppet for the last 40 years.
Yeah.
He was a deep state. Deep state operative. But now he's in the most powerful position you can be in the United States, and now he's just honestly because he's not all there. Now he's a perfect puppet.
It's not, isn't he? The president. Look, America is a deep state, right? It's a republic. It's not a monarchy. It's not a dictatorship. The power doesn't reside in the head of state like a monarchy or a dictatorship. It was set up in order to get rid of a monarch, King George. America is set up as a republic, and the way that it works is that each state gets to send its senators to the capital every year, and then the senators form committees and they divide up all the money that is collected as taxation revenue. That's the business of America, right? And no state gets to tell any other state, and no federal office, including the presidency or the courts, get to tell the states how to go about their business. That's why everyone's squealing about the... Yeah, but they don't. If you have a look, the Supreme Court didn't get involved in all the election shenanigans in the last election. And the reason is they're not allowed to, because it's the United States of America. It's not the monarchy of America. And the states get to carry out their own business in who they send to Washington to carve up the pie. And if you have a look at who actually has the power in America, the senatorial committee. It's senatorial committees that divide up the money. It's not the office of the presidency. The office of the presidency gets a tiny little bit of money. There's like 4 or 5 different committees made up of senators that can allocate over $2 billion to a foreign war. The presidency can't do that, right? And so
you get a little bit.
America is a bunch of independent states sending their senators to Washington to do business. That's what America really is. And the president, it doesn't really
could
matter.
veto that, has veto power, though. He could veto those proposals.
No, he can't. The president can't veto senatorial committee spending decisions.
Okay, I think what you're trying to say is he can.
He can veto new laws if there's a new proposal to create a new department.
He can veto the
but when the
budget, though.
senatorial committee, yeah, but that's a piece of legislation. The senatorial committees can still divide up the money how they see fit, and they can still spend it as they see fit. That's how the system works.
I mean, it doesn't matter if it's Joe Biden or not. I mean, besides
So does
maybe
Russia, by the way. Russia is modeled on the same system. It is also
I mean, all those guys are going to get so much money, then they're going to decide how they kick it back to each other, and then that's why it works out and gets passed. I mean, it's just a matter of once Joe gets his 10% or whoever, then everybody else can have whatever. And it is a country, a republic, in the sense it's supposed to be a government by the people, but it's run by some people.
Well, it's the people of the
That's
states.
for damn sure.
The senators.
I mean, look at like I got Mitch McConnell in my state, so.
Hey.
So is there a deep state or not?
You know what's fucked up though? I mean, for me, Mitch McConnell is a placeholder because if he was gone, we'd have a Hillary Clinton clone in there.
Wyatt,
I don't want a Hillary. So it's like Mitch McConnell's right 10% of the time, but it's better. I'd rather have a little bit of something than all or nothing. So.
I've wondered about that same thing. You say so? Is that the main reason most people can Mitch McConnell even is there? Like, as far as I get, he's actually hated.
People fucking hate Mitch. People hate Mitch McConnell, but Mitch McConnell is a placeholder because if he was to leave, you're never going to get a Rand Paul in there. It'll always be some fuckwad that loves Hillary Clinton. In fact, the last 2 female candidates were both like one of their credentials was I'm friends with the Clintons. It's like, well, fuck that. And she hates coal. It's a coal state. So they really don't have a chance. But look, we got Rand Paul, we got Massey, we got a lot of good guys. I mean, our whole state is red except for one congressman in Louisville, which is a blue county, and one senator.
But that's what most states are. Most states are mostly red with blue cities. That's
I mean, very telling what you're saying because it seems to be ingrained in the Americans that it can always get worse. So it's like, okay, this guy's bad, but we know that generally the next guy tends to get worse.
Hey, how does your country's government work? Because you live in Indonesia, correct?
Singapore.
Singapore. Sorry, you live in Singapore. Sorry, you live in Singapore. Correct.
Yeah. Colonial jackpot there.
How does the government work there?
What do you want to know?
I'm just curious. Does it operate?
This is a very loaded question.
Everybody else's government it doesn't.
So,
let's start from the top. Is it a monarchy? What form of government is it?
So we are formerly a British colony. So we follow the British Westminster system. So basically, the one that is most powerful is the Prime Minister, but we also have a president. So the president actually do all the ceremonial thing, like the Queen. So go and meet the dignitary, say some nice words, they be the leader of the state, they like the face of the country. But when you come to actual power and division, it's actually the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister is not elected, but is actually selected, or is the leader of the political party that wins the general election. So it's like in Britain, the people don't get to choose Boris Johnson, they don't get to choose Liz Truss. It's actually chosen by only the party members within the party that is the majority. So that's what Singapore operates on. And uniquely, Singapore is overwhelmingly majority party. Okay, that's broken English. So the majority party have overwhelming seats, like 90% over percent for like most of our history, since independence. So the People's Action Party, the one that is founded by Lee Kuan Yew. It's the most powerful party here, and the next opposition party only have like 8-9 seats, and they are the Workers' Party. So they used to be like the more like communist-like party, the left. So, but actually they are no longer. Although the party, the logo looks like a communist logo, there's a hammer with red and yellow, but it's no longer anymore. It's just a lean left, a middle left. The majority party is the People's Action Party is middle right. So which is why they are the ruling party, because Singapore generally is a conservative country, so we are slightly conservative. So that's where we stand. But when we come to policies, there is actually no left and right. Singapore do not have this idea of political left or political right. It's only those people who study political science are into this. Generally, we just pick any policies that works. For example, Singapore, when we just got independence, we are very like communist country. So they always see Singapore as a dictatorship. Yeah, that is true, because Lee Kuan Yew if you have 100% of the seat, basically you are a dictator. So we basically revoke all the land. So we used to have a lot of oligarchies, right? They own a lot of land. All was revoked. We buy back all the land. The government buy back all the land on the cheap, and then so all lands in Singapore is technically owned by the government. And then they redesign and redistribute all the towns and all the land again, which is why Singapore is very well organized. When you come to the city, you feel like the towns are very well organized. Everything is very beautiful. It's because we control all the land. If you go to a city like Jakarta, where they are a true democracy, you realize that you have a very beautiful 5-star hotel next to a slum. That is because they do not take back they cannot buy back the land, because the person don't sell. You can never get back the land. In Singapore, it's different. We have the law that we can actually take back the land. So, and then we have very socialist policies, because in the early days communism was very popular. So there was all this danger that the communists might take over Singapore. There is also the danger where the People's Action Party, there is elements that are communist or communist sympathizers. So as such, the policies are a bit communist-like. Like for example, 80% of the people in Singapore actually stays in public housing. Our public housing is top-notch. It's not like what you have in America, where only the poor and the shitty people, or all is very run down or whatever. I don't know. This is my impression.
Yeah. Honestly, you're pretty close. But
it's not the case. In Singapore, the public housing, that's the majority. In fact, it's usually even cleaner than private housing. So like me, I'm now staying in the public housing. This is a government housing. It is 99 years. So by the end of 99 years, the house will be like taken back by the government. You lose all the money that you invested in the house. But no, you don't live that long, so it doesn't matter. And because it's very centralized, so because of the monopoly of the government, so everything is very well planned. We plan 20 years, 25 years ahead, and that's why Singapore looks so nice, because you can plan so far ahead. There's no election that comes talking about populist policies, like want to give you this and that within the next 5 years. Then we don't have this kind of thing. Usually it's all long-term plans. So, and what else? What else can I say about Singapore?
Do you feel like you said that the government takes back your house? You said after 9 years, even if it's publicly personally owned. 99
years.
Oh, 99. Okay. All right.
Not 9 years. 9 years, nobody will buy.
That's why I was like. That's why I gave you a look. I was like, did you say 9 years? I was like, so you can't will that to a family member or next of kin.
Sorry.
You can't will that to a family member or next of kin.
But because public housing, the purpose is to make sure that everyone have a house. So that was the purpose of the public housing. So that's why anyone can only have one house, one public house. You can have multiple private house, but you can only have one public house. And if you buy a private house first without a public house, you can never buy a public house. Because the idea is just to make sure that you have.
Is that never? You can never buy.
No, until you sell away.
Until you sell. Okay.
I'm guessing the homeless in Singapore is very, very low.
Zero.
I want to visit.
Zero.
When's the best time of the year to visit Singapore?
Because we are a tropical country.
What's poverty like over there?
poverty. I think I don't know. I it's so low, but there is definitely poor people for sure.
Above 2%.
Because there's, I don't know. Like I need to find, but it's like.
Hey, what's Singapore's relation to China? Like, how would you see their relationship? Is it tense? Is it friendly? Is it business?
Very friendly.
Do you guys worry about maybe them trying to absorb you at some point, or just
no? China would never want to absorb Singapore. They would just want to destroy Singapore, if it comes to that. So China, if you look at China, all their best friends, the so-called best friends, so-called Russia, North Korea, Pakistan, Mongolia,
the best of friends.
None of them are friends. None of them are real friends. You know, because they are too near to each other, and there is always like a master and slave relationship, or or even with Russia, like with Russia is the big brother, they are the smaller brother. With Singapore is the only country that they are really friends, like friends. And for example, we talk about China opening up. That is because of Singapore. That is because Deng Xiaoping, the previous premier, long time ago, the premier, the very short guy, came to Singapore. And then he got shocked by Singapore because we basically is a communist country. Essentially, we are a communist country with elections. And then he realized that we make it work. We make the whole policy work. Then from then on, we have very close relationship with China. They send a lot of civil servants to Singapore to learn how we do things. They basically copied Singapore in terms of the how we do our economy. So we attract investments. So that's what China did: attract investment, build factories, and then we build our economy. So that's how Singapore get very rich. And then so they follow us. We have a 2-child policy in Singapore because we in the past, during the 60s, 70s, people have a lot of children. Like a family have 5-6 children is very normal. So the government is very worried of overpopulation. So we say stop at 2. So 2-child policy. China being China, they always don't want to lose out to anyone. They say 1-child policy. It's a copy from Singapore. Every policy that they do is a copy from Singapore. And it's just that they make it worse. They make it like bigger. Like for example, we do investments. They make it bigger. They attract everyone. They want to be the future of the world. We say 2-child, they say 1-child. We say 99 years, they say 60 years. Yeah, they basically in China they own all the land, and the lease of the land is 60 years. Singapore is 99 years. We have land that is 999 years, but for them, no, there's no such thing as in China. It's all 60 years. So they basically copied everything from us, and they just like tune it up. And so we regretted our 2-child policy because now we have a policy the demographic problem. Yeah, then China got it worse because they tune it up to 1-child, right? So they're going to string way faster than us. So all of us regretted because they copied everything. It's like you go to school, you have an exam, you forget to study, right? You say, hey, let me copy your exam paper. You just copy everything. So all the wrong answers you also copy, you get the same wrong answer. Yeah, the kind of situation.
Is Hong Kong, would Hong Kong be like China's attempt to mimic Singapore?
No, Hong Kong is used to be always ahead of Singapore. Singapore is always known to be the one that is trying to catch up to Hong Kong, trying to copy at least the Hong Kong people think that we are trying to copy them, but no. So there's always this rivalry between Hong Kong and Singapore, and Hong Kong used to be always ahead because they are the bigger financial hub. The people are more well educated because but then we are a country, they are not. We have a military, they don't have. So and Hong Kong is used by China as a gateway to the world, as a financial market to wash their money and to smuggle money out and to try to go around certain economic or trading limitations. So now they do not need it anymore. So that's why they just dump Hong Kong aside, because everybody just trade directly with China now, and that's why Hong Kong is very sad. Like for example, a few years ago, I went to Hong Kong. I was surprised how backwards Hong Kong is, in the sense that what I used to know Hong Kong from like maybe the movies 20 years ago, they look exactly the same even now. Like they have not advanced at all for the past 20 years. Like even the train station, the subway, our what we call MRT or MTR. We in Singapore we have all the new ones. We are always changing and upgrading the new ones. They are still using the ones that they used like 20, 30 years ago. Like it's still the old one, but they maintain it very, very well. But they're still using the old trains. But whereas you just cross the border into China, oh my God, the China trains are all totally new. So that's how I know Hong Kong is doomed. And Hong Kong people also living in a bubble, as far as I can tell, in the sense that like when I was there, that was a few years ago, before all the big protests, is that I was talking to I like to talk to the taxi drivers, the waitress and everything, then to try to understand how they think, how they feel. Every time they know that I'm from Singapore, it seems like there is a consistent, especially from the taxi driver, it's like, they always try to say that no, Singapore like to compare to Hong Kong. Like we are still competing with them. We think that Hong Kong is better, then we are trying to fight cash back. The reality is we haven't been talking about Hong Kong for like at least 10 years, 20 years. Ever since they returned to China, we already, in Singapore's mentality, is Hong Kong is part of China. Is basically Hong Kong is China. We do not really think about Hong Kong anymore. Now we compare ourselves with New York, with Tokyo, London, all the top first-class cities. Hong Kong is basically forgotten in Singapore, like until the protest came.
There's been a lot of movement of companies out of Hong Kong to Singapore as well, because both.
I gotta roll out, guys. I got a football game.
Hong Kong were like tax shelters for shipping companies.
Oh, sorry, Toby. Can you repeat again?
I was just saying, Hong Kong and Singapore used to have the same business model. They were basically tax havens for shipping companies. There used to be, still are really, really good laws in Hong Kong. If you're a shipping company and you import stuff, there's basically no taxes and very, very little bureaucracy getting in and out. It's what makes it so attractive for trading companies. And a lot of trading companies have left Hong Kong and have moved to Singapore in the last 10 years, like a lot. And the money value is huge as well. So that's one of the reasons Singapore is looking kind of pretty at the moment, because it's still probably it's the most commercially minded, the most sort of like business focused center in Asia. And Hong Kong is gradually like fallen under more and more regulations.
And it's not just that,
it's work. So it's basically dying off. It's like White said. And Singapore's taking on a lot of that as well, which means Singapore's becoming more powerful as Hong Kong becomes less.
Does Singapore have any natural resources like gas or oil?
No.
Singapore is like
not
tiny.
first to invade.
Does Singapore try to go out into like the Spratly Islands of disputes and anything like that, or try to claim on the fields?
No, we didn't claim, but we got involved. So which is when China got pissed off with us and stabbed us in the back. So remember I say that China and we are the only real friend with China. Like we are the only one that offer investment and help to China, like without anything in return. Like for example, when we help out with China in terms of the opening up and everything, we didn't ask for anything in return. We are really friend to China because we wanted China to be the balancing against the US power, because US was very powerful, right? So we wanted there's a balance of power. So. And we also predict that China will eventually become very powerful. So we want to be there first. But then the China under Xi Jinping started to take over started militarizing the islands in South China Sea, and that becomes a problem for Singapore because we want everything to be status quo. We want everything to be free of trade, freedom of trade, freedom of market, free market economy, everything, and having China. So the part that they try to control in the South China Sea, the 9-dash line, is right in the middle of Southeast Asia. Basically, it's like a knife in the middle of the whole region, and it makes it very difficult, you see, because if 9-dash line is really enforced, then no commercial ships can actually go through the South China Sea. Essentially, then everyone have to go around, which doesn't make a lot of sense in terms of airplanes, air travel as well. Like, we cannot fly across South China Sea because it's a Chinese airspace. So in terms of Singapore's point of view is that this is not good, and so we made a lot of noise. We try to help we tried to help Philippines to argue their case, and then Duterte came into power, and then they say, oh, we're going to pivot to China and Russia. It's like, what the fuck? Then after that, no. So, and then end up during the time 2016, we are the lone voice in Southeast Asia talking back to China, because Laos and Cambodia was bought up by China already. And then Thailand go into martial law. They were controlled by the junta. The something like the military took over the government. Myanmar is Aung San Suu Kyi, which is also not in a good condition, because real power is with the military. And then then Malaysia was having political crisis. Duterte going to power in Philippines. Brunei is not important. They don't really care. And then Indonesia was, I think Indonesia is trying to figure out themselves still. They are still not that powerful yet. So we are the only lone voice. So China basically got very pissed off with us. And then Singapore have very good relationship with Taiwan. We train our military over there. And we used to maybe semi-promise them that if they go to war against the communists, we will be there. Because the threat during the Cold War was the communists, right? So if we might be there, then China basically impounded Singapore's armored vehicles when we are bringing our armored vehicles back from Taiwan. When they actually transit Hong Kong, they got stopped, and then they got force unloaded, and then they impounded our armored vehicles, and it caused a very big diplomatic spat between Singapore and China. So and then recently, these 2-3 years, we also discovered a China spy, and when we deported him, he was a very high-ranking professor in our top university, and then we basically kicked him out. And then I think he's the political science or something, or international relationship professor. And then his student was the
I was going to say they had a big scandal here in the United States in the last couple of years with a lot of professors that were Chinese assets.
So this professor have American citizenship, but he's born in China. And then his student, one of the students, which is a Singaporean, got caught for espionage in USA and got deported back to Singapore. So there is another big hoo-ha. But in Singapore, we never pointed that this professor is working for China or USA. But the student that was caught for espionage in USA was directly pointed to be a spy for China. So we can just link back, and it's China espionage or China agent. So the situation is not very stable. But Singapore, being Singapore, we still try to build relationship very well with China. But then we are playing both sides, technically speaking.
Did they ever get the armored vehicles back?
Yeah, we got it. Well, we got it back eventually. Maybe they try to find any military secrets that they can find, but they cannot find any because we stripped down the whole armored vehicles before we sent out.
Oh yeah, it's just like the P3 when Bush got elected and it got forced down by the Chinese and they stripped all of it out.
Yeah, so but it was very scary because that was 2016. That was before Trump got elected. Trump was trying to run for president, and then Obama was basically leaving the entire region to die. Because Obama did not stop the Chinese from reclaiming the islands in South China Sea. He did not do it. And then it causes a permanent problem for Southeast Asia. Lee Kuan Yew, before he died, he told Obama that you need to pivot to Asia because that's where the future geopolitical front line is. And Obama said, okay, we'll pivot to Asia in a big announcement. We'll pivot to Asia, and then he did nothing. He allows China to continue to reclaim, militarize the islands. And then
why did he allow to do that?
Sorry?
Why did he allow Chinese to continue that?
Obama wasn't concerned with the foreign policy there. I mean, you got to look at the trade at the time and the money that was going back and forth between China and the United States. No one wants to upset that. So we basically just turned a blind eye. I mean, we had reports of pilots being blinded by lasers from Chinese ships. We never responded to that. They always challenges our aircraft and ships, even though they don't do anything, they still, hey, you can't fly through here. And we have to explain to them the international law about navigation, and we just keep sailing. But the biggest thing is it was all talk. Like somebody was saying, Wyatt was saying that in Singapore, they plan 25 years ahead. Well, we talk in America for 25 years, and then we might get something done. It changes. That's the biggest problem with us is we have ADHD. We don't stay focused on long-term goals. It changes with the political.
We're very reactionary. That's the thing here.
But
we react to climate change. We don't start 30 years ago doing maybe nuclear power and actually looking at good solar or good wind. Now it's all, we got to do it now. We got to do it now. Like you didn't give a shit. We could have been spending millions of dollars doing this stuff for decades already and figuring stuff out.
But the way we do it right now is still pretty fake because look, Tesla, like the electric vehicle thing is like blowing up, right? But it's like the way you power your vehicles is still dirty energy most of the time, right?
Look at electric and the windmills. I mean, they're wiping out thousands of migratory birds and endangered species every year, and people bring it up and they're like, well, it's like, oh, that's the cost of, saving the planet. And it's that's kind of, they find dead eagles and all kinds of birds there. It's like, it's like the solution's worse than the problem. You didn't hear about thousands of eagles being killed by an oil pump.
Right. That's the thing.
So it's very weird to me with all the solar and green energy and stuff like that. Because
we're in America, it's weird for us.
At the end of the day, you want to get, I guess, us good balance of, I guess, good for nature or whatever, or not as bad for nature, and as much productivity as possible, right? So, nuclear power.
That's the idea.
Yeah, nuclear power plants are relatively productive, right? And they're not super they don't produce smoke and stuff like that.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, we could be using more nuclear power. We could be. I mean, I'm sure there's ways to burn coal cleaner and oil cleaner. I mean, I saw a story here when Obama was president, so it's probably it's that old. There was a coal plant that came online that was state of the art. Super clean, like almost zero emissions. It might have been zero emissions. Like steam came out of the top. Almost looked like a nuclear reactor or something.
The only reason they had that one,
and it was going to be obsolete in 3 years because of Obama era regulations. So,
it was not only that.
We can do stuff, but we don't do it. We shoot ourselves in the foot.
Vaun, are you talking about those where they capture all the emissions and they could just store it somewhere?
Well, no, I'm not even sure how it worked, but at the time when they were doing the interview,
I know coal power plants. Coal power plants have scrubbers built into them to scrub out a lot of the bad stuff that comes out.
Yeah, and this is a state-of-the-art factory that was going to be obsolete in 3 years, and it had just opened, which is ridiculous when you think of like legacy power plants that have been open for decades and decades. This thing's open for 3 years, and they want to shut it down because of the regulations. So, I mean, we could have been, nuclear's clean. There's probably clean coal. There's probably ways to burn gas more efficiently and use less. I mean, they always want to lighten the car to get better gas mileage. I'm sure there's a way to make a better engine that's more efficient. I mean, there's so many things we can do. It's like, why not have both? Why can't I have solar on my house and drive a Corvette? Why can't, I mean, there's no excuse for us not to have a little bit of everything at all, especially in a first world country. There's no excuse for it. And these other countries that want to develop, there's no reason for it.
There's no reason.
That's fine.
Well, this goes back to what someone said earlier about the U.S. wanting to maintain dominance and everything. But environmental policy and trade policy both have been disastrous for the U.S. and very beneficial to developing countries for the past 10 to 15 years.
Is that Earl Grey there? Or
no, this is John B.
I'm just kidding, man. You're walking around. That's why.
Oh, sorry if I'm breaking up or something.
I'm joking.
You're not breaking up. It sounds okay.
Yeah, I mean, with Obama, you also had the TPP. Don't forget that. That was a huge concession.
Yeah, but even with
numbers, sorry, I just want to put a thing into perspective here. there are 300 million, give or take, people in the United States. Yeah, would I be like, just for the sake of
a little bit more?
let's just but let's just say 300 for the sake of math, right? Now, what is $3 billion? That is 3,000. No, yeah, $3,000 million, right? So you can simply give $3 billion to every single American, and they will have 10 million each. Instead, they send 100 million right over to the Ukraine. Right. So we're talking about solar
was that,
panels,
man?
right?
300 million, and you said $10 million each.
Yeah.
That's not how math works, bro.
That would
everyone
be
would have $30.
That would be like 300 trillion or something, more than that, right?
Oh fuck yeah! Oh.
Hey, don't worry about it. It's not like they won't promise it and print the shit anyway.
Yeah, they'll make it.
You can take 30 billion anyways. It'd still be like you would have poverty and homelessness, as far as I get it from most estimates.
No,
that was really bad.
I get what you're trying to say, but there's a better way that you could probably look at it. Okay, we could drop our military budget by $100 billion and reduce some of our government like crap programs that no one really has any use for by another $100 billion. Have $200 billion to work with. Most of the infrastructure and income issues across the United States could be solved, and things could be started to be put into place to solve maybe societal issues. Like, it's so unbelievable the mismanagement.
Okay, that sounds like
yeah. I don't know about that, because if you take $200 billion away from existing government programs, that is $200 billion less that's going into the economy. So it's not quite that simple.
Okay,
right? They would have to probably print an additional $200 billion to do what you're talking about.
I would wager not, because the United States military budget right now is around $750 billion. You take off $100 billion from that, you're losing $30 billion that gets scraped off the top into politicians' pockets, and then $70 billion for projects that aren't going to go anywhere in the first place.
Yeah,
but regardless of where the money's going, the vast majority is going to existing people, right? Troop salaries, equipment gets purchased from private companies who also pay salaries. I mean, the money doesn't just get burned up. Even if you make a bomb and drop it and it blows up, the money that paid for the bomb is still circulating in the economy.
I think a better way
I understand that. Okay.
A better way maybe to try and get that under control would be to not spend such exorbitant amounts of money on new systems. I mean, look at Russia. I mean, they're using T-72s. All they're doing is upgrading its armor. Now, granted, they may not be the best of the best, but they get the job done, and they're not spending billions of dollars tooling up a factory to build them. I mean, yeah, they have industry, they build stuff, but it's like, every time we have to, they're already talking about some new replacement for the M1. The M1's fine. You just need to keep upgrading it. I mean, the M1, the current version, the V3, there's only going to be a few hundred of those, maybe 500 to 1,000. We got like 10,000 tanks sitting out in the desert that we can pull from, but we're going to go build a whole new tank or a whole new armored personnel carrier. It's like, the Russians are using older stuff. I mean, they're using AN-2 Anatov biplanes from the 40s as drones to trick SAM systems into turning on so they can hit them with missiles. They got like 1,500 of these planes, and these planes are like built from like 46 on to like 2000, and it just mimics. And it's
someone mentioned the Perun channel.
We would go spend $500 billion building the fucking Predator drone, when all these guys, they just put a remote control kit in a fucking old plane. It's like, I mean, granted, we're more advanced in some technology, so we can do that stuff, but at the same time, it's like, we waste so much money instead of just using the old shit we got.
I mean, look.
It's not even like we're taking the old M60s and cutting them up for scrap and melting it down and making new tanks. They're just sitting in the fucking desert somewhere rusting away. Same with the M1.
Well, that's one argument for giving stuff to Ukraine. They're helping to dispose of all the old stock that we don't need anymore.
And to
that's actually a good thing in some ways.
All right, you guys. I might have to just stop here for now, but wish me luck in my exams tomorrow, actually.
Good luck, man.
Yeah, good luck, man.
What the hell are you doing here?
Good luck.
I studied this morning. Don't worry about it. This is actually my last exam, and I got all the harder ones. I took a chemistry, honors geometry, and history all last week. This is my last one. So
nice, good job,
Okay,
man.
good
All
luck.
right.
last
You
one.
got, man.
It's gonna be pretty easy. So I'll see you guys later.
Bye bye.
See you,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Hey, man, take it easy. Good luck.
So let me say something about that. I'm sure most of you guys are aware of the Duran, right? So there was a program. I'm not sure with who it was, but they had some, I guess, Russia expert on, Alexander and Alex, and basically what they were talking about is Russian military system or complex, whatever. Companies that produce weapons are made to produce weapons. American companies are made to produce profit, right? So that's a big difference. You have factories that probably make some profit, but they are made to make weapons. And then you have another system that is more or less just made to make profit. So, you know, which one is going to win at the end? It's going to be Russian, I'm sure.
And I think the Russians
No,
are
probably the
also-
for-profit company because they have more motivation, right? It's not
Yeah,
just
but-
threat
but,
of punishment. It's you want to buy a new
production-
yacht.
But production is not comparable.
And it's also state-owned by the Russians, I think. The
Yeah.
companies.
So,
So they have
I mean,
to deliver.
I'd say right
Russia-
now Russia's ahead of the game, but if the United States got serious and had a real leader and the government actually
of course.
unified, they could ramp it up pretty quick. But you're right, though, for the time being, because I mean, for months now, Russia's already been retooling their industry to produce more boots and backpacks and crap like that. So if they're doing that, you know, they're upping it on the guns and the bullets and everything else, and they've been doing that since the beginning of the operation, if not before that. You know, they're on a war footing. We're not. You know, we talk like we are, but you can see the writing on the wall with all the systems being depleted and all the storage being depleted. And, you know, now people are like, oh, we can't send you anymore. Or like what's it with the HIMARS now? The only ones they're sending are the anti-personnel rockets because they don't have stock left that they want to give up of any of the other rockets. So, you know, it's like,
man. Good for Donald.
you know, we're obviously not tooled up to do anything yet. So until that gap is fixed, Russia or whoever is going to be ahead. Same with China. China's military industrial complex is probably humming along just fine right now. I mean, and Russia's making lots of extra money with the oil embargo, despite the embargo and the sanctions. So, I mean, I don't see them having a problem. I mean, they've already got the mindset. They're already there. We're not. We're halfway, you know, thinking about opening the door still, I think.
Wait, so are you guys arguing that the U.S. is not producing enough weapons right now? Is that the argument?
I think it's a little bit more precise than that. I don't think
depends
so.
on-
I think it's a little bit more precise than that. I think it's we're not producing the weapons that we're giving away in enough quantities.
Oh,
Yeah, but
that's,
also,
I mean, I don't think that's contested because mostly we're giving away things that we don't use anymore, right? Like
Well,
when we
my
gave away,
understanding was
we depleted
You're
our
wrong.
stocks of Stingers.
You're wrong.
No, that's
my
correct.
understanding was just on Stingers.
Listen, John. Let me explain to you. I have a buddy who's now in a reservist unit in the Marine Corps, and they sent line howitzers from the line companies to Ukraine. So don't start talking about these things that we don't need. Yes, we need these things in combat. Even if it's a shotgun with 112 gauge, that's it. We need it. So everything you're saying
that's
is
fair
wrong.
enough.
You were writing on the
No,
chat.
I'm not saying everything we've sent is stuff that we don't need, but a lot of it is. Would you agree with that?
Okay, well, hold on. You're not being. Can you please be precise? Can you please be precise? What are things we don't need?
Tell us.
Outdated stuff, you mean, right? Like
outdated stuff that was in storage and just costing money to keep around and eventually be disposed of.
Hold on. Do we need?
No, not HIMARS.
Do we need Stingers anti-aircraft?
How many HIMARS have we sent to Ukraine? Isn't it 20 or something?
Yeah, no, that's the problem. That we're not being okay. So let's be precise.
I think it's
do we need
14 or
Stingers?
18.
Do we need Stingers? Do we need Javelins? Do we need M777s? Do we need what were they? Do we need M10s, M10 armored personnel carriers?
Well, to take one of those, the thing I heard about Stingers is that they were pretty outdated and we don't use them very much anymore.
My understanding was
in preference for things like Javelins.
The Stingers and the Javelins, my understanding is that we've given away, I might have the numbers mixed up, but one of them was, let's say it was 10 years of production on Stingers and 17 years of production on Javelins. So that's 17 years of production stockpile that we've given away. And I think what we're saying is we're giving away stuff. They may be old, but a lot of that stuff just needs a new battery pack. Like the Stinger's got a battery pack that screws in. And I know they have problems with the old ones that have been sitting, but those weapons are serviceable if they're, if they have the right part to them. But
right, but like I was saying at the beginning, what exactly is the argument? That we should be holding on to these older weapons, or that we should be making more?
The argument is we should not be giving away the weapons that we have right now because it's none of our business to be in that situation.
And if you think about it,
that's not a reasonable argument because a lot of people think America should be there.
Those stockpiles were made during Cold War production levels. Those production lines aren't even operating at that capacity anymore. So
that's right. I think one of the lessons of this war is that the modern world has underestimated the quantity of material they need to execute a war against a peer, right? Afghanistan is one thing, fighting Russia is another.
You're exactly right, though, because if you think about it, I don't think any Pentagon NATO planner thought they were going to go through 10 years of Stingers and 17 years of Javelins in 10 months. There's no way they could have calculated that expenditure. I mean, and imagine if that had been a war between NATO and the Warsaw Pact. I mean, exactly. That kind of shit. I mean, they would have ran out of shit a long time ago.
Yeah, so for sure we're learning a lot from our role in the conflict.
Yeah. Well, you hope people are learning lessons because the lesson is you need to keep your production lines at least operational if they're not running full speed. There's a lot of things we need to learn. It's like, hopefully somebody's taking notes.
No, it'll take about 10 years.
And Perun had a video about that. I was going to mention it earlier. He was talking about how even if you don't need the stuff, you just have to keep that expertise alive. You have to keep the employees. You have to have them doing make work or blowing things up in tests and rebuilding them, just because if you lose it, it's going to take 20 years to start it up again.
Yeah, look what Obama did with the F-22. They when they got done with the production run, they destroyed the tools. They fired all the people and got rid of all the blueprints and stuff. And it's like, why the fuck would you do that? Unless it's like
it makes no sense.
Now it would literally take years and years to find people qualified to redo that stuff and build the tools again and everything else. Stupid.
Although, I mean, to be fair to Obama, he was in an environment where we were fighting a war where we didn't need F-22s, and it looked like that was the future of warfare, right? Europe was convincing Russia to be peaceful. China is captive to economic policy, and the only problems in the world are these little ragtag guerrilla groups. You don't need F-22s. So, I mean, I understand the reasoning, but it just turns out to be wrong.
I mean, in 2009,
it's like everybody wants to fight fifth-generation warfare, but you're still forgetting about second-generation warfare.
That's exactly what Russia is doing. Speaking of not forgetting expertise, apparently Russia has these huge production facilities, factories, and just parts of them are used normally. But now in time of war, I mean, the production has been increased by who knows what amounts, incredible amounts.
290Ms in, 10 months?
Yeah, just incredible amounts of production,
I wonder if this is actually cause panic in South Korea. I wonder. South Korea and North Korea they are still technically at war. And then North Korea is always in the state of war. Like they are always in production, they are preparing for war. But South Korea operates on the United States kind of thinking, Western military thinking. They might be surprised by the amount of ammo that's being used in the Ukraine war, because it will be a good reference point because they are using Western weapons against the Soviet-style weapons. And then most likely North Korea will go into trenches and heavy artillery. I wonder.
Yeah, the artillery from North Korea is going to be insane. I mean, it would probably make Ukraine look like nothing.
Well, you gotta
that opening barrage is going to be just.
The opening barrage is going to turn Seoul into a flat plain.
They don't even need to use nukes.
I've heard that South Korea signed some contracts to deliver weapons to Europe. Just a minor amount compared to American.
Probably going to send K2s to Ukraine.
Not to the Ukraine. It was contracts with Poland, I think, and Finland or some country like that. So I guess they are increasing production and stuff like that.
The expansion of the Polish military is the big story in Europe as far as military news goes. If you actually look at the journals and the different publications for the NATO industries, Poland is spending a huge amount of money. They've got a lot of money. Poland's doing well economically, and they're massively expanding their military right now. It's kind of interesting. It's like if you have a look at the dollar figures for how much money is being spent training Ukraine, yeah, look, it's going on. That money's been handed around, but you're talking in the tens of billions. Whereas the Polish militarization is, I think, they're increasing their total number by a third, and they're really updating all their tech. They're going all in with NATO. So it's like that's the big news in military industry in Europe is the expansion of the Polish military. It's kind of interesting.
I actually listened to this channel. It's I think through the ISOF or something like that. It's Anya from Poland. She is, I guess, some woman from Poland, but she gives pretty good analytics and stuff like that. And I mean, the stuff that is going on in Poland is really interesting. I'm not sure what is going on. Is NATO pushing them into future conflict? I'm not sure what exactly is going on, but yeah, they're just introducing new kind of martial laws and I mean expanding their military by a lot. I think they're even mobilizing some amount of population, like really weird stuff. I'm not sure what is going on.
Hey, where are you from?
Slovenia, Europe, Balkans, I guess.
Nice place.
I know where it is.
Didn't Russia stop production of 122mm gun artillery ammunition in 2012? I read that somewhere. So they switched. They had rebels on the D20s on the Donetsk People Republic. So and then they had to switch them to D30s to 152 because they ran out of ammo or something like that. Or they just burned out.
Where are you from, Bozzo?
Also from Slovenia.
Oh, wow.
So do you guys understand Russian? Like, is Slovak language similar enough for you to like somewhat make sense? Like, so you cannot make a sense of a single word.
I mean, you can barely understand because it's Sloven or something, but not.
Is anybody else here?
Would you find German easier to understand by comparison to the Russian?
No, Russian is easier.
Russian. Yeah.
Russian is easier. Yeah. Okay.
But
and you're from Norway?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
But I saw a video that where Russian and Serbian person talked, and like most of the words are the same. Just when they are speaking fast, it's hard to understand each other. But it's quite incredible how Serbian and Russian language are quite similar, you know?
They're very close, except when they're written. When they're written, it's just...
Yeah, and when you speak fast and into dialects and stuff like that, it's, I guess, must be pretty hard to understand.
It sounds a little bit similar to how Norwegian and Danish and Swedish tend to be. Like, if we talk slowly or if we speak formally, there's a much bigger chance of understanding each other. Except for the Danish, they would often have to just speak English because, and this is kind of interesting because Norwegian is actually Danish. It's just that our phonology is much more closely to the written language, whereas the Danes, they kind of shove the potato down the throat, as you say. So they kind of have a very weird way of pronouncing that is difficult to, like, it takes time to kind of get that hang of it, even just understanding it, right? So when I read Danish, it's exactly like reading Norwegian. But when I hear a Danish talk, it's like it might just be Dutch.
How about
actually,
Finnish?
No,
how about Finnish?
no, Finnish is actually a very unique language in the area because its closest relative is actually Hungarian, and it's not, they are not related to each other. So it's through other times in history. I don't remember exactly how that detail is, but Finnish language and people is very distinct from the rest of the Scandinavian peninsula.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, like so distinct. Like the language is not there, but like you mentioned with the Serbian. Yeah.
I have a question for the panel, if I can. This is a general question for everyone on the panel. We see things are heating up in Serbia and Kosovo. So my question is this: does peace with Russia, whatever it looks like, include a resolution of the Serbian status within Europe? And how does NATO respond to the Serbian situation? So that's the general question.
Yeah, I think the situations are quite similar in many aspects. So if one gets a solution, the other one could also probably.
I actually don't think
different.
so. I think it would be different. At least one of the reasons being, let's say things in Ukraine turn poorly for NATO and Russia gets the better outcome, right? And NATO is going to want to have a win, so they won't give up on Kosovo.
Yeah. But the other aspect that is probably not very likely, but say that NATO and Russia get some kind of peace settlement over Ukraine, maybe then I mean, it could happen, but yeah, it's more likely than they are going to invest more in the other conflicts. So yeah, probably not. But it could happen if one conflict solution is made, then the other. But I think.
But that's dismissing all the years of conflict within those two people, right? In Ukraine, yes, they've had the civil war, but a large portion of the population wasn't really very stigmatized. Whereas in Serbia and Kosovo, it's like this has been going on for decades now, you know?
I mean,
money has a calming effect. You know, if there's a lot of money being spent, if there's a lot of peace and trade, you might find it settles down. I think that if Germany could get its energy cheap again and have money to spend again, I think it would be good for Kosovo. Didn't spending troops anyway?
Didn't Russia offer to assist Serbia with the problem? So how would Russia get?
They can't even supply them.
Serbia, really.
I think the best way. I think probably one of the better ways they could handle it was because obviously the UN wants to get involved, NATO wants to get involved. The best thing they could probably do is to put troops on the ground there under the guise of the UN also, and just preempt them like they did in Pristina. I mean that was, you know, the West likes to blow that up and make it into a dangerous situation, but the only reason it was dangerous is because General Wesley Clark wanted to send British troops down to the airport to clear the Russians out by force, and you know the Russians going into Pristina and occupying the airfield kind of threw a wrench in the whole works with Kosovo. And I think that Russia just needs, you know, like I said, if you got a beef with the United States, you need to deal with it right now if you're going to deal with it. Because so if I'm Russia, I'm thinking I'm going to put troops on the ground and I'm just going to preempt NATO. I'm going to preempt the UN and say we're here to make sure there's a peace, and just not. And then force the UN to do their thing, because I believe Serbia has petitioned under like some UN charter like 1142 that they're supposed to come in and deal with this and pacify this, and they're not. So if I'm Russia, I'd say, hey, we're part of the UN, we're in the Security Council, we can veto anything that gets put up. So who's going to tell one of the big three what they can and can't do? I mean, I know the United States will want to, but it'll be like, we're here, so send some guys in here if you want to be part of the process and be part of the process. But I mean, if I was Russia, I would preempt to go in there now and set the table on my terms.
But Kosovo is a trap for Russia right now. Why do you think NATO is all of a sudden opening this front in Kosovo? That I mean, there has been status quo maintained for quite some time, and all of a sudden there is a big problem in Kosovo again, you know. And
Not only Kosovo.
And
it's a trap for Russians.
I do agree that if NATO is made to look bad with a settlement in Ukraine, that there's going to be petty people in the West and the United States government that are going to try and do something in Kosovo, because they're going to the whole point they always talked about early on was bloodying Russia's nose and all that. So if they couldn't get it in Ukraine, they're going to try and get it somewhere. And I just think Russia's best bet is just to preempt everybody and go in now.
Yeah, but you can't overextend. You can't go to Kosovo. You can't go to Syria. I mean, at some point, Russia also overextended.
Well, what about Belarus?
Itself, so.
Yeah, but you could, if you drop in a battalion of Russian paratroopers into Serbia and they're on the border,
you know,
that sends a message, and that's going to force other parties to get involved and react.
In Ukraine,
But yeah,
it's
Russia is
different
also
because
trying to build a
it's so close. It's so close to Russia. But Serbia, it's not as close, and you have it's even easier probably for the West to supply Kosovo that has.
That's my thing.
Russia won't send an army to Serbia; it will raise one there. You know, Russia sold $180 billion worth of oil last year. That's without anything else. They'll just send $10 billion there and raise a mercenary army. I mean, it's Russia. Russia's strategic aim would probably be to have an Orthodox Christian insurgency, pro-Slavic insurgency across Eastern Europe. That'd give Europe something to think about, and that'd be relatively cheap. Russia is averse to losing their own troops' lives because they've got their own population to manage. But they've certainly got enough money to throw around that if they give Serbia enough money to buy a bunch of energy resources, but Bulgaria and Turkey, they can create a problem there.
But also Russia wants stable neighbors, and if you're just throwing money around like US, you don't know what is going to happen, you know?
Yeah, well, that's true, but who's to say the Russians are wise, you know? But I mean, it depends on what Russia's strategic aims are. But, the reason I asked the question about Serbia and the peace, potential peace, is like, it seems to me that countries like France and Germany are going to be very well served by sorting out Europe's energy situation, and they're not going to be well served by another war in the Balkans. So I wonder if there's going to be a lot of political pressure at the peace table to sort out both issues at once. And I think that would be the end for NATO as an organization. The countries in NATO would probably all do very well. And one thing I also want to mention is, if the US had a very competent team of negotiators, there's no reason why the US can't do very well commercially out of whatever replaces NATO, particularly because we're seeing in Ukraine that US weapon systems are pretty good. It's like, the myth of the grand Russian military equipment is gone a bit. A lot of countries want NATO equipment. So I don't know. I can see a peace settlement coming out where the US actually does pretty well in the commercial military space, just because of the quality of products.
Why would the end of the conflict mean the end of NATO? I don't follow that point.
Well, because if you have a new security architecture, which is what a lot of countries have been talking about in Europe, then what you have is a hydrocarbon market coming from Russia into Europe. But Russia is also part of the group, which means that it can supply weapons to people who want to buy them. That competes with US privilege within NATO because the US makes nearly all the weapons in NATO. Turkey is the exception, and that's because Turkey refused to join NATO unless they were allowed to keep their own manufacturing base. So Turkey kind of makes all its own small arms and stuff.
Well, what about you saying there's some deal afoot that's going to result in Russia having a security treaty with Europe? I've never heard of that.
That's called the new European security architecture. People have been talking about it since the end of the Soviet Union, particularly in Germany, because it suits Germany, right? Germany don't want to be buying their oil from someone who's outside the club, because what can happen is this, right? And then you lose Nord Stream.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I just haven't heard of anything like that lately. I mean, considering what's going on, that seems like a complete pipe dream, to be honest. Russia has burned their goodwill for at least a generation.
But also Russia is gonna make changes in the region either by force or diplomacy. So Russia wanted to use diplomacy. They couldn't. No, they're gonna use force. You know.
I also think that change is going to
they're
come.
going to try to use force. It's not going so well so far.
Okay, maybe you believe that Ukraine is gonna win or something, but we'll see, you know.
Actually, one of the reasons I joined the call was I wanted to say, you guys are saying Ukraine can't win, but you really have to define the criteria for victory.
Yeah, I'm the one that told you. Look, this is what I was trying to explain to you. This is what I was trying to explain to you because you didn't understand. Ukraine cannot win because Russia cannot lose.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
and
couldn't you say that Ukraine cannot lose?
Just listen. Just listen. Ukraine cannot win, I said, because Russia cannot lose. Okay?
I hear what you say, but it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense to you because
going to do whatever it has to do to be victorious.
Ukraine escalates, Russia escalates even more.
But, so what I just said is you have to define the criteria. If you say that victory for Russia means that they're going to completely take over Ukraine without
this is where your mind's
losing any international goodwill, then they've already lost.
Yeah, this is where your mind is going to blow, John, because the criteria for a victory is not losing. It's that fucking simple, buddy. That's it.
That's not, well, that is maybe a little too simple. Because you can say that for Ukraine too. And in fact, I think you could argue that is also Ukraine's victory criteria.
That's
they just don't want to give up.
John.
So,
John, that's just how war works.
Dan, hold on.
But
so
that is how
from
war
what
works,
I understand,
but you can also define criteria.
John, from what I'm hearing, you're again trying to say that Russia. Okay, these are your words. You just said them. You think that Russia's somehow going to take, or if Russia believes they're going to somehow take over Ukraine, that will be victory for them, right?
No, I said that's an example. That's an example of victory criteria. But what I was saying is you guys
losing criteria, like there's a losing criteria for Ukraine, which is that there is no more Ukraine.
That, well, yeah, that's completely right.
If there is no more Ukrainian independent state, then there's no more oligarchs sending their dudes to Washington to divide up the pie, right? There's no more country. There's no more game, if you want to put it in those terms. So that's a losing criteria. And the irony here is that the only people that really want a winning criteria for an independent Ukraine are Moscow, right? If you have a look at what's going on in Poland and the rest of it, I don't think anybody's ready to accept a well-armed, hostile Ukraine that's really big into Europe. I mean, they could have at any time in the last 10 years welcomed Ukraine into the European Union.
Can I ask a question to John?
No, I agree.
Just, John, in history, who do you think won, Vietnam or the United States?
I think that Vietnam won. Right? Because they outlasted the U.S. Their victory criteria was to outlast the U.S. and they succeeded.
Yeah.
You see how simple wait, yes. You see how easy it was for you? It's that simple for Russia. Okay? That's the winning condition.
Well, okay. If they want to outlast Ukraine as a country, then I agree with you. They can win, but so can Ukraine because their victory criteria are not mutually exclusive with Russia's.
All right.
So I think that both sides. So both sides. I think what Dan says is correct. You know, whoever can outlast the other one will win. But of course, that also depends on what their objectives are. I think the Russian. So the Ukrainian objective is impossible to achieve. So basically, for
what is the Ukrainian objective though?
Get back all the land, including Crimea. That is what their objective. That is actually at least the stated objective. This objective is really impossible. Yeah,
but would you agree that their actual objective might be different from that?
No idea.
They say what their objective is.
Yeah, and who said just a half hour ago that you ask for more than what you're willing to settle for? Is that not a common tactic?
That was what I was saying. I mentioned that. I mentioned about as that was absolutely more of a joking tone. I was talking about Ukraine asking for F-35s and aircraft carriers and settling for whatever they get. That was clearly sarcastic and joking.
But
no, you were being sarcastic. Okay, well, I agree with it. I agree with it.
So, but the thing is, the Ukrainians asking now is for Russia to basically surrender and then demilitarize themselves, give up nuclear weapons. That's what they say. So yes, they are asking for the sky and the earth. So if you cut it down, is still
They did attempt to
liberation of
Finland.
the entire of Ukraine land. Basically, that is still an impossible task, as far as I can tell. So,
Okay,
so we know Ukraine maybe can never lose, but they can also can never win. That's the problem for Ukraine. But for Russia, they can possibly win, and for them to lose, how do Russia lose? They maybe like how USA lost the Vietnam War. So that would mean X number of casualties, which we talked about in the last open mic. X number of casualties to the point where internal politics will not be able to sustain it. Which the number I picked from the sky is 500,000 soldiers.
So
for Ukraine to kill 500,000.
Can we agree that at least Ukraine has an objective to come to the borders that were before this special military operation? I think that we can agree on that they want to at least reset these borders, and that would include part of Donbass, and Russia is not gonna let Donbass be reclaimed in any way. So I mean,
that's all fantasy. The reality is that part of the Ukrainian regime hopes to be an independent Ukraine, and part of it doesn't. And that's the only reality in the Ukrainian regime. No one has any fantasies.
Ukraine wanted to retake Donbass.
So in terms of Russia's victory criteria, you said that they wouldn't want to give up any of the Donbass, but they've also annexed other regions and already given them up. So would you say that Russia has already lost by those criteria?
How does Ukraine beat a nuclear power without?
Okay, John.
That's a bit of a thorny question.
Wait, no, guys, hold on. John, I do have a question, okay? And this is because I really am curious. I just want to know how everyone is talking. How do you see this conflict going? Like for the next, I don't know, 5 months, 6 months?
5 months. I would say there's not going to be a whole lot going on over the winter. That would be my guess based on what I've heard from various channels.
Okay. So are you saying are you saying that there's not going to be a I guess what everyone's been talking about, this winter offensive? You think that's a load of baloney, or at least over exaggerated?
I mean, I have no idea. I'm not a military expert or anything like that. I would say I'm sure they'll try, but I don't know if they'll succeed. No idea.
Okay. Do you think that then let's go step by step. Do you think that it's possible for Ukraine to reclaim the oblasts that are Donetsk and Lugansk?
Is it possible? Yeah, of course.
In the long run, why is it?
In the long run.
Yeah, why is that possible? How is that possible?
Well, I mean, people have already given the example of Vietnam. We have the Afghanistan example. If people have the will to continue fighting, it's very difficult to stop them. So
it's too late for that. It's conventional war now, John.
Why is it too late for the people to not want to fight anymore? Or for that idea to spread.
I'll give you a perfect example now. When the Russians retreat, or I'll call it retreat, over the when they left Kherson?
Okay.
That's a ghost city. Okay, nobody wants to stay there anymore. The will for the people is gone. They're gonna choose sides now, and the people who have witnessed living in that ghost town will not want to fight. Okay, and I'm telling John that the Vietnam strategy doesn't work anymore because it's conventional war now, man. Okay, Ukraine is all in. We're just gonna go in circles now, trying to explain to John why it's not going to work.
Well,
no.
Vietnam
conventional
had a
war is not necessary. If Russia starts winning, Ukraine would obviously switch tactics to guerrilla war if they wanted to continue fighting, right?
Hang on, there's a big difference. There's a big difference here between this situation and Vietnam, because in Vietnam, when the US left, they left the theater. They went half a world away back to their own military bases. When Russia leaves the front line, they're going home, right? Russia is not going to be remote from Ukraine.
They're walking across the street.
So Ukraine is stuck in a conventional war now. And this is the thing. It's like the Ukrainian state is bleeding money. They have no economy to speak of. And so every month that goes by, they become deeper in debt to their sponsors. And you've got to look at who their sponsors are, because primarily the biggest European sponsor of Ukraine is Poland. Poland are paying the most to house refugees. They're paying like $6 or $7 billion a year. The next highest is Germany at 4. The UK is only paying $500 million a year to support refugees. So Poland is on the hook for a huge amount of money here. And every month that goes past, the Ukrainian regime owes them more. Ukraine's regime, the people who want an independent Ukraine, their business is defunct, right? Because they're occupied, they're fighting a war. Russia's business is still going ahead. They're still selling oil to China and India. Ukraine is in a bind. The longer it goes on, the more Ukraine becomes indebted to its European sponsors. And so whenever there's a peace settlement, the people who represent an independent Ukraine, the longer that Russia holds their foot on their neck, the weaker their negotiating position becomes, and the stronger becomes the position of Poland, NATO, and Russia. Anyway.
Hey, John, can I ask you a question? John, can I ask you a question? How long do you think
first,
Europe
let me respond to that. Just a
support?
quick response. I would say, of course, you're absolutely right. And what you're talking about are limits on waging a modern conventional war. But like I said, if they have to revert to guerrilla fighting, so far at least, they've demonstrated that they have the spirit to continue fighting no matter what happens. So I don't know if I can agree that they'll just one day give up. Anyway, what was the question for me?
Do you think how long do you expect actually NATO to be supporting Ukraine? Because that's
Sorry,
a very
I didn't hear
important
the first part of the question.
How long do you expect actually NATO to be supporting Ukraine? Because that's a fairly determinant factor, no?
Yeah, I agree. I think that as long as NATO continues supporting them, they're going to have no problem resisting and even starting to retake territory. But I don't know. I mean, I would say, if I had to guess, I think NATO would be happy to support them for many years.
I don't think NATO is going to be able to support a guerrilla warfare long term, because if you look at the economic damage that's coming to Europe and the sanctions that backfired, it's just, there's going to be so many domestic problems for the United States and the Western European countries to deal with. At some point, the money's going to dry up, the support's going to dry up. It doesn't matter if Mitch McConnell wants to support them or Joe Biden. If the will of the people's not there, is like, we have massive problems already here in the States, and if it gets exacerbated with energy prices and food problems, I just don't see there's just no long-term funnel to Ukraine, because all the countries that are supporting them are they're themselves, they're on the cliff, and they're on the verge of potentially having catastrophic economic damage and social damage, and it's going to come down to Germans are going to be like, I can't heat my house. Fuck Ukraine. Same with an American. Same with a Slovenian or anybody else. And eventually, people are going to be sick of helping out somebody when there's no foreseeable benefit. There's nothing positive coming out of it. I mean, we keep dumping money and weapons in there. There's no perceivable advantage Ukraine is getting. There's no perceivable winning. So I would think Ukraine's at best got a couple years left of support monetarily at best. I would say within a year it'll dry up if they're even still fighting. But
yeah, I kind of agree with that. I would say that a couple of years would be plenty to provide the level of support they're giving right now, and it would definitely die down. But if you're talking about long term, I mean, remember the CIA was funding the Mujahideen against the Soviet Union for a long time, and it's not a lot of money to fund a guerrilla warfare. So I disagree that it would have to stop at some point. It would easily be continued indefinitely.
John, I think you're kind of not seeing that NATO is not exactly unified. It's more like an alliance of, it's not alliance, it's vassal states. And currently the US is deindustrializing, it's reindustrializing itself at the expense of Europe. Right, and the Europeans are on an increasing level seeing that as hostile. So you're not just going to see more and more that are losing support through fatigue or anything. There are more and more people who see the United States as an enemy, and so that's why I'm kind of like when you say a few more years, but I kind of struggle to see that lasting for a few more years. I know propaganda is spinning, but even just through fatigue, and then you're having the people actually experiencing hardship. It's not an abstraction; people are feeling it. And so, in the United States, there's a lag. You will feel it too, but it's just a lag on it, right? It's just like things happening policy-wise in the United States. It will happen here in Norway. It's always a lag. First in the UK, then in the EU, and then it goes to Norway. And
I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. I I don't think that there's going to be unlimited support forever. But again, if you define the victory criteria a certain way, then you can make a statement about whether it can be achieved or not. And if Ukraine's victory statement is that they continue resisting, they can do that indefinitely. So
I want to ask you, how annihilation? That's the thing. Is that victory?
Oh, one at a time, guys.
Sorry, John. I want to ask you. So for you, right? What is what it would mean victory for Ukraine in your point of view? Because I didn't know what's your point of view in terms of how Ukraine is win. Like,
right.
From your point of view.
From my point of view, I think Ukraine would be happy to get back everything except Crimea. I think they would be satisfied with that personally, and I think that would be achievable within the next few years.
Entire of Donbass, or okay.
How is that achievable?
This is not gonna happen.
Yeah,
maybe not, but that is a criteria, which is better than what you guys have done.
But you said it's achievable, right?
It is not.
I mean, I don't know how to respond to that. You're saying that it's literally not achievable for them to retake the territory. I just disagree with that. That doesn't make sense to me.
I can see how that could happen. I can see
it's like, okay, how about this, guys?
Absolutely a way that could happen. Like, so if the whole of Ukraine becomes part of Russia, then I can see the Ukrainian region having that territory back.
Well, there you go.
There's scenario where
the Ukrainians have had over 8 mobilizations. The Ukrainians have had over 8 mobilizations, and the Russians have like barely committed half of their first. And Russia is many times bigger and stronger, right? This is not a war.
I think they're only 3 times bigger, right?
5.
In terms of population, they're about 3 times bigger.
5.
5? Maybe with all the refugees who have left or something. But
no,
last time I looked, the population was about 3.5.
Ukraine's current population before the conflict was around 38 million people. We can say about 10 million people have left. So we can say there's, I don't know, let's say 38. So maybe about 30 million, 28 million. Russia's population is 141 or 138, something like that, 100 billion. That's a 5 times difference.
Yeah. If you're taking away 10 million, yeah, I agree with that.
Did we agree that it was about 700,000 troops Ukraine started the war with?
They started with 300,000.
I mean, I think it was General McGregor, and we could talk about this after this topic. But I heard him say that there's rumors that the Ukrainian army, maybe not including volunteers and stuff, is only 197,000 a combat effective still.
That's extremely important. Combat effective is extremely important.
That means those guys are still able to be deployed out onto the field. That's all that means. So they're saying he was saying he heard rumors of 197,000 left combat effective. But it doesn't include troops being trained overseas.
Like that's a pretty big difference too. Like, did they have any did they have a full defensive capacity, limited defensive capacity, limited offensive capacity, full offensive capacity? Like that doesn't really say much in enough by itself. Like,
the way I took it was that he was saying that they only have 197,000 troops left on the field.
I mean, they have 8 brigades in Bakhmut.
Okay, but that's I mean, that was kind of be the next kind of thing. Like, we still haven't finished this. About this victory criteria for Ukraine taking back the Donbass, you said it doesn't make sense that we believe it's not possible, right, John?
Yeah, I mean, just stating it as an assertion is basically like me saying, well, it's not possible for Russia to take over Ukraine, so let's stop talking about that. End of statement. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
okay, well, let's think about it. What would it take for Ukraine to retake the Donbass, right? And this thought can go on forever, but it would be an escalatory conflict because Russia would never give it up. They would continuously send more into it.
But haven't they already given up territory that they annexed and said that they would never give up?
Temporarily. I mean, honestly, that
temporary is nothing to do with it.
John,
Well, maybe they'll
Yeah,
temporarily.
it's much more.
Guys,
It's much more
maybe
likely
they'll
to be temporary
temporarily
for the
give up
Russians than it is to
Crimea
be-
and the Donbass.
Well, if I can play devil's advocate here, we have seen in the Western media, there's a lot of talk of like Putin being overthrown and some kind of orange revolution happening in Russia, where peaceful people take charge and they say very sorry and they demilitarize Russian society. And so there is this idea that this could happen, right? But at this point, I would say, if we go back to the discussion about what America really is, well, Russia is actually pretty similar to America, and Russia is a republic of states. And each region has oligarchs, right? And they send their people to Moscow to carve up the pie. And there's a party called the United Russia Party, and it's very similar to the Republican Party in terms of like who they send and what those oligarchs own in terms of the military-industrial complex inside Russia.
Hey, Toby,
So this is why I think it's a fantasy that Russia changes because of a revolution, because Russia is actually a lot more like the US than people understand. And it's the economic interests of the oligarchy of Russia who are actually not doing too badly out of this war.
Hey, Toby, is that the party that Viktor Bout just joined? Because there was a video of him joining a political party.
I think so. Was it?
No, it was a national party, so I don't know.
Different party, yeah. There's lots of crazy parties in Russia. United Russia is like the least crazy of them.
It's more right wing than United Russia, apparently.
Oh, right. Okay. Did he join that? Yeah, I think I know the one you mean. Yeah, there's lots of crazy. We want to see some Nazis go to the Russian parliament. There's heaps.
So I've heard that that party, former leader that died during COVID, actually wanted nuclear war and stuff like that. That's
there was.
Yeah, that's what I saw on YouTube, but I can't confirm because
was that Shevardnadze guy or whatever?
I don't think that's his name. There's lots of colorful characters in the Russian parliament. If you take a look at Russian government, we start to like Putin a lot more.
Taking Alaska.
But I don't. But anyway,
hey guys,
the point
I
is,
have to go. My phone is about to die, but it was great. And if I charge my phone, I might be back later. But thanks for the discussion. Bye.
Absolutely.
All right, see you, John. Take it easy, man.
But that's why
I actually thought about.
See this revolution in Russia and then Russia totally changing foreign policy. I don't see it because it's got that same failing of the US, which is that it's a stable system, right? It doesn't turn around very quickly. There's no, for all Putin's media, he doesn't actually control the mechanics of the Russian state any more than the president of the US does. It's kind of what makes the state stable.
True, and another thing is that first guys that mentioned that were the guys that Duran that Putin is not pushed from liberals but from hardliners, and you can research it yourself. Second strongest party in Russia is Communist Party, and they are hardliners. They want full mobilization. They want more involvement in Ukraine, total declaration of war. Then you have third party. I believe it's kind of far right party. Liberals are just somewhere in the bottom, and they're not really popular at all. They're just, people don't even know them really.
I have a winning condition now. I'm sad that John left. I thought about something. And like I've been bringing up my conflict, my war, but in 2010, in my heart, I felt we were winning. So the best way to win when you're losing is not lose as bad. But Ukraine is doing the worst. They're doing very bad decisions as far as choosing where to fight, territory that they want to gain. So the best way to not lose is not lose so badly. They should have made peace talks a long time ago, and that would be a victory. Whether you all accept it or not, it would be a victory because they wouldn't lose as bad. Now, every day that they don't accept losing is now a worse loss. And it's bad that John left, but that's a Ukrainian victory.
Okay.
Chaco, you can just cut in.
Yeah.
Chaco, right? How to pronounce your name actually?
Shackle.
You're muted, is it? Why there's no sound?
He's French.
Oh no, there was sound.
Oh, poor bastard.
Okay, hello? Oh God. Oh, I was so happy that we got someone who is pro-Ukrainian on.
Can you say emotional damage in French?
He's French?
We're just guessing at this point. Dude, you're muted, man. We can't. Your microphone's not picking anything up.
Yeah.
Now, can you hear me now?
His mic is not.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Are you actually
quick
French?
question for you, Dan. No, I'm not French. I'm German.
What's your name actually?
Why would you say that Ukraine is picking the worst fights, and why do you think that they should be the ones who, right now, after they've progressed so far in recent months, being the ones to push the negotiations? Why do you think that?
So look, you need, in my opinion, you need to understand that it doesn't matter how far Ukraine pushes, how much territory they gain. And territory means nothing. Lives means everything. Resources means everything. And the fact that Ukraine is using a lot of men and they're losing a lot of men, that's going to pile on with time where Russia counterattacks everything they've ever lost so far. That's why it's not good. I mean,
okay, but be realistic. Right now in Bakhmut, you have a meat grinder where Russian weapons, Russian intelligence advantage, which I think doesn't exist because the West is essentially supplying Ukraine with all the intelligence they need, doesn't help them anything. Both sides are grinding as hard as they can. In my opinion, after the 24th of February, the morale of the Ukrainians is definitely higher than of the Russians, since they've been pounded with shells all the time. Even if it's not supposed to hit civilian targets, it doesn't matter in the end. People emotionally are very much connected to the goal of victory, and they are able to take much higher casualties, I believe, than Russia right now is willing to take, because they still at home have to protect.
And that's really good. Let me finish the conversation with him, and that's really good. Let them have high morale. Let them take more casualties. It plays into the Russian book of war right now because they want them to fight. Because behind Russia is more.
But Shaka, there's also an economic side of this, right? And as time goes on, the people who represent an independent Ukraine become more indebted to their allies, right? Because the thing about the aid that is being given to Ukraine is it's not free, right? And even if right, and so after each month and another 10 billion or 12 billion gets spent by the Ukrainian regime, and half of it is a favor, like those favors add up. They add up inexorably, just like the casualties on the grinding front line. And so this is the irony. The independence of Ukraine gets whittled away, even if they don't lose on the battlefront, right? And so in the end, what you're going to have is a very, very weak independence movement in Ukraine. And so even if nobody ever intended it, you're going to have a complete proxy state in Ukraine. So, and that's, you know, if the object is Ukrainian independence, there's a big irony there. And so if Ukraine wants to be an economically viable state, they have to settle for peace sooner rather than later. And the longer it goes on, the more they become the economic vassal of their sponsors in Europe.
You're assuming still that they'll be allowed to surrender. They tried to make a peace deal in March.
Right, and so that means that Ukraine's option is to become a neutral, basically Russia-friendly state, because they're going to allow Russian interference and control in their political process, right? Like it used to be.
But I want to hear what.
Or alternatively, they're going to get crushed, right, and eventually become a vassal of Poland, and then there's going to be a dismemberment between the various.
I would like Chaco to.
Let's actually having the geopolitical capital to really take over Ukraine. It's just there's too many people interested in Eastern Europe for Poland to actually go that far. I don't think there's a way.
There's no way. There's no way Russia can take all of Ukraine. Not right now, and they don't want to. It doesn't benefit them, guys. It doesn't benefit them. But Chaco, I want really to clarify what you believe that in Bakhmut the morale is higher in the Ukrainian side, and therefore they can take more casualties, and this benefits Ukraine.
They run out of men
it doesn't
sooner
benefit anyone.
than the
Casualties
Russians.
are bad. Human lives lost is bad generally. I think we can all
Okay,
agree on
look,
that.
I'm going to explain.
Talk about
I told them
winning
earlier.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, continue.
I told them earlier how the morale and the people in Russia is right now very high for the war. I'm in Russia now. I'm an American. The morale is high. They can send 200,000 more people. They can send whatever they want. Okay, these are numbers that Ukraine can't keep sending because their resources are very low. If their morale is high, it makes them vulnerable.
This is the point where we will divide. I mean, I've met a lot of Ukrainians, a lot of Russians. I mean, in Germany, and I've been to Poland recently as well. I got friends over there. I met a bunch of people who came over from Russia, from Ukraine, who just left these places. They generally don't seem like, in favor of Russia, of course, for the Ukrainians at least. And also the Russians don't seem very patriotic, so I might be biased to that. But realistically, Ukraine left with 28 to 30 million people. They can mobilize 3 million if they had to. They don't run out of food. They might run out of weapons and ammunition, but the West can supply it. And I think it will, because divided among all the other participants, it's not that much
What
money.
about
Really
energy?
that just keep Ukraine alive. And
then
the winning for
and then
Ukraine
what?
just
And then what?
staying alive as a state, which might be indebted to the West, but not under
Russia
the control
wants
of Russia.
Ukraine to be a state, by the way. I don't know why you keep saying, look, Russia wants Ukraine to be a state.
Yes, that's a state,
Okay.
sure, but not going to happen.
Either way, it's going to be something because it's playing. It can't play in the middle. It has to align itself somewhere, right?
Oh yes, no. By now, there's no way
Okay.
to stay in the middle. Like, try it long enough.
Exactly. It had it. Okay. So let's say that everybody keeps supplying Ukraine, and then what? They fight, and then what?
Russia at some point has to go for frozen conflict. My belief. I don't think Putin will go for total war, because if Ukraine mobilizes 3 million people, Russia will have to mobilize at least 9 million. They will have to go total war in this. They will have to say, we bomb the shit out of Ukrainians. They are our brotherly people. They want to be with us. But you know what? We'll raise Kharkiv to the ground. This city is going to take months to fall. It will
Shackle, you're missing something fundamentally important.
And if Russia says they're willing to do that, then I would agree with you. But I think Russia is not. And
You're
Putin
saying Ukraine can somehow raise
a small victory at home that is limited instead of going for the total war.
You're saying somehow Russia can raise 3 million men and continue this conflict that will ultimately, grind Russia down. Vaun made an extremely, very, very good point earlier. You can have 3 million men. You will not have 3 million combat effective men. You will not have.
In defense, yes. Cities, everyone can defend cities. They won't be effective in cities. I agree. But if you just need to defend your homeland, I think the Ukrainians are highly motivated. They will.
Is there even enough equipment for 3 million men? I mean, I don't believe it.
Well,
Not
10% is not that high of a number. Germany and the Soviet Union raised more than 20 million in World War II.
But it was different times.
They raised that many people with economies that could support it.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean with economies that can support it? The Ukrainian economy cannot support its own army, but it doesn't have to. All the Ukrainian economy needs to do is essentially shift enough goods around for the front line to survive. And that is very hard to really analyze how it's working, but I think it will have to work. And I don't see it collapsing by now when they've lost 80% of their entire electricity network. Like, the Ukrainians don't have, at least visibly, major issues with just keeping a front line that is stable. And as long as that's the case, and Russia, again, not going for total war, I cannot see Russia winning. That is the entire point I have.
Okay.
And since Ukraine has won without collapsing as a...
Is that a victory condition for NATO partners? So, for example, if you're the Polish foreign minister and someone, Shackle, is coming along and telling you, okay, we're going to have a frozen conflict here. Russia is spending less on this every year than they earn in oil revenues to China. So they've got a GDP of $1,900 billion a year, 10 times that of Ukraine in a good year. So, is Poland going to accept this idea of a perpetual frontlining Ukraine? Because they're spending over 2% of their GDP on this conflict as it is. They can afford it, but it's not doing them any favors.
Can the
will NATO accept a permanent front line? Or will the NATO countries want a better peace solution than that?
They will want to, but there's no other option. You either say you give up Ukraine, or you take the peace option that is a frozen conflict. And as soon as the frozen conflict starts, they will not go as far as putting their own boots on the ground there, because that would be too major of an escalation, but they don't need to, because a mobilized Ukraine is big enough of a deterrent itself. And by that point, all I really hope for is that there's some sort of Marshall Plan for Ukraine itself, that you'll say, they're in the Western sphere anyway. Might as well build up the country now. And that
what happens if the economic drain? What happens if the economic drain on countries in Eastern Europe because of a renewed conflict and militarization in Serbia and Poland? What happens if that starts to destabilize those societies and cause a split in those societies between those who think that this is a bad policy and those who think that this is a good policy? And what happens if that split goes along the lines of Orthodox Slavs versus European Catholics? Because this is the danger for NATO, is that Eastern Europe becomes fractured and destabilized because of the cost of war. And that's the big strategic danger in having a frozen conflict if it impoverishes all of Eastern Europe. So NATO's really got to look at some way of getting the energy back online reasonably cost effectively, whether through the Middle East or tankers of LNG
the Middle
or
East
whatever.
will not
supply if Eastern Europe festers, that is
the morale, then how long do you think EU would have?
and a disaster for NATO.
I think also the U.S., I mean, you've got in the next 2 years the potential of some drastic political changes. So it's just there's just too many things, I think, against Ukraine being able to support any kind of war effort over the next, because the allies that are helping them are going to be getting hit soon. The ones that are closer are already getting hit. People are already kind of like slowly rolling the support with military equipment. I just think there's a lot of things in, I think Ukraine's on the verge of breaking. I mean, when you look at their power grid down, that's got to be affecting people. We don't see it because there's no media allowed to show us what's going on in these cities. And you look at what's going on around Bakhmut, whatever the morale is, doesn't really matter because it's frozen, it's muddy, it's an absolute meat grinder. And I just think that particular area is on the verge of collapse or a break somewhere, because the Russians are sitting there probing and pushing and looking. Somebody said earlier something about the artillery and the drones and the Ukrainians bragging about how they weren't getting the Russian drones, couldn't see them. I saw a similar video. It was a Russian tank platoon, and they were talking about the foggy conditions being great because they can fire their tanks 7 to 12 kilometers and do indirect fire, and they were protected because the fog hid their tank gun flashes. So, the advantage that Ukraine says they have because of the weather the Russians have, and if they're not just shooting artillery, they're shooting tanks. And the guys were sitting in a position. They had a bunch of shells laid out on the ground, so they obviously weren't worried about getting counter battery fire or anything like that. They were worried about drones, and they were just sitting there doing their shooting. And I just think Ukraine is, there's so many pressure points on Ukraine right now that we're just guessing about what's going to break. Is it going to be the population? Is it going to be, because I don't really see a peace agreement happening, because like the United States and NATO is going to be against it, because if it's not something that benefits them, they're not going to support it. But at the same time, and then you've got nationalist groups that don't want peace. I don't think there's going to be a peace unless there's a major collapse in the front line and the military is not fighting, and they basically don't have a choice. Like, well, you better make peace because there's no one there to stop them.
Okay, well, Shackle, you also mentioned something about the morale.
Like Zaluzhny would have to be against Zelensky.
Shackle, you mentioned something about the morale of people in cities, and I guess just the morale of the Ukrainians in general was quite high, right? And they all keep fighting. Okay, and
where do people get this?
You also, Vlad, I want to go back on that, but you also mentioned something about the supplies being able to at least keep a frozen line, right, in Ukraine from NATO. Okay, taking that logic, if the Ukrainians are willing to continue fighting because their morale is quite high, you said you're German. Are you in Germany right now?
Yeah.
Are you willing to pay 4, 5, 6, 7 times more for every good you have to keep funding this conflict?
I think that is kind of an argument that I wouldn't agree with the base premise of it, because I mean, gas prices briefly hiked. They just finished the first terminal. I think somebody said it already for LNG a couple of days ago. There's tons of potential gas sources. Until now, Germany had the issue that it really just relied on one supplier. There's Azerbaijan willing to supply gas. There's the Middle East willing to supply gas. German companies throughout this year shut down 25% of their gas usage when they had to. I mean, economies are a lot more resilient when they're put to pressure. And at least, look, I mean, my surroundings might not be representative of the entire population, of course, but all I can really see is that people are pissed at Russia continuing it, because of course, I mean, all Western Europe is pro-Ukrainian. Don't really need to tell anyone, but there is not the feeling that if this war continues, it's going to worsen the situation in Western Europe a lot more. It was a shock, which people have to kind of get kind of around now, and they'll have to know how to handle it, and governments need to know as well. But theoretically, there's enough gas. Theoretically, there's enough oil, and it's not like
Would
running
you
out of
yes
food.
or no?
For this
Would you
year.
yes or no?
Pardon?
Would you pay more? Yes or no? Even though
Well, we are
even though
paying
the
more.
economy is good
I'm
or
okay
bad?
with paying more. I'm paying
Okay.
like 50% more on gas right now, although gas prices are dropping as we speak. So I think next month I'm paying less. But I am willing, because I deeply oppose autocratic regimes.
I live in the States. I live in the States, and I can tell you right now, it'll be a ripple effect, like I said. And when it hits here, I'm not going to pay 5 or 6 times more. I'm not paying double for gas to support a war in another country, a war that should never started. And I guarantee you, the majority of Americans, middle class, working class people, are going to be like, "Fuck that," because we're tired of getting screwed. I mean, the problem is, it's not like we were doing great yesterday and the war started and now we got to sacrifice. We've been getting fucked for years, especially the last 2 years.
It's really not clear.
The war is compounding. The war is compounding of issues, and it's just making things worse.
That's true. I really think it's not at all clear that the reason that electricity prices and gas prices in Germany is because of the war. It's like there is a reality called supply and demand in the world, right? And Chackle is absolutely right. There's actually heaps of LNG capacity in terminals in Europe. And there's actually quite a surplus of tankers as well. There's a big LNG market. Europe can absolutely buy the gas it needs and import it through LNG terminals. There's no desperate crisis there, and they will pay more, but it's not like triple or anything. It's like 15-25% more. That can hurt the industry's competitiveness. But at the end of the day, right? Have a look at another possibility, and that is that Europe is having an energy crisis because Europe is broke. The West is having an energy crisis because the West is broke. It's like the energy's out there, and if we had the money to buy it, we'd just do what we did for the last 200 years, which is buy all of it that we need cheaply, and then we wouldn't give it another thought. It's like the reason that energy prices are high is because your money is worth less. The gas is just the gas, and the gas is there, and the oil is there, and the global markets are there, and they're supplying the world. And part of what we're seeing here is that India and China have got more hard currency reserves and things to trade, so they're buying up a lot more energy, and that's and the real inflation in the West, in Europe and in America, is making our currencies worth a lot less, and so energy appears to get more expensive. But this idea of conflating the war in Ukraine with the economic failure of the West to make its currency worth anything, I think that's a bit spurious, because we've been having problems with our currency since at least 2008. We're getting poor. We can't blame Ukraine for that.
I'm not saying the war is a direct contributor. I'm just saying that it creates more pressure points on areas that can cause problems. Like now we're having more pressure on the energy sector and more pressure on the food sector. And like I said, I just don't think most Americans, let's put it this way. In America, we're spoiled. We're used to a standard of living. We're not going to be fucking happy if our standard of living goes down.
Let's move on.
Smart politicians are going to sit there and blame Ukraine. People are going to point out the fact that we gave $100 billion to Ukraine, and that's why you're paying $5 for a fucking orange. That's what's going to happen. I mean, it doesn't matter.
We're not paying 5 times more. Inflation is like 9%, right?
It's not as bad. It's not that bad. But Chaco, there's a guy in the chat from the Netherlands, and you're from Germany, and you said that Western Europe is very pro-Ukrainian, correct?
Generally, yes. Majority.
Yeah, generally, yes. My family is from Würzburg. I have cousins there and brothers there, and in Germany, and they're pro-Ukrainian, and I don't really care. But yeah. It seems. Do you understand that all your views is pro-Ukrainian and it feeds the war. Okay, one way or another, you're pro-war indirectly.
No, I'm pro. Okay, let's put this way. I'm pro. A country that is attacked doesn't have to back down. That's what I'm trying to say.
That brings me to my next question for you.
Yes.
Why do you think this conflict started?
Oh yes, now we can get into the fundamental debates about.
No, there's no debate. I just want you to tell me. There's no debate.
No, okay. I think it started because of two things. One is, of course, NATO expanding and Russia feeling slightly threatened by it. NATO then saying, "Look, we are not a threat to you. We don't want to be a threat to you." But Russia being like, "No." At the same time, after the Soviet Union collapsed, Putin, as a president, obviously wanted to re-exert its dominance over Eastern Europe. And the problem with Ukraine is that it's ideologically is probably the wrong word, but in its political leaning, it was already divided in the early 2000s, with part wanting to be more leaning towards the west, other part leaning more towards the east, and it was really hard to have it go middle ground at the end of the day.
Okay.
I think
before you go too far and lose yourself. But before you go too far and lose yourself, up to now, it sounds like you're talking about Russia and Ukraine problems.
No, Russia, yes? Ukraine, West, those three.
Oh, okay. Now you're adding the West. Now you're adding that the West has problems with Russia and Ukraine. So how the hell did you choose sides? If it seems like how did you get to the conclusion that Russia's the bad guy?
I come to the conclusion that Ukraine has a right to defend itself, and the people who are fighting in Ukraine, I'm not talking about political leadership and all, of course, Eastern Europe has always been corrupt, it will always be corrupt, but the people in Ukraine themselves, they don't want to be attacked. That's all.
They always be corrupt.
That's why,
pretty
before
serious.
the 24th of February, I was highly against anything that went on in the Donbass. Because
wait.
Because what happened in 2014 was the issue that, of course, the people who are more leaning towards the east, people typically, living in the Donbass area, didn't want to be corrupt in Ukraine, which is why I thought the escalation back then was horrible. But the new escalation that happened on the 24th of February went beyond that. And that was Russia initiating an open conflict with the country of Ukraine.
Okay, so then just start over and clarify it again. Refine your answer. How did the conflict start? You said...
Well, it started on the 24th of February with Russia invading Ukraine. It started... what do you want as an answer? It started by Russia invading. There's so many factors playing into it.
That's what I wanted to hear. You are saying that it started specifically because Russia invaded Ukraine, and therefore you support Ukraine to fight against Russia.
To defend itself, and then I want a peace agreement where people stop fighting. But I don't. That's the thing. Ukraine doesn't have to back down. That's my entire point.
But you said you would pay more for Ukraine to fight.
Does that mean that the Ukrainian regime is entitled to ethnically cleanse its country of Russians? Is that what that means? That sovereign power?
No, of course not. This is why I would never support.
And so would Russia be justified in intervening if they tried to do that?
I would never support that.
That is exactly what you are arguing for, because there was an ethnic cleansing of ethnic Russians. There was. It wasn't genocide like the Russians claim. A genocide is very specific. That's when you actually kill people. And the Ukrainians were not these bloodthirsty maniacs. But they were absolutely trying to get rid of ethnic Russians from that region. And they were saying things like Ukraine for Ukrainians, and they call them orcs and all the rest of it. So here's the thing.
Never believe it.
When you argue for the sovereignty of the regime and not the sovereignty of the people, you end up doing horrible things like justifying ethnic cleansing. And if you are arguing for the sovereignty of the people, well, then you're in a bind, because then you've got to acknowledge the sovereignty of Crimea and the sovereignty of Donbass and the sovereignty of those ethnic populations.
That is what I'm partially doing. That is why it's complicated. But at the end of the day, you have to settle for the lesser evil. And I think the lesser evil is clearly...
is the ethnic cleansing of Russians. But the trouble with the ethnic cleansing of Russians, right, this is the big problem, is that Russians have got nukes. And they don't like being ethnically cleansed, right? And they're likely to stumble over you to do it.
Is kind of a very expensive term to describe everything that's been happening in the Donbass area for the last 8 years. Quite honestly, like you've had the Ukrainians obviously wanting to assert the dominance of the Donbass people who feel Russian, they don't feel Ukrainian, and I don't support the Ukrainian government going all in street fighting in Donetsk and murdering 500,000 people. That's wrong. it should be wrong.
Well, how wrong? Wrong enough for Russia to come and protect those people, or not quite wrong enough for that?
I mean, do you protect these people by landing in Kyiv and then trying to take over the country? I guess no. What you could have done is simply annex those parts, put your troops on the front line, and say we protect what's there of the Donbass right now.
By annexing it, you would still have the same conflict.
I just want to interject real quick. I just heard something interesting, though, that we're talking about the lesser of two evils. I find it ironic that we use the term lesser of two evils when there are literally battalions of neo-Nazis in Ukraine. And
that guy was not going to
whole political system, or political
Look, I know the Azov battalion. They're bad. Look, I wholly agree with you.
I don't think my issue with all this is you're saying lesser of two evils, right?
Yes.
Everyone has a choice to be good, okay? And if you're arguing for the side with neo-Nazi battalions, and then you're saying, yes, there are some, are you separating the neo-Nazi battalions from the government? Are you
well, first of all, you also have neo-Nazi battalions that were fighting for Russia in Donbass since 2014, and it's quite easy to Google that, but for some reason it's always very much ignored when talking about that. I find that very funny and convenient.
Yeah, but there's not a neo-Nazi party in Russia, though. There's a neo-Nazi party in
Ukraine. It's weak because we have an authoritarian state, and Ukraine right now is a weak, very, very corrupt democracy. So of course they have.
And there's
is that unit still alive, Shako? Is that unit still alive now? Is it still fighting in the Donbass? This Nazi unit that you're talking about?
Which one you mean?
Is it still
the Russian one?
You said that they were
the Russian one.
Is there a Russian Nazi?
I don't know. I haven't checked on the recent whereabouts. I think as of Kiev is
you're talking about Donetsk.
I want to ask you because that's why you say that okay. So if Russia come to help Donbass, but then they shouldn't have come in from the north and the south, right? Because that's like not helping. If the Russians only invaded through Donbass, would you support the Russia's operation?
Or justify it?
Because that's what the Russians did in the Georgian War.
I think what I would have supported now that everything has played out, is them simply saying we annex the Donetsk People's Republic, Luhansk People's Republic, and put up troops right in the front line, because then you would force the Ukrainians on the other side to stop shelling, and at the same time the Luhansk and Donetsk People's Republic can't just shell the Ukrainian side.
You're assuming they would stop. That's the problem. This would immediately, instantaneously escalate because the Ukrainians would initiate that, and then the Russians would again invade from all the sides, and then you'd have the same conflict.
So because I've been covering the war since the beginning, right? So I can share with you the some of the things that developed over the time. I also thought that the Russians would only go through Donbass because that's what they did in the Georgian War. Because they only went through the separatist state, but they invaded from the other side. So what after that came out is that they discovered plans that the Ukrainians actually going to launch their offensive on Donbass in March, in the early of March, and that might also include the invasion into Crimea. So there's possibility why Russia actually rushed into it, because they doesn't seem ready for it, but they just rush into it. That could be one reason. And another thing is that the Donbass front line is heavily defended. There is no way the Russians are going to penetrate through. If you look at what happens now, like they can't even get through, Voleda region. They are stuck with Avdiivka. They're stuck with Bakhmut. So for the Russians to, in the military sense, for them to just attack from Donbass when they already know that it's heavily entrenched, is not militarily wise, which is why they have to go from other place. Plus, the Ukrainian military is not the 2014 Ukrainian military. They are very well trained by the NATO side. They are very well armed. So it makes sense for the Russians to find another alternative to defeat Ukraine militarily. So which is why there's this conflict in terms of the ideals that if they only enter through Donbass, they are helping Donbass, we support them. But the thing is, they cannot militarily win this. They cannot even push back the front line, to be honest. It's not possible. If the Ukrainians put all the 200,000, 300,000 troops all on Donbass, there's no way the Russians can push out. It's not possible at all.
But they broke through Mariupol and through the northwest of Lugansk, I think. They broke through.
They only broke through because there was an invasion from Crimea coming up to Kherson. Then because of this spread, they rush for Melitopol. The Ukrainians have no chance to reinforce Mariupol, no chance. So that is the reason why they come from the south. But given this information, then you can tell, how conflicting it is for Russia. They cannot just come in as the knight in shining armor, because there's no way they can win. If they go from the other side, they become the aggressor. They become the bad guy. So I know you are more pro-Ukrainian or lean Ukrainian, but I just want to share. I believe most of the panel actually don't want people to die. You can say that the Ukrainians can raise another 3 million troops. The truth is, we don't want the Ukrainians to raise 3 million troops because we know they're going to die.
We don't want anyone to raise more troops. We want them to sign a peace, ideally.
Wyatt, would you feel the same way? Wyatt, would you feel the same way about that grouping of troops in Donbass in that defensive line if it was the U.S. military that was fighting in the same scenario you're talking about versus the Russian
U.S.
military?
fighting who? It's the same. No.
Say that scenario you're talking about, right, where Russians only were fighting in Donbass with the defenses the Ukrainians are already set up with 200,000 Ukrainian troops. In that context, if it was the U.S. military that was dealing the exact same conditions that the Russian military dealt with in your scenario, would it be the same result?
Same. It's exactly the same.
Yeah,
it would be the same.
It would be worse. It would be worse for us Americans. I'm still in contact with the Marine Corps captains, and it takes about 10 years to train and change our style of combat. So the United States has to. They're not fighting this type of war. You have to think the Russians have been doing this for a while now, and we would hit a wall. So if we had to do it now, we would hit the wall like Wyatt says.
If you think about, we lost our Cold War conventional war army after Desert Storm, because that was the last time that we did combined arms and massive aircraft support, naval guns, infantry and everything else, and then. Right after Desert Storm, we rifted out, which is reduction in force. I think they kicked out, I don't know, a couple 100,000 soldiers. So all those NCOs and people who had, combined arms, actual combat experience, they're all gone. And then, 9/11 happens, and then it goes to the asymmetrical spec ops war.
Shot in all combat.
Yeah, I mean, and it's now it's just small unit tactics backed up by B-52s and stuff on call, and I mean that stuff's great. But you can even remember some of the guys that went over there as volunteers and came back, and they were like, I was in Afghanistan 3 times, and fuck, I never got hit by artillery like that in my life, and they fucking got the hell out of there because it was like they weren't ready for it. They had no experience, and they're the people that probably the last people that probably did were probably. Maybe Vietnam vets. I mean, Desert Storm, I don't think a lot of our guys got shelled that much. Not like that. So, I mean we don't have any experience long term. The last time
the U.S. fought a major war was what? Korea or Vietnam? The last time the U.S. fought a war where we could have actually lost.
Desert Storm was the last major, what you could say would be like a reflective of like a European style war
large
with
scale war.
Planes. Yeah,
I mean, maybe for the first 12 hours.
Yeah, I mean, when they first started out, but I'm just saying, I mean, that was the last time the United States had forces that were trained up to fight like that. Now it's all.
Actually, the problem, even the Russians actually face the same problem. I saw from the pro-Russian OSIN, like I think it's Ryba or some of them. They wrote the same thing. They said that the Russians were the tactics that they use, the strategy that they use is learned from Syria, and then they realized that it doesn't work at all in a modern warfare, and then they immediately dig out all their Soviet doctrines and try to start reapplying what they used to do, because what they learned in Syria suddenly just doesn't work in Ukraine. And
yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy to win when you have all the guns, and even if you're a Russian guy or a Wagner guy over there in Syria, it's like you still have all the artillery, the rockets, the aircraft. So you're just trying to kill some terrorist guys hiding out in a village. So that's the same thing. We're used to being able to call up whatever we want whenever we want. And
I'm not convinced that Russia is incapable of mounting a combined arms offensive in the same way as Desert Storm. But if they did, you'd have the same result, which is hundreds of thousands of civilian casualties, a humanitarian catastrophe. like politically, I don't think that Putin and the war party in Russia can stomach that. I don't think that's what the Russians want. So I really do think that the reason we haven't seen Russian combined arms, well, possibly they're not very good at it, but like a lot of people can do combined arms against an inferior enemy. China could go in and do a combined arms display against, I don't know, Tibet or some small country that can't fight back. That's not to belittle Desert Storm. Desert Storm was the textbook for combined arms. They totally dismantled the biggest army in the region, and they did it in days. And it was a thing of awe and shock, right? But it also killed a lot of people, and it totaled Iraq. I really think that we haven't seen that from Russia because I don't think that's Russia's objective. I think if Russia does shock and awe and combined arms on central Ukraine, then they are going to be hated forever by everybody for good reason, right? So that's why I think Russia is limited in what they can do. I don't think it's
Army Soviet trained?
I think it's a limitation of political viability.
Was the Iraqi army Soviet trained? They used a lot of Soviet tech, or were they Soviet trained?
They were Soviet trained in Soviet doctrine, so they would have. Everything they did was based on Soviet tactics. So when they march on the road, they form up in columns a certain way. They deploy a certain way. Ideally they would practice like what we did at the beginning of Desert Storm. Was our preparatory bombardment was an hour and a half long, which is basically a Soviet tactic of just a long bombardment, and that was before a single vehicle moved out. So, ideally the Iraqis would have been able to do that, but we obviously took out their air force, so we had complete air superiority, so we could hit their artillery. So they never really got a chance to do that. Plus, they were trained in the tactics, but they're not going to execute the tactics well. It's just like we trained the Egyptians on the F-15 and the M1, but you can go down to Yemen and see fucking M1s left behind because they just jump out and leave them because they're fucking idiots. So, I mean, they were trained at Fort Knox or Fort Benning, probably at the armor school, but when it comes to real life, they suck.
Not only that, but they also had Soviet tech. They didn't have updated tech for the time. They were trained in the tech that they were originally given, and which is outdated by that point.
The only countries we ever trained was the other one that was good at Egypt.
But I think it's the command structure as well.
Why did they have like Soviet weapons if Saddam was a client of the US for such a long time?
Yeah, but they had.
They were Soviet doctrine and everything, but they were like through the entire Iraq-Iran war. They were supplied by the US and supported. Saddam was like our kind of guy. That was what the American military planned. So when you say they had Soviet weapons and doctrine mostly, I kind of found that quite peculiar. Like I'm not saying it's not true, but I just like in lieu of that, which I just mentioned, is that a bit peculiar?
Well, I think it was just because the Soviets had a presence there over long term because they were a client state before, and maybe they were a client state later. And plus, I mean, if you think about it, in the 80s, the Middle East was full of Russian client states. So, I mean, like I said, they were trained in Soviet tactics, but they weren't able to execute those tactics because they, a better force went up against them. And we basically used their tactics against them, and we executed. We formed up and moved out in huge waves, and, artillery and aircraft and everything hit. We took out the air defenses. It was a cakewalk. I mean, it was 100 hours. So against the 7th largest army in the world at the time?
I thought they were the 4th largest at the time.
They were
the 3rd largest.
Yeah,
they were the 3rd largest when
they were the 3rd largest.
First Gulf War happened.
Yeah, and I mean that's just because
just behind US and
Russia was totally a thing. It made the whole world stand up and watch because the US didn't win. They went.
But we're 2 decades away from that, so it makes perfect sense that we would not be performing well in that type of battle just because we don't have the same amount of tanks. I mean, the tank crews might be good, but then you look at like Emma and My Two Mommies and all that. I mean, it's a soft military compared to how it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Desert Storm, there's no way in hell half the people in the Army would even be in the Army.
I think it would escalate into nuclear very quickly. If you have 2 militaries that are capable of combined arms, that do have strategic bombers, and that do have satellite targeting, I think that's inevitably going to escalate into a nuclear exchange.
Yeah,
So
I mean, if they were to go,
I don't see how it doesn't. You know, like,
if they were to go toe to toe like NATO and Russia, and they were basically, you know, stagnant or holding each other, I could see it doing that because someone's going to want a break so they can get something going, and they would, you know, either side would do whatever, you know, like I said, either side's going to do whatever they got to do to win.
Does anyone see the rest of the CSTO being a factor at all? Does anyone see the rest of the CSTO being a factor at all? If there was
I
to be a
think the
conflict like
CSTO
that?
is a lame duck.
They're a joke.
I don't think it's legit. Like, you know, I don't think it's like a NATO kind of thing, even though it seems like it. The rest of it is just Russia. It's just Russia. The
I
rest
understand
of
that,
the
but I'm
states
saying they wouldn't be a resource to pull from as far as for materials.
Russia may
personnel.
pressure them. Russia may pressure them, but the
that's
thing
what I'm
is,
saying.
if Russia is weak, they will not answer the call. Just like, you know, Russia have trouble controlling Azerbaijan and Armenia. Like, that is a joke. It's like, Russia can't even control these two that is next to them. Then I do not know what they can pull.
I think Russia kind of keeps the CSTO like as just in its pocket, like it could be a thorn in NATO's side or the West side because they could activate them on the borders of countries that NATO has ties to, and just like NATO's trying to do with Russia. So
it's an excuse for Russia to just deploy into these countries when needed. Like what happened to, I think, is it Uzbekistan or
Uzbekistan left the alliance. Uzbekistan left the alliance.
What's the other country?
I think
Georgia.
Tajikistan.
Georgia.
Yeah, Kazakhstan, is it? Or
Kazakhstan.
There's a revolt.
Yes, a coup.
The Russians going, right? Yeah. So I think Cisco is meant for their purpose. Yeah, it's just meant for their purpose. I don't think all these countries are going to help Russia in any way. No, Russia needs the help, actually.
I think they're also moving away from Russia. That's really the problem right now. I mean, with Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, I think it's Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan who are right now kind of on the brink of always having a border conflict with each other. And Russia can't really step in and tell them to shut it. At least that's kind of, I mean, there's no real official news I've seen, but you have the border skirmishes being talked about. And what you see from, like, you know, the press conferences when then Putin has to wait for the other guy to show up. And also Kazakhstan with, I think Tokayev is the president right now, kind of not seeming, at least in what we've seen over the past few months, with allegedly Russia asking for troops from Kazakhstan. If that's true or not, different question. But I think they're rather moving away from Russia than towards it right now, because being with Russia means being isolated. And being with the rest of the world means to trade.
What's the deal with
Central Asia means you're isolated. Being in Central Asia means you're stuck between Russia and China and India, and that's why all of those Central Asian states have been turning up to the SCO meetings. The SCO is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It's like the Asian EU. Russia and China discuss trade routes there, and all the Central Asian countries turn up. Iran has been invited to join. So I don't think you can separate Central Asian republics from Central Asia. It's not like they're going to suddenly turn up and be next to the EU and be able to export directly to the EU.
But I think
it depends. Because, I mean, we are talking about possible pipelines from Turkmenistan directly to the EU. There is certainly a lot of movement happening there. I'm not saying that they can even, like, escape the Russian sphere of influence, but the trajectory right now is not closer to Russia. Definitely not.
What's the deal with the environmental protesters on the border and the Russian troops? What country is that?
That's Armenia, Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh.
So that's that Nagorno-Karabakh, like that highway. Yeah, I saw something about it, like there's environmental protesters and Russian troops, and
it's hardly a highway. It's more like a mountain pass. It's like a small road. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think the Ukraine war actually caused the countries to move away from Russia. I mean, like, because Russia is, even if the pro-Russian side like to say that it's strengthened because they earn a lot from the oil money. I think it actually weakens Russia somehow, the war, and it actually caused all the countries to start to think for themselves and start to make their own moves. There's a kind of sensing I get. And Putin and his foreign ministry, it seems to be working very hard with the military as well to try to get all these people together and not split away or fracture they're doing a lot on the diplomatic front, trying to keep everything together. So it is definitely not an all win for Russia as well. They are actually struggling, and they're using China as a help to try to keep everyone together through the SCO. The CISTO, they did try, but yeah, it seems very for the cameras only, from the look of it.
That's the thing too. That's the thing too. It's like a lot of talk has been about Russia's military being gassed up as if it's this powerful, modernized bear, that it's not really that powerful. But do we really look at the U.S. military and say, oh well, that's just a mighty power that would be able to beat anyone else? Do we really look at it that way?
Sure. Oh yes. Oh yeah. They got 12 carrier groups, dude.
I understand because it's so advanced, but when's the last time the U.S. really had a solid war?
It's not just advanced.
It's the United States. The reality is no one dare to fight the United States because
based on reputation.
So powerful.
That's my point. Based on reputation,
and capability as well. They have global reach with really profound amounts of ordnance.
For example, really one aircraft carrier literally carries the plane of more planes than most countries in the world. Like more fighters.
Yeah, I mean,
that's if you're fighting someone who's significantly below you in military capability.
Yeah, well, everybody is. So that's the thing.
Well, I mean, if you look at like one Nimitz carrier, if it's fully loaded up, carries more aircraft than all three of the Chinese carriers will when they're fully operational. So, I mean, and our biggest mistakes is we take that stuff out and retire it. It's like, we still have global reach, but you do have to wonder what would happen, if something was to go on with a peer partner like China. I won't say Russia, because I say our best advantage right now still is our Navy.
The Chinese wouldn't be meaningfully challenged when the U.S. wouldn't be able to counter that. When the U.S. Wyatt's point was that when a U.S. carrier passes most of the coastline in the world, it passes. Most of the coastline, that carrier has air superiority against that country and generally the neighboring coast. And that's Wyatt's point. There's no realistic sense that China can actually counter that, nor can Russia. So the only thing they can do is get regional superiority, and that's why most of us kind of see the drawing on the line. Ukraine will lose the war because with that proximity, Russia will be, that's like. No other country will be able to succeed pulling off a Ukraine war in Mexico. It just wouldn't happen. U.S. would have obliterated any chance of that before they even crossed the sea. Right? So
think about that too. I mean, if you look at like Afghanistan, I mean, United States couldn't keep it, Britain couldn't keep it, Rome couldn't keep it. All these great worldly powers at the time, and these and it's because it's in a region so far away, they have no way of really doing anything long term.
That's like a prediction. Like how long time? Like as far I've seen some predictions related to they're upgrading the Chinese Navy. Like they're putting a lot into get a blue Navy, right? And so how long time do you think? Because you kind of assume that the U.S. will, and this is kind of like I get what you're saying there, so I'm not necessarily disagreeing. I couldn't know. But how long would you kind of assume it will take before China, for example, ends up being on par or even having superiority on the seas against the U.S.?
They never will.
Can I butt in with my military experience?
Go ahead,
just really quick. There comes a point at how strong your military can get to where when you pass this line, it doesn't even matter anymore. If you're fighting against another country that has also passed that boundary of power. The reason why we didn't win in Afghanistan is because we could have won, but we didn't kill everyone. If they let us go to total war and kill everyone, we win. But that's not how war works. There's rules of engagement. There's all these different types of things that you can't do. So there's other countries that can rival the United States, but it ends up in nuclear war if that other countries pass that line. And there's countries in this world, in this planet, that have crossed the line where they can rival us. So if you kind of escalate, it ends up into a tie of death, which means that everybody loses. We all know this. It's called nuclear war.
Unless those countries decide to keep it at a conventional level. Unless there's some kind of agreement beforehand that whoever wins the fight in a predetermined location, they leave it at that.
That's a big if.
Well, we call those proxy
That
wars,
would
right?
be
We call
funny.
those proxy wars. We've had heaps. We've had Korea, Vietnam. Now we're having Ukraine.
Syria.
It's like these controlled conflicts.
I'm just glad I'm not fighting in Ukraine. I would never want to be a Ukrainian or a Russian because honestly, it is the worst conditions. It is not a good place to be.
I have a description
I hope
for
that
it.
none of you
It's like,
guys go.
everyone uses cheat code. When you fight in the modern warfare, everybody uses cheat code. It's like you just die.
PTSD
For no
is
reason,
going
you just
to,
die.
like, the PTSD out of that front line is going to be unprecedented. It's going to destroy an entire generation in both countries.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, did you guys see that video the other day where the Russians, I guess, had flanked? It looked like a trench, and they were shooting, and you could see them firing grenades off into the trench, like 4 or 5, and you could see a Ukrainian down. Well, then a Ukrainian tried to rush out of the trench, and they slowed it down, and he got lit up by the Russian. But I mean, you're talking like 30 feet away. I mean, and they're just dumping mags at each other, and it's like we were talking about earlier. It's like that's probably another reason why you're not seeing prisoners, because it's just so point blank.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy dumped like 4 or 5 grenades from a pump action launcher into this trench, and
we fought in trenches in Afghanistan. In fact, I have pictures of my platoon with fixed bayonets. We were in close quarters in open fields, but close. But like in Ukraine, the problem is the war is to massive numbers. In Afghanistan, you're talking about squads. You're talking platoons and companies in trenches in Ukraine, and the carnage
in
is
Ukraine,
insane.
you're talking about tank battalions, tank companies.
Yeah, it's just
actually a
the
tank
numbers are
army
greater.
operation in Ukraine.
Yeah, I actually saw
Yeah,
that. I don't know if you guys saw the video that came out like 2 days ago of a Ukrainian guy with a anti-tank rocket got shot by a tank point blank range.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
Right
Did you
there.
see what they were saying about that guy? They were saying that they said they thought the guy was drugged up because he just stood up. Like he had no chance to take the shot because the tank was basically already looking right at the trench, and he popped up, and the tank barely adjusted its gun and fired a main gun round. It looked like he went down. He might have fired the rocket, but it didn't hit anything. But they were saying that these guys are drugged up and they just ain't thinking right or hyped up and don't care.
Well, that's a comment on the.
Or being driven completely mad by shell shock. That happens.
But that's something we've never seen before, right? The scale of this conflict is something most people, right, even most soldiers have never seen before. And now it's just commoditized. You can see it whenever you want.
Yeah. It's also
So anyway, I want to cut in a bit. So now we are 4 hours.
Getting more and more.
4 hours. So I just want to cut in. We are 4 hours 41 minutes into this stream. Is crazy. I thought I'm not going to go to 5 hours. Now we are looking at another 5 hours. So anyway, we can carry on a bit more, but maybe we'll in another 5-10 minutes. Then we will do closing, like closing statement for each person, so that I can go and sleep.
Did you guys touch at all on Serbia while I was gone? Did you guys touch on that at all?
Yeah,
very briefly.
Yeah. We already destroyed both of them already. Like,
oh, really? They destroyed Serbia already?
Yeah, we Kinzao the 2 countries already.
Hey, you never know. Maybe Serbia is the match that sparks World War III. Maybe that's where it all
It's
starts.
Can we not
always
do
the
World
area,
War?
man.
Can we not do World War
Always.
One again?
It's always that spot, though, isn't it?
I did see a
we
meme.
didn't talk about. No one brought up Taiwan, did they, in this conversation?
I
No one
wanted
brought
to,
up
but we weren't talking about it.
Taiwan-
So I didn't want to bring it
That
up.
one's awesome.
Oh,
Taiwan is an
Okay.
awesome place to go. I don't think World War III will happen in Taiwan.
You don't think there's going to be a conflict in Taiwan though before next year?
Not that they will not have a conflict, but it is not going to be what most of the world imagined after the Ukraine war started. A lot of people after the Ukraine war started, they started to take sides, be it Ukraine or Russian. Then they start to imagine. They put their own imagination of what the geopolitics or the politics onto Taiwan and China as if it's Ukraine and Russia is totally entirely different thing. It's not even the same at all.
If China could land one soldier on the island of Taiwan, I would be so disappointed in the American Navy. Like, so disappointed. Because, like, the American Navy has, I don't know, 12 different weapon systems that can stop that from happening.
Yeah, but I mean, they might like 3-1 by the Chinese Navy.
Yeah, it's a lot of water in between China and Taiwan. And it's very deep.
It's actually not that. No, it's actually not that deep.
No, it's
deep enough. South China Sea is not a very deep ocean. Another thing is
we're talking about the shelf between Taiwan and China.
Yeah, it's. I don't think it's very deep. I think.
Yeah, it's only like 70, 80 feet deep.
I'm saying though, as far as numbers goes, I believe that as far as tonnage goes, China has the largest navy in the world by tonnage, don't they? Isn't it by like a really big?
No, they have the most ships numerically.
Yeah. So how many surface ships does it take before a U.S. submarine will be sunk?
I honestly couldn't give you a good answer.
Nobody actually. People always talk about the Chinese have sent out built a lot of surface ships, but the thing is, how many of these ships can survive the nuclear subs that the US can throw, the Los Angeles class or whatever. We do not know. One sub can take out 10 ships, and then that's the end of the PLA Navy. We do not know.
One of those Ohio's carriers.
I mean, you got to look at it this way. I mean, the United States Navy would target all the capital ships in the Chinese Navy. I mean, they would go after all three carriers, any of their high-end cruisers, any of their high-end destroyers. They would target those. I mean, one sub could attack a carrier group with harpoons, tomahawks, and torpedoes.
We talk World War III.
How do those wars happen without nukes?
We talk World War III now. Like we talk about carriers, blah blah.
When we're talking about,
you guys talk
China
about war
America,
between the United States and China, or United States and Russia. How can you talk about that war without nukes? I don't know.
Yeah, but you're saying it's not going to lead with nukes, though.
It doesn't matter how it leads; it ends at nukes.
It ends how it ends.
I can see
a nuke being introduced if we lost a carrier.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. When it moves on a certain point, it ends in mutual destruction. That's it.
Yeah.
So United States and China, and United States and Russia.
See, China might not be able to actually get its nukes away, but
no, China just needs to launch its nukes northbound over Russia, and then it's over.
And then he got shot down over Russia by Russia because Russia thought that he was shooting at Russia.
Have you guys seen that old video of so one day we decided to nuke those Chinese sons of bitches? That old nuke video? Nobody's seen this?
Say that again?
There's an old video of the end of the world where people launch nukes. It's like a cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
So one day we decide to bomb those Chinese sons of a bitches, so we launch our shit. And then while our nuke's in the air, I'm gonna have to link one of you guys. You guys don't know this. It's a YouTube video.
Okay, I will share it in the Telegram group.
We're coming back. We're down by
okay. I'll send it to you on, and then you can send it to your Telegram.
Yeah. So anyway, we are now at 4 hours 46 minutes. So I think we need another 50 minutes to do sum up. So we have to end the open mic. So who want to go first? Adjutant things. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first so I can go first. Okay.
Thank
you guys. Very interesting chat as always. Chaco, good to see you, man. It's always good to hear from the Western Europe instead of all these Putin bots.
Yes,
and
the Putin trolls.
Don't forget, vote Klaus Schwab, friend of the little guy, person of the year. See you guys.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
See ya. Das Vidanya.
So I'll make a finishing one. It's actually a question to Shackle.
Yeah.
So because you do you imagine actually that the Ukraine will be able to retake, because the previous one he believed that Ukraine will be able to take the Donbass. Right?
I think they won't be. Okay, wait, no, sorry. You wanted to finish.
But what do you define as like a victory, really? Like, do you really think that, like, because the thing is, like, it's a lot of symbolism, it's a lot of morale, and like, well, okay, let's say, just for the sake of steel man your argument, that Europe and NATO doesn't crack at all, doesn't budge at all. They will stay on no matter how much it hurts. Okay, let's just say that is the case. Well, at the end of the line, you don't necessarily think that they will take the Donbass or whatever. So, like, how many lives are going to be lost for the sake of having some border on this plan? When we're talking about a population that is also, like, the one that is on the Russian side, a very significant proportion of them are fairly hostile to the Ukrainian government. So, for what is the victory of trying to retake any of that, really, in that sense? Like, what is victory? Like, because the longer the war goes on, not only more lives are going to go, but the more, like, Ukraine is already, like, in the worst situation in many states in Africa, for example. And this is sort of a death trap they're probably never going to get out of. If it ends now, maybe they have a chance, right? So, like, this is what my question to you, like, how do you perceive that being supporting Ukraine? Because that's kind of one of the objections that came along here quite frequently. When you say supporting Ukraine and you're pro-war, right? And it is kind of like maybe reductionist. I get what you're saying. You're just saying, no, people have the right to defend themselves. But when you're putting these things into context, when it's like such a, like, we are talking about abstract things combined to the real things. The real things is that people are dying, and then the aftermath is going to be quite terrible for the Ukrainians first and foremost. And so, where's the out? Like, have you ever noticed that NATO never has an out? They never have a way out of the war. So, like, I just like to.
Okay. So, first, I think the real victory would be if they simply end it now, because the Ukraine as a nation state, if you now drew a border, would still have access to the Black Sea. Russia could essentially sell it as a victory at home, even though it isn't really one considering the capabilities they have, or had, or were perceived to have. But if Ukraine decides for itself and the people continue fighting, and Russia also doesn't want any peace, then I think what is feasible, with more rounds of mobilizations from both sides, and without Russia actually committing to go on total war, but instead keeping it kind of not quiet, but kind of an affair that it pretends like it got under control. I think it is feasible that they recapture more or less southern Ukraine, more specifically now through an offensive, not getting Crimea, not getting back the parts of the Donbass they don't have right now, because those are very neat, very defendable lines. And from there on out, there would be a peace. A lot of lives would have to be lost, probably hundreds of thousands. I wouldn't hope that's the outcome, but at the end of the day, I support the right to defend yourself. And just like you in the street being hit by somebody else in the face, you don't have to back down. Russia has to back down. That's my closing statement.
Thank you.
Awesome. See you guys.
Cheers.
Thank you. Thanks for coming on.
Bye, Chancellor. Is that how you pronounce that? He never answered my question about how to pronounce the word.
Then you're fine. You're fine.
So who's next? Alan?
Yep. I mean, you guys, we've been making this point over and over again, right? And Wyatt, I really liked how you put it, right? There's a lot of opinions, but any death, right? This conflict with anyone dying is the bad ending. There is a bad ending every way you look. But past that, I'm going to go back to the point. These chats need to keep happening. You're really doing very, very good things here. You need to have as many people as you can with as many different ideas as you can on here with everything you can. Don't stop. I love it. I hope you guys are learning something, because I am. I love coming on here. Sometimes I don't have much to say, but I still learn something from every single one of you guys, as well as Wyatt. And this is something I've talked about before as well. What's going on across the entire world, not just Ukraine, not just China, Taiwan. This is everywhere. The next generation that's coming up, who are going to be after me and my generation, that's when the things I think are really going to get bad. That's when I think things are going to see serious problems, either politically, economically, everywhere across the world. And I don't know how to fix it. And that's why I think, again, we need to keep talking. We need to keep thinking and debating, because that's the only way we're going to find a solution. But apart from that, I want to keep doing these. Maybe one day I can help run these a little bit smoother, something like that. I know we've talked about it before. I'll offer that up, but hopefully we can be more in touch. Why?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, wait, don't go. Are you in the Discord?
Me? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I do my next statement while he's still here, Wyatt?
Yeah.
Sure.
Also, do drop your Discord. I have a Discord channel for the speakers, so do drop your Discord if you have Discord.
Yeah,
But you must be inside the DPA server though. Join the DPA server. Okay,
That's
you can
my
go first.
problem. Okay. Basically, this is my first time coming to these chats, and I've been following your channel since you had like less than 10,000, and I was already in Russia. And I've just been trying to give my perspective because I think I'm the only American, and it's been certified by FSB. I get interrogated a lot. I could show you the videos too. I wanted to share them with you. Hopefully you don't post it somewhere. But anyways, I just want to share my perspective as someone who's in Russia, and I have sympathy for the Russians, and I guess it's bad to some people, like in America, if you have sympathy for the Russians, but I'm just here trying to share my experience, and hopefully it's not a biased experience. And thank you guys for listening, and hopefully somebody can help me get on the Discord. Thank you.
Yeah. So who else? I just want to go back to the Discord channel. The server, I have the channel just for speakers whoever came up. So it's easier to keep in contact with each other.
Is there? I'm on here. I don't see it on here. Where is it?
Yeah, maybe give me a PM, private message me, so that I know what's your Discord, because I think I don't have everyone's Discords.
Oh yeah, because I didn't send you my Discord. I only sent you.
I just sent it to you. Speakers, right? It's a sub channel from your DPA Discord channel, right?
Yeah, speaker channel. So Vaun, you want to go next?
All right.
I was just gonna say, I mean, it's not like I'm pro-Russian. It's just that, I was against the war starting. The war started, and I don't really have a problem with Russia's objectives, because if the Ukraine and the West wanted peace, there was almost 30 years to get that figured out. And they, to me, seemed like they didn't have any interest in that. They didn't have any interest in making things better. And, they obviously negotiated in bad faith according to their own words. So we're at the point we're at because of them. And if that's what Russia has to do to deal with the problem, then I don't have a problem with that, because they're a state and a country, and they have a right to have a say in what goes on in their backyard, just like we do. And it's a shame all these people are going to die for a stupid cause. And, basically just a lot of scummy people are going to make a lot of money off of it. Hope it ends soon. I don't think it's going to end until something breaks. And I like having these. I think it's great. And all those chicken shits out there that don't want to come on, whatever.
Nice
You
coat.
can come on next Sunday and talk some shit. Defend your point. Don't be a chicken. Everybody on here has different opinions. You don't see us cussing each other out or getting nasty or nothing like that. So, like I said, you're more welcome to come on. Everybody should come on and say their piece. Y'all have a good week and a Merry Christmas, if that means anything to you.
Merry Christmas, bro.
I'll see y'all later.
Yeah.
What the hell is everybody just talk and run away? Hey, Vlad.
When I tried to flee to Singapore, because if you need engineers, I can come to you. I noticed that I'm like 99% of the Germans. Every time like some German come in, they talk the same things. Like I talk to my friends about the Ukraine war, and they talk all the same. Like you can put. We had, I think, in the last open mic another German guy. It just the same propaganda. It just you replace one with another. I bet you the next German that is here on is talking the same stuff. Like you hear this stuff like autocracy. It's like democracy versus autocracy. It's like the same stuff, right?
No, you hear it here in the U.S. too.
Yeah, if you're Germany, it's so tiresome, because people aren't critical. If you are on this one line of propaganda, you can't stop the war. You can't convince the German people of everything. Like they blew up our pipeline. It just, the media just shuts it down. It didn't happen, right? It's like it was so frustrating to hear about this, because people aren't like critical. They are willing to sacrifice Ukrainian people, and I'm from Ukraine, and I find it deeply disrespectful towards them, because they're like, yes, they have the right to protect themselves. If you look closer, it's just a stupid conflict that didn't need to be happen, right? So I don't know. Watch for the Germans, man. They talk all the same. Yes, that's kind of it for me. A small rant.
Trust me, I get it. I really get it. As a Belarusian American, I get it.
Because they don't understand that they are like I look at this war, their sacrifices like stupid amount of people dying in the trenches under the most horrible conditions, and they talk about, yeah, we need to kill this autocracy. Yes, you kill the autocracy, but you're not the one fighting, right? You're paying like more gas prices, but that's kind of it. So I don't know. So the West can keep this war going and going and going.
Yeah.
Because of this. I think someone else made this point, right? That if you convince the population of the other states, they just keep sending billions and billions into Ukraine, and people just die out. Like if we don't break the media propaganda, we can never stop this thing.
It's like it's like people don't understand the concept of human lives for higher gas bill. It's like that's so much deeper than just the bill itself.
Yeah, because if Ukraine cracks and like the deep state loses interest in it, they will start another conflict somewhere else. We talk like about Serbia, right? So the same bullshit just repeats itself. And the same people will come here and say, yeah, but the Serbian is like a dictatorship. I don't care if it's a dictatorship. Stupid amount of people are dying, and you're repeating the same bullshit that the deep state media is telling you, right? Yeah, that's kind of my rant.
So, Jay, your closing statement?
This was fun, and the first time I get a chance to do this, I usually watch your channel while I'm at work as background noise. So I'm glad I was able to. I've been following you since the start of the war, so this was enjoyable. Do me a favor though before I go any further. Please say it one more time for me, please.
Which one? What?
You know what I'm talking
Emotional
about.
damage?
Yes, but you gotta like
emotional damage.
Yeah.
Bozzo.
My man. There's a few more things. American football is the greatest sport on the planet. I think all people should embrace it. It should be an Olympic sport. We win gold every time. That's the real football.
You should call it just armored rugby. That's not football. It's just rugby, but armored version.
Armored rugby. I love that.
Armored rugby. Oh my god. Actually, I like that. Armored rugby. It should be called that. Let's see. War is bad. We should stop. I'm pro common sense, and honestly, a deal could have been made. I can see it right now. If Orange Man was in office, this shit wouldn't have happened. I guarantee you. A deal would have been brokered. Someone would have made a deal. It would have been a compromise. Never before have we been closer to World War III in history, and apparently we all are living the Chinese proverb of "May we live in interesting times." These are very interesting times.
Never heard of the
everybody enjoys their
before.
holiday. As always, stay blessed, not stressed. Until next time.
I see you.
Yeah. Bozzo, what's your closing?
I've been watching this war since 2014 when it was covered by South Front. If you guys know the channel, and then I found this channel DPA, and it's I really like the neutrality of Vaut. But as far as the conflict, I see Russians digging lines behind like Kherson and Zaporizhia. So this conflict is gonna drag on for a long time, I think. So we shall see.
You gotta pray.
Adjutant, do you want to add anything more?
I think I did, but at this point I've forgotten. I mean, maybe if I were to be saying anything, I thought it was really nice to have a couple of pro-Ukrainians, or not necessarily
Yeah, I'm
pro-Ukrainians,
so
but
happy.
they had a perspective that it was kind of like. But you see, like at the end, once we got to talk a little bit, and we bounced out and like, oh, we're talking about what world are you living in, and so forth, so forth. It was kind of like, okay, but we do have one agreement here. We kind of like, it would be nice if they kind of stop killing each other. Like that's kind
Yeah.
of nice. But so it's we got getting just like I would have liked to see. I think I try to observe on the comment section, so I would like to kind of see more of those who are there to kind of pop on, or maybe invite others who they think are very good at, like are very knowledgeable, have all the points and so forth. If you, and it's not really like a pro-Ukraine. It's more like if you know someone who could perhaps present another way to view this conflict, which could resolve it. You might want to resolve it in the Ukrainian favor, and Ukrainian favor be a lot more borders. Here, most of those left in the panel at least don't really see it like that. It's more like how can we just end it? Really, like so. And so for you, like if you have a perspective that differs from us, please come on.
Please get on, yeah. Because I have been actively trying to get people to come on, especially the pro-Ukrainian side one. And then just on Dan Castle, he actually PM me, private message me about, he was complaining about, how ignorant we are when we talk about certain things that we actually don't know. Then I think you should come on. Then he came on. So that's awesome. And he can share about all his experience and literally what he observed in Russia itself. So I think that's brilliant. And I think we have Alex in the back room. No, but yeah, you have. Hi, Alex. You want to add any closing statements because you're actually closing? Oh, he's gone. Yeah. So I'm very happy we got two somewhat pro-Ukrainian, and I think the last one was awesome because we managed to have some common ground. When we talk about because he did weaken his stance. He didn't go all pro-Ukrainian, but he did say that what the Ukrainians done in Donbass is not so right. And then maybe the Russians coming into Donbass to save them is actually not a wrong thing. We managed to get some common ground, and I think that's awesome.
No,
Alex, you want to add anything?
Can you hear us?
Oh, hi guys. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
Do you have any closing statements?
Okay, entering closing statements. Okay, guys, I'm really sorry I couldn't come to your open mic earlier. I just woke up. Actually, it's like 10 o'clock in the morning right now for me. I'm actually in Asian part of Russia right now. So it was really
that's where Dan
good
was.
to join your
That's where
discussion.
Dan was too. So we could have two people from there. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
So next time if I start later, then maybe you can get on easier. Then we will lose all the Europeans. We'll have all the Americans.
Exactly.
Americans and
hey man, if you need look, be in touch.
Yeah,
definitely.
Try to get on next time. Because I think I want to. It's not possible to get everyone from every time zone. But most of the viewers of the channel is actually from Europe and America, which is also why most of the open mic is around this kind of timing. Yeah. And then basically my sleeping schedule is in Europe, so it doesn't really matter to me.
Okay, can I just ask a question about this open mic? So like it happens about once a week, like every Monday.
Yes,
basically.
Every for us in Asia is Monday. For them it's actually Sunday.
Yeah,
Sunday. I came here after church. That's why I was wearing that collared shirt earlier.
Right.
Yeah. Like for me, this is Monday morning now. It's going to be 8 a.m. for me. Yeah. So
you're up all night?
Yeah. I watch World Cup. Yeah.
Okay, so you're watching anyways, right? Okay. But like, how is it? Because I currently don't have the technical equipment. Would it be difficult to kind of organize like a setup where we have perhaps an open mic for that can kind of maybe overlap in a sense? Like, let's say you start your overlap at your time, at a more appropriate time, and then you can let it go, or and then enter later if it's appropriate for you. But if not, you can just let it go, right? and then it's like two more hours going on in the other European zone where, for example, me or Vlad or whatever. Like I cannot do that now because of Mike, but like, is that difficult to kind of set up to do? Like,
No,
where you kind of
I just
hand over
add,
the moderator?
I can just add moderators in a way, like or like admins to help me manage. Is doable. It's just that the stream will become like ridiculously long. And I'm not sure if that's the good or the bad thing.
But hold on,
very soon then we will become
actually,
like 24-hour CNN. They kind of like
no, but hold on. How interesting don't you think that would be? Because then you're getting people getting like fresh news. It's like, oh well, I just got this, and it's like, oh really? That's like, oh, you get the time. Like people start and stop the stream whenever it fits them. And if they were curious of what this guy was referring to the stream before, they could always just go back, anyways, right? Like depending on how engaged you are in it. But I mean, like, of course, this will be a little bit long term, but it might not be like an unfeasible kind of like let's say if I just aim for going around the world around the clock, I can disavow myself from a lot of moderation. I can just take 2 hours in my zone, and then the next one is Indian, I would assume, no? Like I'm not sure.
Is a continuous stream or separate streams?
Like for example, like you don't necessarily have to start it like continuous 24/7, but as an example, where you start your time zone in Singapore, and that's somewhat east of India, if I know correctly, right? So you had like 2 hours maybe, so you don't have to spend so much time on that. Then the next one in India takes 2 hours, and then the next one over there takes 2 hours. Like how difficult would that be? Like let's say you had people willing to kind of like take over. Just like, so it would be easy. Like so you could, for example, right now, if you want to just okay, I'm going to go to bed. You guys in the US now take over because it's actually early for you. Like, would that be something you could just give Alan, for example, then, like now, and then it will continue?
Yeah, it's possible. Actually, it's possible to like just I just give him, like, for example, I give anyone an admin access. They can come in and just start a broadcast. But
because
the danger is that
what you could then is just take out the you could just then take out clips from the live stream. You could spend more time looking and making things that would actually make people want to join in the conversation.
Look, I think I understand what you're trying to say, but I think that's more of a long-term kind of goal because he needs to find people. He needs to vet people. I mean, in one way or another, it's going to be interviews, right? You're going to have to find people who are willing to really work. Honestly, that's what it would be. It'd be working for DPA in one way or another.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure it will be like it's about you could have like 2 hours. Like for example,
that's what I'm saying.
You like being on the stream anyways, right?
But you need to have someone trustworthy to do it. You need to have someone trustworthy to do it.
So the problem with StreamYard is that if I give them access, they will have the ability to broadcast anything onto my channel.
Yeah.
Which means that if the person want to kill me, they can just upload porn and then that's it. The channel is gone.
I didn't think about that. I should have thought about that. Yeah.
Who knows the SBU would infiltrate in, be nice with me for like
Wasn't there a guy that showed his dick or something on your stream? And you need to kick him out.
Yeah.
Probably paid by Russian bots or something.
He was in the backstage. So someone came into the backstage and then then he immediately the webcam on is just his dick. And I was like, what the fuck? Then I was just like, no, kick him out.
No, that's when you bait him into giving contact information to everybody, and then we all spam him with mail.
That was the first time. So that was the first. I think one of the first time we used StreamYard. So people do not know how it works. They thought that they come in immediately will come on the screen. So but they didn't realize that there's actually a backstage. Yeah.
He tried to sabotage you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
I'm gonna send you an email.
Yeah. So if you Alex, if you have contact information, do drop in the private chat. Maybe Discord handle or email so that we can keep in contact. Yeah. Then so we will keep in contact. Maybe in the future what we'll have is actually the regulars. We can have our own chat rather than an open one. So it's maybe something different.
That's actually one last thing I had a question about. You mentioned something about a Discord chat with speakers. Like is that a thing now, or are you planning on making that thing?
I created already.
I I can't see.
Okay, I thought to send a message to you, by the way.
I did message you on Discord as well.
Yeah, I quoted what he told me on the private chat. It said,
Alan James, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I will add you into the channel. Yeah. So because it was a request, so I didn't know. Yeah. Yes, who?
Did you see? I tried to. I sent a message, and it told me that you couldn't see it because you usually don't share servers or something like that.
Yes. You have to share server, so you have to join.
Yeah, because you told me I don't need to verify or something.
Yeah. So the DPA server, we have some verification thing that you have to go through, because this is to protect the server from attacks.
And I've verified like twice. So like the first time it said already verified, but it prompted me to verify again. And when I verified, it just told me you don't need to verify. Go back. It was all on a red page. Okay, I went back.
You still.
And so I'm still on the Discord, but when I send you a message, it tells me, like I already said, I was told to verify. I should have referred to you, but it's one of the last messages in a private chat.
Okay, so we will see how. Okay, we will talk offline. Then I will see how to resolve this. I will ask my moderators, because I also not so sure. They installed a lot of weird stuff which I don't know how to operate.
Okay, sure. It's just so you're aware of it. Yeah.
So no, it's 5 hours 40 minutes. I don't know why Vaun is back.
I want to say Slava Serbia. So they made in Serbia.
Okay.
See you guys.
Bye-bye.
Great way to end the stream. Okay, bye guys. Keep in contact.
Nice call.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So that's all, everyone. This is the open mic. I told everyone, this is not going to be a 5-hour stream. It still turned out to be a 5-hour stream. So I'm very tired. It's almost 8 a.m. here in Singapore. So it's time to sleep. And so hope you like it. I'm very glad that we have some pro-Ukrainian guys to come here and balance out the conversation, the panel. So it's awesome. I hope to see more of people with different viewpoints to come and share the stage. It's going to get very crowded soon, but hopefully this will lead to some awesome stuff. So anyway, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next update.